It's like a special song, can move my mood along. But I cannot say you'll hit through my guitar. She told me at the bass line, and everything will be alright. She told me that the groove is mine, it will take us through the night. And where I'll go, can't explain, I'll never know. But it's beautiful, you can't take this away from me. The way I hear the melody, the way it's bringing clarity, running through me. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the way it's bringing clarity, running through me. I love the way it sings, all the joy that it brings. Remember skating down the road towards the park. I could never say no, you with that summer glow. The music gives me sun when winter starts. She told me at the bass line, everything will be alright. She told me that the beat is mine, it will rock us through the night. And where I go, can't explain, I'll never know. But it's beautiful, you can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. Hey, you can't take this away from me. The way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. Come on, y'all. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me.
Yeah, it's running through me. Yo, I wear notes like coats, blues like dudes, warmth in the rhythm, soul that glues, the bounce in my bones, jazz in my spine, the hop is my home.
I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright, and for the first time in a long time I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I'm not falling, I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows, and we're all going life. Still nobody knows, but I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just keep buying everything. See you in the next life, have to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight, gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an x-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it squeezes till I suffocate. Better change my mindset, meditate. It's pretty cool that I'm alive and have better days. I could walk, see, hear, I should celebrate. Think I could change my mind, maybe elevate. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. I'm kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live at my pace? You're only young once, yeah that's all great, but I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait no, it's living with no shame. Wait no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us and that's okay. Well I just wanna be happy, how to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome. But try to do what you love when it's said and done. Cause there's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days.
you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Chilling wind and rain, you're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, oh,
van tomando sus lugares para así podemos comenzar con este lanzamiento. Hay muchísimo para aprender y para reflexionar hoy, así que gracias por ayudarnos a comenzar este evento en tiempo y forma. Les recuerdo que quienes necesiten traducción están los dispositivos allí a la derecha mía y pueden pedir un dispositivo, ya sea que necesiten traducción en español, en inglés o en portugués. Empezamos en unos minutos, pero les agradecemos a todos si ya pueden tomar asiento. Muchas gracias y bienvenidos. Donde estamos aquí presencialmente para lanzar el informe GEM 2023 sobre tecnología en la educación. Les decía también buenas tardes porque esto se está transmitiendo en todo el mundo a través de diferentes canales. Es una transmisión en vivo que pueden seguir por los canales de la UNESCO, del informe GEM, de la Fundación Ceibal, del Ministerio de Educación y Cultura de Uruguay, tanto en español como en inglés. Así que muy bienvenidos a lo que será una jornada.
Please be welcome to a very fruitful and reflection workshop. The idea is to be open for dialogue, to understand everything that we have learned throughout this GEM report. We would invite you to join our communication using the hashtags 2023 GEM Report, GEM Report 2023. You can also share your pictures, reflections, or a video if you like. And this would be like a feedback process for us to continue discussing. It is a true proud for Uruguay and Montevideo to be hosting this launch and to be part of a kickoff. Officially, I will be invite Maria Florencia Ripani. She's the director of Foundation Ceibal, and she's going to be moderating this first part of a day. Please be welcome. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to this global GEM 2023 report on follow-up of education worldwide on technology in education, published by UNESCO, entitled A Tool under the GEM tools. The objective is to monitor the progress made in relation to the SDGs, in particular for goal number 4, related to education. It is the first time since we started running these reports and publishing these reports. This is the first time that we are talking about technology on education. So we are so happy to be here and to be able to start this activity, for which we are host from Ceibal Foundation and also with the Ministry of Education and Culture in Uruguay. This event is jointly organized along with the GEM UNESCO Report team. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to welcome national authorities, international authorities, ambassadors, and representatives from international agencies and organizations, and experts and people from the academia. Many of you have traveled specially to Montevideo to be part of this key event in the educational calendar. We would also like to welcome those who are joining us from different parts of the world through the online transmission. In order to formally start our presentation, we would like to invite the Ministry of Education and Culture of Uruguay, but first, before we hear him, we will listen to a recorded message from the General UNESCO Director, Audrey Ossolet.
Excelencias, señoras y señores.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellence, the COVID pandemic was, without a shade of a doubt, the best illustration of what technology can and can do in favor of education. This was also a lesson learned about thinking that technology is always good and always a sign of progress. 2023 edition of this report on follow-up on education on the world places this work in perspective. We would like to thank Uruguay for leading the path in this field through the National Plan of Digital Education, Ceibal Plan, and also for welcoming us our debates.
What can we learn from this report, which focuses on technology in education? Maybe that there are at least 4 paradoxical trends in this field. 4 lessons that we can learn from past experience. The first lesson we can learn is that we must never forget the social and emotional dimensions of teaching and learning. While technology does have the potential to personalize learning, no screen will ever replace a teacher. Learning means listening, trusting, creating connections. Everything else is a tool. And tools can be useful and effective, but they can do nothing without the fundamental relationship between teacher and student. The second lesson is one of perspective, because these tools may enhance the learning experience for some, but they are out of reach for millions of people around the world. There cannot be a universal solution when only 40% of primary schools worldwide are connected to the internet, or when 70% of rural populations in sub-Saharan Africa do not even have electricity. And this brings me to the third lesson, the deep disconnect between the desire to make education a global public good and the proliferation of private technology providers in this field, which raises the question of their commercial interest. This report raises the alarm. For instance, only 14% of countries guarantee data privacy in education by law. It's a major risk that must be addressed. Finally, the fourth lesson of this report is a warning. In introducing digital solutions in education, we must always ask ourselves whether it really serves the long-term educational outcomes of children. We must bear in mind that learning requires concentration, focus, which can be disrupted by digital devices. And we must be aware that increased screen time can have an impact on children's physical and mental health. This is why we need to find a better balance in our use of digital solutions while avoiding unnecessary exposure. We now have evidence of the negative impact of smartphones on learning, yet fewer than a quarter of countries ban them from schools. Señoras y señores, estos desafíos pueden superarse y por eso nuestro informe ofrece recomendaciones. Nos invita a abordar el uso de la tecnología en la educación en nuestros propios términos. En los próximos días, los animo a que tomen como base nuestras recomendaciones, teniendo siempre presente que la tecnología debe estar al servicio de la educación sin gobernarla. Muchas gracias. Merci à vous.
Luego de este importante mensaje de la directora general de UNESCO, ahora sí invitamos al ministro de Educación y Cultura de Uruguay, Pablo da Silveira, a dar unas palabras de apertura.
We would like to invite Pablo da Silveira for some opening words.
Muy buenos días para todos y en primer lugar,
good morning, everybody, and first of all, please be welcome everyone who is attending this meeting and coming to Montevideo for this presentation. Ministries of Education, technicians, members from the academia, and also members from international organizations. Please, I would like you to feel at home here in our city. It is the first time that this prestigious international report and global report is presented in Latin America. This is a true privilege, and we are very excited as Uruguayans for having this activity here in Montevideo. I would like to thank UNESCO, and especially the Education Directorate from UNESCO, managed from our dear Stefana, that is going to be here with us after some problems with her flights. She will be coming today, and I will also like to thank our office of UNESCO in Uruguay. They are a great ally of the Ministry of Education in Uruguay, and they are constantly working together with us in all projects regarding in and out of education, like other things like science, culture, and technology. And I would also like to thank Ceibal Foundation. They have been a true pillar in the organization of this activity. There is an old saying that was generated in other contexts within the context of the 1970s, but is still current in many areas today. That is, if you think globally, but act locally. And I think that this is very applicable when it comes to start a reflection on this report. We're all subject to global trends, in this case that have to do with the evolution of technology and the impact that new technologies are having on our daily lives as societies and in education. But we also see within our personal contexts, our histories behind us as societies and our educational history. We have, of course, our own specific challenges and our specific opportunities. So this is why a meeting as today's, we are not waiting for formulations or recipes to be applicable elsewhere. This is an environment in which we're going to be exchanging ideas, exchanging evidence, and it is an opportunity of enriching ourselves with the lessons learned and the opinions from other colleagues. Also, to learn from the developments of others. And once we are back home, or for us who are going to be staying, it will be up to us as a challenge to find out and to see whether these opportunities and these challenges can be overcome in order to make better decisions, in order to develop better social policies in each one of our countries. So I would like to invite you all not to forget that an event as this, it is not an end, but it is the way, the path to improve the quality of our policies and the quality of our decisions. The idea is to build the best education we can possibly build in order to provide this for our nation, our students, and our employees. Thank you so much. We would like to thank the Ministry of Education and Culture of Uruguay for his opening words, and I would like to highlight the relevance of this event. As the Minister said, it is the first time that a GEM report is presented in Latin America, but it is also the first time that it is presented in a Hispanic country. And it is in Uruguay. In this high-level segment, we're going to be having the first presentations of findings and recommendations of the 2023 report on the role of technology on education. This report is based on the current debate that this report is rebuilding.
Las preguntas que propone el informe GEM son las siguientes. ¿La tecnología democratiza el conocimiento o amenaza la democracia al permitir que solo unos pocos controlen la información? ¿Ofrece oportunidades ilimitadas?
Education. Does it offer open or limited opportunities? Does it lead to a future in which we're going to be dependent on technology and we cannot come back? Does this present better opportunities for all of us? Or on the contrary, this will increase differences? And lastly, should we include the capabilities related to the use of technology in education from the early childhood, or is there any risk that this would pose on the development of children? The GEM report gives answers to all these questions within a very particular and challenging context. On the one hand side, the educational systems continue to recover from the devastating effects caused by the pandemic, specifically when we talk about the learning results, despite worldwide efforts to provide remote distance learning. On the other hand, once schools were open again, after the debate on the use of digital systems that are more and more intelligent in education, this report questions who defines the terms of use on technology in education, and it invites the own educational system to answer these questions, always putting the interests of our students in the first place. The presentation of these results and recommendations of the 2023 GEM report on technology and education is going to be presented in this very special auditorium. We have ministries of education from Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Honduras, Paraguay, and Uruguay, and over 70 experts and key spokespersons from different parts of the world. We will also have the input, virtual participation from Botswana, Chile, Estonia, Indonesia, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, and Zambia. And in order to present these results, we would like to now give the floor to Manus Antonini. He's the director of this World of Education at UNESCO.
Thank you very much. Honorable ministers, honorable ambassadors, director of the ANEP, president of Ceibal, dear associate minister, minister of Ministry and Culture in Uruguay, director of the Ceibal Foundation, sirs and madams, it's an honor to present the GEM Report 2023. And it's a pleasure to do so for the first time in South America, in Latin America, and for the first time in person in almost 5 years since COVID separated us. I am thankful for you being here, sharing this moment with us. It's been a long trip for many of you, many of us, and we should respect the time that we allot to this and have significant conversations. What we perhaps talk about as significant connections. People are at the center of it. We also gather here to celebrate the commitment of Uruguay of facing a difficult challenge, how to adapt the new gifts of digital technology to the old traditions of education. The GEM report, which is independent, published by UNESCO, has been the tool of the international community to monitor the progress towards the international education objectives. Actually, we should remind you that today I'm going to be presenting less than half the content of the report. This actually covers 3 more areas that I invite you to explore. The impact of technologies, of DIC technologies in education, the impact of education in technology, and the progress towards SDG 4. Halfway through the goals of 2030, while we continue to try to evaluate the impact of COVID-19. Perhaps you'll be surprised Sorry, we're having some audio issues. This seems to be what generates most passion and interest, even though we've tried to talk about other sensitive issues such as migration and inclusion and the role of private stakeholders. Our obligation is to try to take a look at the question from our perspective, which is how to accelerate progress in order to achieve SDG 4, our goal of global education. And this effort, technology, is recognized in the title of the report as a tool, but also we are facing another challenge. The rapid pace of changes, the number of users of the internet has increased 16%, which was 16% in 2005 to 60% in 2022. Just to give you an example, the number of people who participate in massive online courses has increased to 220 million in less than 10 years. And that doesn't include China. But it's also true that education, higher education, has been affected the most. The use of technology is still not as extensive or transformative in other levels of education. Just 1 out of 2 schools of the first cycle of secondary school are connected to the internet. And as this figure shows, using PISA data from 2018, only 1 out of 10 secondary school students of high and mid-level income inform that they use digital devices at least 1 hour per week in science or math classes. The SDG 4 is a complex objective, but let's suppose that we could reduce it to the following, that all young people could come out of secondary school with a minimum level of competence in writing and math. We should recognize that high-income countries who had achieved this did it before the coming of digital technology. This is not a requirement for SDG 4. The technology is just a tool for that. Digital technology is just a tool for that. And so what we should ask ourselves is, what are the education issues that we are trying to solve? Can technology help address these issues? And if so, in what conditions? It might seem strange, but these questions are rarely asked in this order. There's the temptation of asking how we can apply technology in education, even when it's not the same way. Goals in education change in average every 3 years. And sometimes this pace cannot be followed. Most of the evidence comes from a few countries with high income. Meanwhile, not all the impact can be measured easily. Technology is complex, heterogenic. Despite the lack of evidence, technology is adopted. In the United Kingdom, they discovered that only 7% of the products had been submitted to the most rigorous test of random control tests. Technology providers are generating most of the evidence. In some cases, we found that this evidence contradicts the findings of independent evaluations.
Allow me to switch now to English. In terms of equity, this region championed the use of radio for remote populations. It also pioneered the use of television, notably in Brazil and Mexico, where the telesecundaria program is credited with having increased enrollment by a fifth. The most transformative impact of technology has been on learners with disabilities. Technology has also supported learners in emergencies, although the report notes with some concern that only just over 10% of interventions were implemented by governments. However, no emergency was as dramatic as in terms of education impact on as was COVID-19, when technology offered a lifeline. But the quality of internet connections and the availability of devices varied a lot. 1/3 of all learners and almost 3 in 4 of the poorest could not connect to distance learning due to the pandemic. In terms of quality, some education technologies can improve some types of learning in some contexts. Technology can vastly increase the range of teaching and learning resources available. It can make lessons more engaging and simplify some types of training. In Ecuador, for instance, Activar, a national program which integrates virtual reality technology with game elements, recreates hazardous situations to mitigate industrial risks. But excessive use of technology has also been shown to be counterproductive. Anyone with a phone next to them knows its distracting impact. We found that almost 1/4 of countries have banned smartphones in schools through either law or policy. And the world is moving away from one-to-one technology programs. The share of countries implementing them has fallen from 30% to 15%. Finally, let's not forget, technology does not need to be advanced to be effective. China broadcast recorded lectures from good teachers to 100 million students in rural primary and lower secondary schools in the early 2000s. And evaluations 10 years later showed that this simple approach had increased student learning and had even reduced the urban-rural earnings gap. Sometimes technology can improve efficiency in education management. In Senegal, a distant coaching program was not as effective as a face-to-face program, but it was 83% more cost-effective. Technology can increase teacher professional development opportunities, but it is not easy to fulfill the potential of all these opportunities. Computer-based and computer-adaptive tests can improve student assessment, but there is no transparent data on the cost of these technologies yet. Learning data analytics can improve feedback, but the capacity of education managers to analyze such data remains very limited. Data sets are not integrated, and violation of data privacy is a growing concern. Technology helps content creation and adaptation, access and distribution, and can drastically reduce costs, for instance, in textbook production. But in practice, online content has grown without enough regulation. It is mainly produced in Europe and Northern America. 92% of OER Commons content is in English. This affects the relevance of the content. Platforms, which are increasingly being used by universities, are also greatly challenging their role. Technology is often bought with no clear view of the full costs. In the United States, only 11% of school administrators and teachers requested peer-reviewed evidence before they adopted a technology. Money is not always well spent. Around 2/3 of education software licenses were unused in the United States. The GEM report also estimated what it would take to implement 2 relatively simple, modest scenarios of digital transformation in the world's poorest countries. A simple offline scenario in low-income countries and a school connectivity scenario in lower middle-income countries. But even that would add 50% to the 100 billion annual financing gap these countries are already facing to achieve their national SDG 4 targets. The GEM report has also collected information on laws and policies on technology in education from more than 200 education systems, which feature in our peer website. For instance, the report finds that 16% of countries guarantee data privacy in education, while 19% regulate the use of personal devices in schools. In order to develop the report's recommendations, we considered 4 trade-offs, as you heard from the UNESCO's Director General. The call for personalization and adaptation clashes with the need to maintain the social dimension of education, where students come together to learn from each other. Just as technology offers means to include disadvantaged learners, it also ends up excluding many more, with new forms of digital divides emerging. Commercial interests tend to clash with usual conceptions of the common good. In practice, the language of business is used much more in decisions than the language of education. And short-term gains may underestimate long-term costs. It is time to reckon with education technology's costs in terms of environmental sustainability. The report's basic premise is that technology should serve people, and that technology in education should put learners' and teachers' best interests at the center. Technology's suitability and value need to be proven in relation to a human-centered vision of education. Decision-makers need a compass when deciding to deploy technology in education. The first question is whether the use of education technology is appropriate for its context, aligned with learning objectives. Governments need to identify which digital technologies have been shown to improve learning and how, in order to then reform curricula and pedagogy accordingly. Not everything that shines is gold. An artificial intelligence-based system used by 25 million students in the United States did no better than traditional teaching. It is important to design, monitor and evaluate policies on technology in education with the participation of teachers and students. In the United States, only 41% of senior leaders were consulted in such decisions. And solutions should be designed to fit the context. The 2018 TALIS survey found that only 43% of lower secondary school teachers felt prepared to use technology for teaching even after they had been trained. The second question is whether this use of education technology is equitable. A greater focus is needed on technology that supports the marginalized. National targets need to be set on meaningful school internet connectivity by 2025 and 2030 as part of the SDG 4 benchmarking process. The GEM report and the UNESCO Institute for Statistics published the first annual SDG 4 scorecard, which describes how quickly every country moves towards their national targets in 7 SDG 4 indicators. School connectivity has been added as the 8th such benchmark indicator after the Transforming Education Summit, and countries have been asked by UNESCO to submit their targets for that by the beginning of September. Governments also need to promote digital public goods in education, and UNESCO and UNICEF are working through the Gateways project to build international consensus about norms and quality standards for such platforms. The third question is whether this use of technology is scalable. Every country should have a body that evaluates education technology, and yet hardly any does. The United States has a federal-level clearinghouse, but only 2% of more than 10,000 registered products had strong or moderate evidence of effectiveness. Governments need to be wary of the total cost of ownership and implementation. It has been estimated that the initial investment in education technology accounts for only 25% of the eventual total cost. And we need to ensure transparency in public spending and in terms of agreements with private companies. Decentralization of decisions to school levels has often proven difficult for them. Finally, does this use of technology support sustainable education futures? Countries need to establish a curriculum and assessment framework for digital competencies that is broad, intended for citizenship, not just for the world of work, and not attached to specific technologies. A framework that takes account of what is learned outside school as well. Sometimes we don't need to look far. Analysis of PISA data suggests that students with the weakest reading skills were 5 times more likely to be misled by phishing emails compared to students with strong reading skills. We need to protect learners' and teachers' human rights, their well-being, safety, and privacy. One review of applications during the pandemic found that 89% of products were in fact collecting children's data. Finally, we need to consider the material and energy implications of digital technology in education. Extending the lifespan of all laptops in the European Union by a year would be equivalent to almost 1 million cars taken off the road, for instance. We need to keep learners' best interests at the center of a framework based on human rights and focused on learning outcomes, not digital inputs. Digital technology should not be a substitute for, but a complement to human interaction. This is also the focus of the Tech on Our Terms campaign that we're launching today, which calls for decisions about technology in education to prioritize learner needs, after assessing whether its application would be appropriate, equitable, scalable, and sustainable. It is necessary to learn to live both with and without digital technology, to take what is needed from an abundance of information, but ignore what is not necessary. We will now project a short animation that summarizes the messages of the report, and I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
La tecnología abre una ventana a un sinfín de conocimientos.
Technology opens a door to new knowledge, and for many people, this is the only way to have access to education. As we learned during the pandemic, this enables obtaining new ideas, enable proving and sharing and interacting with other people. However, we still need to take the most of our technology. Many have not access to technology. They cannot use it, or they cannot teach using it. Technology is not always apt or suitable for learning. It could actually be an obstacle instead of a tool for support. Connections can break barriers, but nothing replaces human interaction. We learn better from one another when we want to use the suitable technology. We lack evidence on the right benefits that it would provide. So we need to make sure that we are able to trust in the content. Ambitious programs sometimes don't take into consideration who fund them, and this has consequences and impacts for humanity and the planet. So the GEM Report 2023 invites us to reflect on who defines the use of technology for education. Is it suitable and meeting our needs? Is it leaving anyone behind? Are we following up on the investments that are correct and the ones that fail? Are we walking on a sustainable path? Our decisions must always be centered on students, because technology is not always synonym of progress. Students must take from technology only what they need in a way that they can use it in a critical and safe way, and have tools to learn with and without it. So the use of technology is only in our terms.
Thank you very much, Manos, for your presentation and for this interesting video that summarizes 4 of the recommendations of the report, which provide a roadmap for public policy makers in order to guide the use of technology in education. The report suggests, metaphorically, that we should look below in order to determine if technology is adequate for our context and if the needs of learning are being taken into account. Behind, also looking back to see those who are left behind and make sure that we are focusing on the people who are at risk of exclusion. At the same time, proposes looking upwards in order to see if our choices are scalable, if we have evidence, and if we have calculated correctly the costs in order to make informed decisions. Finally, the report invites us to look forward in order to make sure that our plans are adjusted to our vision of sustainable development in the future. To reflect in more depth about how to carry out these recommendations, we're going to begin with a high-level panel. We're going to invite Maria Brown, the Ministry of Education of Ecuador, Camilo Soreira Santana, Minister of Education of Brazil, Jaime Saavedra, Director of Human Development for Latin America and the Caribbean of the World Bank, Berna Lalvejari, Executive Director of ETech Hub, Leandro Folgar, President of Ceibal of Uruguay, and Manos Antoninis, Director of the GEM Report of UNESCO. We will also be accompanied virtually with video messages by Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Secretary of the International Union of Telecommunications, Dave Senk, Minister of Sierra Leone, also Cristina Calas from Estonia, Gary Connell, the Latin American and the Caribbean Director for UNICEF. Thank you very much for being with us. So we're going to organize this panel based on two questions. The first question that is going to guide the first four interventions is, how can the education systems make sure that technology is adequate for different contexts and needs of learning, and guarantee that we are focusing on the people who are at risk of exclusion? We will begin with the answer through a pre-recorded video of Doreen Bogdan-Martin, General Secretary.
Digital is transforming education. As technologies like artificial intelligence make their way into classrooms, we all have a responsibility to ensure these technologies are safe and responsible, and that no one is left behind. But what does it mean to be well educated in a world shaped by AI? Are stakeholders focusing on the most marginalized students and educators? And how is digital adding measurable value to specific learning needs and contexts? These are some of the crucial questions raised in the 2023 Global Education Monitoring Report. Part of the answer lies in partnership. That's why ITU wholeheartedly supports UNESCO in calling for a collaborative, inclusive approach to leveraging digital tools for learning. At last year's Transforming Education Summit, ITU joined UNESCO and UNICEF in a call to action on digital learning for all, calling for a whole-of-government approach to achieve SDG 4, recognizing digital as a key enabler to boost education quality and access. ITU has been committed to enhancing education through technology for decades, from advancing broadcasting and satellite connectivity for remote learning to connecting every school on Earth to the internet. The ITU and UNICEF GIGA initiative, which has connected over 5,700 schools and 2 million children since 2019, shows how partnerships can help overcome some of the economic, inclusion, and efficiency challenges that have been highlighted in this year's GEM report. Meaningful connectivity is the key. Turning it to action requires comprehensive data, like our results from mapping schools, a laser focus on marginalized educators and learners, as well as guiding frameworks, such as those provided by ITU accessibility standards and digital skills programs like Equals. As we launch this year's GEM report, I urge all governments to set school connectivity targets through GIGA and to invest in inclusive connectivity and skills initiatives by joining Partner to Connect Digital Coalition. Together, we can bring safe and affordable online experiences to teachers and learners everywhere. Let's empower this generation and future generations with the connectivity and capacity that they need to thrive in our ever-changing digital world.
Good. So after this interesting video, we're going to invite the Ministry of Education of Ecuador, Maria Brown, to share her reflections. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say hello to everyone who is sharing this space with us. I would like to begin this reflection taking something that has already been said in the presentation, which is that after COVID, we had also been witnesses of the fact that if there was a suspicion that in-person education in contact with human to human could be replaced, and that does no longer exist. We are all certain that that essential contact in that human relationship is not something that we can substitute, and that the incorporation of technology in education is a tool that can be used in a good way or a bad way. And in this context, I just have some reflections about how to make this access to technology be inclusive for everyone, for all the students, and for us to be able to incorporate it in a useful way. First, talking about access, when we talk about handling devices and connectivity, making an emphasis in those sectors where traditionally this access is limited. And this makes us think about the context of the responses, especially in unequal regions such as ours, how we can reach rural or faraway sectors with the same capacity of connection, and not just with the access to a device, but also with the connection of the internet with a broadband speed that is good enough for queries on the internet to be able to be done, to be able to use the tools that are available. So this makes us think about how to expand the connectivity in a more democratic way that allows us to reach those who are most vulnerable with more priority. The second thing is how we can equip education institutions, and what is the appropriate one. Is it a laptop? Are we straying further away from the idea of a device for students? But what are the resources that should be incorporated in the education institutions for the use of that technology to really be at the service of education, and what is the limit? And I think that today the debate of Denmark about in societies with high access to connections and devices in a very universal and democratic way, where is the limit, and up to what point do we want to recover that use of more traditional resources such as books, pencils in a process of learning, and complement these in an ideal way? Another thing is training. Think about what is the training that our teachers have in order to incorporate technology in the classrooms, to be the ones who enable use of technology for our students. And this from a perspective that is in constant change and constant movement, because the resources are also being constantly updated and modernized. And in the limits of technology and approaching that, not leaving aside a debate that is very important on digital citizenship, talking about what are the risks of the use of technology, such as, for example, cyberbullying, phishing, sexting, and other challenges that are also a reality. How we can do this in a more integral way so that these are reflected in public policy, and especially for those who are most vulnerable. In Ecuador, we have tried to summarize the work plan in a digital one and a digital agenda for that goes up to 2025, and it's part of a national digital agenda that involves all of the institutions of the government and the state, which allows us to have a clear direction And we have set an objective, which is to design plans, policies, and education programs that are focused on digital learning, digital alphabetization, and digital citizenship. So these three elements are complementary, but always thought as in how they insert in the interaction of human beings, in the citizenship, in the exercise of their rights in a collective way, and from the perspective of society and community and the development of the individual in a specific context. And so there we set a series of actions that have an inclusive perspective that look specifically to those populations that have been traditionally excluded, and try to see how to incorporate this technology in order to close gaps and try to advance in incorporating these tools, but especially reducing the access gap to these resources for those who are in situations of more disadvantage. Thank you very much, Minister. We now invite Camilo Soreira Santana, Ministry of Education of Brazil, to continue with the reflections. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the invitation of NECA. I would like to congratulate you on the presentation of the report. I would like to say hi to the whole of the roundtable, the Minister Pablo from Uruguay, our host, the foundation. Tell you that we are really taking priority as education as a priority in Brazil since the election of Lula, a president who, in his two first governments, invested a lot in education. They have a very important strategy, and it's really fundamental. The report provides a very important subject for discussion. There are some important things to know about Brazil. Brazil is a very large country. There's 40 million students in basic education, in primary education, more than 130,000 public schools just at that basic level. And so that is a huge challenge. And there's also a lot of inequality regionally. There's a lot of countries in one country, in a way, with different cultural issues and economical issues. And one of the fundamental points is to guarantee alphabetization of our children at the right age. That is a program that was launched by the president, which gathers the impact of the 27 states of the federation in more than 5 Brazilian municipalities. And after the broadening integral schools, this is something that we really want to move forward in these full-time schools and integrate it in primary and secondary education. This is the topic of this encounter. The president is going to launch in a few days a program to connect everyone, 138,000 schools with broadband connection with pedagogical objectives. And this is a great challenge of accessibility, quality, and access to technology in the area of education. This is a first point where the Brazilian government has focused its attention, because there's huge differences in Brazil. There's the southern region, that one is a richer region. 80% of the schools have connection. But if we go to the Amazon, the northern region, less than 40% have access to connection, and they have low quality. And so that is the challenge, to guarantee a good quality connection. And then think about training. We have to train our teachers for a new model of education and connectivity. President Lula recently passed a law approved by Congress, and regarding policies of education in Brazil, there are several axes that have to do with research, and we are trying to work on those accesses and build from there, and try to complement that with national laws that can also regulate the use of those digital platforms. We are seeing around the world bad experiences with technology, with disseminations that are anti-democratic, problems with violence, issues with schools. It has happened in Brazil, so that's why there's been a lot of worrying recently about control of digital platforms in our country.
We also have a key topic on which we're working that has to do with having a mandatory discipline, or at least, if we are not able to have that, something that we can have in the curriculum in order to include digital citizenship. Not only at school, you have to develop this ability. The access of technological media could be something positive, and this is the road, the path we want to establish. It is also important to build digital citizenship within basic education institutions in early childhood. And this is something that, of course, we need to put in practice as soon as possible. But it's important for us to have technology so we can grant this access. It must have pedagogical purposes. We must be able to control this. Well, and this is a huge challenge worldwide on how technology is becoming first more accessible and also cheaper. So developing and poor countries are getting more access. As we know, technology changes overnight, and we need to sort of run after these changes, and we need to change everything sometimes, improve our technological infrastructure. So with my initial words and with this brief thoughts that I'm sharing with you, I would like to highlight the importance for our Latin American countries to work jointly, to work hand in hand so we can increase the quality of public education for our children and youth, especially in Brazil. Connectivity is fundamental in this process, and it must be provided in an equitable and democratic way, not only for our population, but for all citizens. My congratulations to UNESCO. Thank you for inviting me today.
Muchas gracias, ministro, por su participación. Vamos ahora a un mensaje en video de David Sene, ministro principal de.
We will now share.
Context and equity should be at the core of all our reflections on the use of technology in education. As the 2023 GEM report correctly mentions, it is essential to look down at where we are, to see if technology is appropriate for our context and learning needs, but also to look back at those left behind, to make sure we are focusing on the marginalized. Technology for technology's sake that neglects those two key points in mind is unlikely to produce the results we need to bring us closer to SDG 4. Understanding when and how to use and not use technology to serve our educational objectives is becoming a critical skill for 21st century education leaders. It means that the emphasis on examining technology through the lenses of relevance, equity, scalability, and sustainability is a critical point I hope we can all take from today. Too often, we talk about technology and how we can incorporate it without considering our needs and what will best address our problems. We look at the digital inputs, not the learning outcomes, as the GEM report urges us to do. In Sierra Leone, we have tried to look down and back. We've put equity at the center of our digital education policies, while at the same time use technology to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of our education system management in a way that can help us track learning. The radical inclusion policy approved under my ministry focused on providing equitable access to education for all children in Sierra Leone. It provides a roadmap for the day-to-day operation of schools to ensure inclusion and positive experiences for all students, regardless of the agenda and status in society. We know the importance of basing policies on evidence, and we're trying this roadmap to really having data being generated in our education system on learners' trajectories. Our emphasis on looking down and back has trickled down to teachers, school directors, parents, and communities. Our leaders in primary schools are now prepared to use tablets to collect and apply dynamic data to manage their classrooms, their schools, to oversee teacher registration, student enrollment, and attendance. They are partners in using technology to make sure that no one is left behind in a way that is fitting for their context and that aligns with our national policy to drive faster progress. In other words, in our carefully considered choice of what technology to invest in, we have chosen what we call #Tech on our terms. Building systems based on unique students and school identifiers, as we have done since 2018, helps unequivocally. For example, our digitized annual school census can flag up an issue far faster than many physical inspection could do, albeit we need both. Looking back and down for radical inclusion, we have also invested in geospatial data. Their use remains nascent in poorer countries, even though it is needed there the most. In Sierra Leone, we're looking at ways of maximizing these innovations with a GIS tool that considers new school locations based on poverty, population, and flood risk data. It identifies where we have blind spots, where we could improve, and where we could learn. I'm excited by the potential of technology for the reason that it is an amplifier where correctly applied. I'm truly motivated to hear the experiences of my colleagues, peers, and friends over the next couple of days at this event, as we dissect and absorb the messages of the GEM report, for which I'm proud to be chair of its advisory board. I thank you.
Muy bien, agradecemos la participación de David Sennek y seguimos reflexionando en torno a la primera pregunta. La recordamos. ¿Cómo pueden los sistemas educativos
thank you very much. And so we're going to remember the first question, see how the different contexts and needs of learning can be approached, and guarantee that we are focusing on the people who are at risk of exclusion. We're now going to continue with a recorded message, in this case of Cristina Calas, Minister of Education and Research.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and pleasure to take the floor to mark the launch of the 2023 Global Education Monitoring Report on Technology in Education. I am humbled by the recognition given to Estonia and will use this opportunity to briefly share some key observations from this journey. I do stress the word journey. Where we are today is a result of work of several decades, ever since the restoration of our nation's independence. We are truly proud of our educational achievements in PISA rankings, as well as in terms of our students' and teachers' high digital competencies. Indeed, before infrastructure, our attention must be centered on human beings, focusing on the skills and competencies of teachers and students. Specific attention to the development of students' digital competencies has been a priority since 2011. When digital competence was first included in the national curricula as one of the general competencies that must be acquired by graduating. This way, we can help learners familiarize with digital tools available in the learning process, but we also keep in mind the broader impact. In a fully digitalized world, digital competencies are crucial for self-fulfillment, contributing to career goals, learning, leisure, and most importantly, to social inclusion. Now, to come back to infrastructure, or more specifically, access to digital tools in the classroom. With our whole school network being covered with stable access to internet as a first step taken several decades ago, today, many tools are an inseparable part of the average school day. e-diaries for sharing homework and feedback between the school and the home, textbooks and learning resources moving online, or online admission systems. For many, this is how school has always been. The speedy and smooth transition to distance learning during COVID-19 showed us that we are on the right path, but also highlighted the bottlenecks we have quickly been able to draw our attention to ensure continuous access to quality education for all. These developments are not the result of governmental initiatives alone, and has been possible thanks to broad cooperation between diverse actors. We attach great importance to academia and EdTech sector, and we have full trust in our schools' judgment what is best for them. Several key tools covering all our school network are in fact offered by private providers, chosen autonomously by the schools themselves. Finally, a message to frame these past thoughts. Digitalization is never a goal on its own. There is no use for technology just for the sake of digitalizing education. Every decision to move from traditional to digital tools must be meaningful. It should simplify and support the learning process. As we keep in mind the importance of access to quality education for all learners, regardless of their background, these tools must always enrich and diversify learning opportunities and improve access to it, never the opposite. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
We would like to thank the contribution of the Ministry of Education and Research of Estonia. And to finish with the reflections of the first question, we're going to see another pre-recorded message of José Mauricio Pineda, Minister of Education, Science and Technology of El Salvador. Good morning. It's a pleasure to participate in this. It's a pity that I couldn't be there in person, but due to very important reasons that I couldn't prevent, I had to cancel my trip last moment, but I wanted to participate in this huge event that for us as El Salvador is extremely important. With an education that is important focus in pedagogical innovation rather than first in digital innovation. And this can only be achieved in a good education ecosystem. We have the mission of guaranteeing that children and teenagers can fully have the rights to learn and to have teachers who can take advantage of technopedagogy and who can go ahead and promote and make easy the learning of knowledge and competences that can help the person be an integral person and develop as a citizen. But this also involves the family, society, and it places at the center the person who is learning, the student. We are living in an era of a lot of technology, communication, education, but we have to remember that technology is the medium and not the end, and it's a tool for the pedagogical act. Only in those conditions will technology be adequate, a tool to guarantee quality education. During decades, Ecuador was submerged in a moment, in a valley period for education, health, and other things. But the government, since the beginning, has intentionally and systematically, since the beginning, tried to use technology extensively in all the areas, and particularly in the digital transformation of education. This has implied for all the population to appropriate this and strengthen their digital abilities. And with digital disruption, we have lived a process of alphabetization, digital alphabetization, and not just with the introduction of technology, but also taken advantage of these socially and politically. With the 2019 COVID pandemic, there was even more difficulty in access for children and young people who, as a consequence of a lack of digital resources and the restrictions of staying at home, lived their schooling with a lot of challenges in their continual education. But this phenomenon that affected our population so severely became an opportunity to make the digital transformation of education in Salvador a reality, and has also shown the interest of educators and students in wanting a change of how to live their education processes. And so the government took advantage of this and invested in education, and it increased the budget from 3.2 to 5.2 regarding the GDP for education. The majority of the budget increase was invested in training teachers, having digital platforms, technological equipment, and connections to provide opportunities for everyone. We have to be convinced that we have to invest more and better in order to move forward towards our objectives and meet the commitments that we have with the people. As part of the education reform that the country is going through, called My New School, the government undertakes the commitment of having all children and teenagers in public education centers to have access to science and technology, and for there to be no inequalities independently of where they live or study. We cannot implement in an isolated way the process of technologies in the education system. We have to do this in an articulated way, synergically with other processes, and in transformations that also encompass other areas of life. From this perspective, our teenagers and children who in the past didn't have access to technology can now have their own devices in their school and at home. And this means working for equality and social justice, providing specialized equipment as well without distinction to our population who have disabilities is also an obligation of public policy, with a focus on quality education that implies a participation of everyone, and especially the younger people. Digitalization of education does not have to follow steps that are different from other education policies. In Salvador, we are convinced that our education policies have to start with education as a right, and this is not just with quality education. The education system, the school, is a space that guarantees or provides the possibility of other rights. A education policy that is understood in this way can only be oriented towards universality and inclusion, and therefore is really equitable and can only answer to particular aspects if it is based on evidence. Technology is not everything. We have to understand our students, the people in their immediate context, and being part of a family and a community. Nothing can affect the interest of a child as having a good teacher, a family, and a community that is stimulating them and that is helping them learn and grow. That's why schools have to be connected with the community, and to understand the territory where it is as also a space of learning, opportunities to have opportunities to live and also transcend. The digital transformation and the transformation of the world is happening, and people are also transformative. The school is a space where we learn tools to change and to use this for the benefit of all. However, this is not learned in any environment, and along these lines, we think that we have to transform the pedagogical model, and that technology should be incorporated to the model and not the other way around. A pedagogical model that provides opportunities for all, and where technology can be appropriated with a focus on equity and rights.
Muy bien, agradecemos la participación del Ministerio de Educación, Ciencia y Tecnología de El Salvador para cerrar las respuestas de esta primera pregunta.
Okay, thank you much for your kind words centered on inclusion. We will now go to the second question, that is, how can we look towards the future and take decisions based on evidence which are scalable and sustainable in the future? We would like to invite this to Jaime Saavedra, Director of Human Development for Latin America from the World Bank.
Muchas gracias, Florencia, por la pregunta. Quería, en primer lugar, felicitar a UNESCO, Plan Ceibal.
First of all, I would like to congratulate UNESCO and Plan Ceibal and the Ministry of Education and Culture for this event and for inviting us to have this important debate. I would like to also congratulate Manos and the GMR team for an excellent report, an excellent presentation, and for making emphasis in this report. The discussion here is on learning. This is the key discussion, and how technology can be functional towards this end. And speaking about learning, I would like to congratulate Uruguay for signing and adhering to the commitment on taking action on basic learnings. This was signed by a group of Latin American ministries, and in particular by Uruguay. So congratulations, you have committed yourselves to include this as a state policy and make progress in this sense. In order to answer this question for evaluation and sustainability and also scalability, this is a very broad question, right? First of all, I would like to emphasize something already mentioned in the report, that is the importance of constantly evaluating the quality of the different solutions we provide, or the ones that start to be presented in this dynamic environment. We must think that it is not enough to evaluate the impact, but the process itself, the process of implementation on any technological solution must be taken into consideration. Use this information that is constantly coming from the use of certain technological tools. When we have an adaptive software program, there is a huge amount of information every time that kid is clicking something, whether they make a mistake or not. There is a huge amount of information on the learning process that sometimes is not taken care of. We don't take advantage of it. And there is sort of a divorce, a separation on the different technological stakeholders. There is not enough interrelationship in the process of learning technology or among technology and private companies producing and manufacturing technologies, and even researchers on technological tools. So this kind of divorce and separation must be overcome. I also wanted to mention on scalability and sustainability. First of all, we are facing a huge learning crisis in Latin America and also in Uruguay. We need to make progress in a much faster way. It is not enough for kids to be at school. They must learn. So facing this learning crisis, is technology helping us to move forward and overcome this obstacle? First of all, we have been constantly evaluating, and we are aware of available technologies that are available in the market. Okay, once we know that, what is the first challenge? And I'm not talking about Uruguay, okay? Because Uruguay has made a huge progress throughout the Ceibal plan over the last 15 years. Just to talk about the average in Latin America, in general speaking, there is a huge problem on information flow, because many times those providing information are vendors, and for the government it is very difficult to take the right decision, especially in a market that is extremely imperfect in terms of lack of symmetry, because who knows what works where and how. Purchases are so complex. As we know, the procurement processes for software are so complex for governments. In the case of Uruguay, for example, this was solved in a very creative way by Ceibal as being an entity that is public, but they belong to private right, and they are able to contract and procure in a very different way compared to other states in Latin America. So this is the first reflection, how you can purchase and acquire scalable technology. As the Estonian Ministry of Education said, this is also resolved in a very decentralized way. Each school must have a lot of learn by their directors in order to decide what technological solutions they wish to buy. And in many countries, we don't have that capability at all. So adding to this problem, let's suppose, okay, we're able to identify the solutions, we're able to procure them, but now what do we do with the connectivity issue? I think that in the medium term, this will be a restriction that we will be facing less and less because prices are dropping. So I think that over the next decade, we're going to be solving this. Kids are going to be connected, schools are going to be connected. We will have a laptop available at each school for each kid, but the problem is that we need to have an ecosystem for management, for the logistics, the maintenance of all this hardware that is very complex as well. So we have here another challenge. And the third huge challenge, okay, we have the software, we were able to buy it, we evaluate the policies, we solve the hardware and the maintenance, but now, is this going to then, if we strike the right balance between technology and the human right, is this going to be helpful for us to learn? If we don't strike that balance, no one's going to learn. So we must evaluate technology and the impact it has on learning. And teachers must see technology in a way that it is a tool, another tool that they can use. So we say that, is technology going to be replacing the teacher? No. We're not going to be replacing anyone, but it could happen that those professors or teachers who don't know how to use the technology in a correct way eventually will be replaced by another teacher that knows or has the software skills or is more tech-friendly. This is going to happen, let's face it. There's no other way. Technology will be used. We must make sure that teachers have the capability on doing the right things. And I also wanted to comment about the opportunity. It is so important to provide opportunities to everyone. Technology is the great leverage, but nowadays it is an inequality problem because not everybody has access to a device right now. But the most important thing is that not everyone has access to a teacher who has the skills to use technology. Is AI going to replace teachers? No. But if the teacher is able of using AI, then he or she will be able to provide information in a much easier way, in a much faster way, consuming less time. He or she will be able to have more entertaining exercises for the students. And then they will have time to dedicate what is difficult to be replaced with technology, which is to foster critical thinking, creativity. These are the things that will not be replaced. This good professor or teacher will have then more time to invest in these areas. So I think this is the key challenge. So it is important for us to use this potential, the potential of technology. And I think that technology can be the best equalizer we can have in accelerating the learning processes. But this means that we need to invest in technology. And we also need to invest in the proper teachers. We need to make sure that we have a right selection process. So we really hire those that are committed the most with these challenges. And they have a huge responsibility. It is not only teaching. It is the responsibility of making sure that every kid learns. And also, we need to provide these teachers with a technical support so they can acquire these technological skills. Thank you so much for your time.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Jaime. Continuamos ahora con una respuesta a través de
Thank you, Jaime. We would like to now share an answer from Gary Conneal. He's the UNICEF Regional Director for Latin.
Esteemed Ministers of Education, distinguished colleagues from UNESCO, and members of the Global Education Monitoring Team, my name is Gary Camille, and I am Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean for UNICEF. It's indeed a pleasure to greet you all this morning as we gather for this significant event. We are here today because we all agree that education is a fundamental right for every child and every adolescent. However, in Latin America and the Caribbean, millions of children are being deprived of the education they need to thrive. The closure of schools during the pandemic have had devastating impact, with up to 4 out of 5 10-year-olds unable to read a simple text. Moreover, thousands of children across the region are not attending school at all. In this region, we are all well aware that those who are being left behind in terms of education are primarily living in impoverished communities. They include indigenous and Afro-descendant children, those with disabilities, girls who are being denied access to classrooms, and children whose life has been upended by various crises such as climate disaster and migration. Digital solutions can play a vital role in keeping these marginalized children engaged in learning and propelling them towards a brighter future. However, we face a significant challenge in a region where 1 in 3 people lack access to the internet. Nevertheless, UNICEF, together with our partners, is diligently working to connect children and adolescents with world-class digital solutions that are based on solid evidence. We prioritize listening to the voice of children and adolescents, involving them in decision-making processes, and creating solutions that cater to their specific needs. Additionally, we collaborate with various stakeholders to leverage data, ensuring that our programs have a profound impact on the lives of these young individuals. Allow me to highlight the extremely important initiative, the UNICEF and Microsoft Learning Passport platform. This digital learning program has provided high-quality educational content to children in 5 countries across the region during the pandemic. In Mexico, the platform has already shown success in improving learning outcomes for secondary school adolescents. This year, Mexico will become the first country in the region to pilot the platform's outline version, enabling us to reach disconnected students and provide them with high-quality education. We are also collaborating with partners such as UNESCO, EdTech Hub, and other key actors in the global digital education ecosystem. Together, we aim to harness the potential of technology and utilize valuable information to bridge the learning gaps and overcome the digital divide in our region. Latin America and the Caribbean possesses immense potential to become leaders in innovative education. Some countries like Uruguay are already paving the way with their progressive approaches. However, we still require more data and evidence, such as the recently released Global Education Monitoring Report, to guide us in providing vulnerable children with digital solutions that best suit their needs. Today, with all of you gathered here in Montevideo, we have the opportunity to work alongside our partners and make significant strides. Together, we can bridge the digital divide, connect every school to the internet, and bring accessible technologies to the fingertips of children, whether they are at home, in school, or on the move throughout the region. As Regional Director for UNICEF, I would like to commend the remarkable efforts of UNESCO colleagues and the Global Education Monitoring Team. Let us ensure that this space serves not only as a platform for reflection on education and technology, but also as a catalyst for strong commitment and action. We must work tirelessly to guarantee quality learning for every child, as their future and the future of this entire region depends on it. Thank you for all your dedication and collaboration, and I hope you make the most of this event.
Thank you very much for the contribution of the Regional Director of UNICEF. We want to remind you about the question that we are reflecting about in this segment. How can we look forward and make decisions based on evidence that are scalable and sustainable in the future? We now invite to contribute to the debate Berna Lekhari, who is the director of Berna Lekhari, who is the director of EdTech Hub.
Huge thank you to UNESCO and the GEM team for inviting me to the stage today to launch the seminal report for our sector. It is indeed a seminal report for our sector and one that is much needed. I also want to extend appreciation to the Minister of Uruguay for the warm welcome and Ceibal Foundation for hosting this important conversation and this global platform for this report. This is actually my first time in Uruguay and, really feel the warm welcome that you've all extended. We've had quite a few comments today on the panel, so I'm going to keep mine fairly brief. And want to say that as a research consortium that is focused on building the evidence base for technology and education, we're actually preoccupied with sustainable, scalable solutions and making sure that the sector has what they need in order to make good, wise, sound decisions about technology in education. The discussion in the global education space is often still dominated by what I think of as non-specific pessimism or uncritical optimism. And this report actually goes a long way in providing some really rigorous data to address some of these tensions in the sector. One of the major challenges that we face, and one that was actually highlighted in the report, is that good, impartial evidence is actually in short supply. We don't have the data that we need in order to make wise decisions. The landscape as we know it is rapidly evolving. The spend in technology or the investments in EdTech is just exponentially increasing. And that really leaves key decision makers, like many of you, in a space with facing to make tough decisions without the data, without the hard data. Jaime referenced the complexities of procurement and what goes into actually making sound decisions when it comes to technology and education. As a global education resource, the EdTech Hub is actually focused on building this evidence. And I'm very pleased to say that we currently have about 13 research studies underway that focus on low and middle income countries and looking at the efficacy of interventions when it comes to technology and its usage, and specifically the scale and the spend on EdTech. But I will also be the first one to say that that's not enough. The challenge of supply is a real one, and one that really requires a multi-pronged approach, one that requires the research community, the institutes of higher education, as well as government units to really strengthen the capacity for data-driven decision-making. And don't get me wrong, many ministries are actually doing this. We heard from the Minister of Education in Sierra Leone, Minister Asenge, where they have a nice, good focus on data-driven decision-making. But I'd like to push the envelope and say it's less about collecting the data, but it's more about strengthening the capacity to interpret the data, to analyze the data, and then to truly use the data and make the commitment to leveraging this data for the tough decisions that we need to make when it comes to technology and education. I will also say that the framework provided by the GEMS report at the tail end of it, the recommendations, really put forth a nice compass and a series of questions that we should always be considering when we're thinking about procurement decisions and the complexities that go into making these procurement decisions. I'll take it a step further, actually, and I'll put out a call or a challenge to the sector to really think about these questions, and I'll expand on them a little bit because I think they're really important in guiding our decisions when it comes to purchasing rigorous EdTech interventions. And this question, the questions that I'll put forth really are relevant regardless of where you sit and the role that you play. Whether you're a decision maker at the Ministry of Education, whether you're a researcher, a donor, someone in the donor community, or a school leader, really to think about a few things, and I'll outline them very quickly, and they relate really closely to the compass in the report. The first question is, will this use of technology lead to sustained impact on student learning? As educators, we're in the business of teaching and learning, right? What kids know and need to be able to do is what should drive us. So this justification on spend really should be tied to the improvement in student learning. Next, will this use of technology work for the most marginalized children and enhance equity? One of the criticisms of EdTech is that it has the potential to exacerbate inequities. So how are we making sure that the EdTech solutions that we put forth are viable in low-resourced communities as well? And then tied to that, again, what is referenced in the report is total cost of ownership. Are the EdTech solutions that we're putting out there or that we're getting ready to procure cost-effective? And cost-effective for poor countries, for low and middle-income countries. Again, making sure that when we think of total cost of ownership, we're thinking not just about the procurement of devices, because that's just where it starts, but really also thinking about teacher professional development, human capacity, and the operations that go into launching EdTech interventions. And then, of course, contextualizing the interventions. Will this use of technology be effective in the specific context with the specific set of needs and unique environments? And lastly, of course, which I think is as important, is making sure that the EdTech interventions we put out actually align with government priorities. So instead of having EdTech strategies that sit on the side, how are we making sure that our EdTech plans or strategies are incorporated into broader education sector plans and the broader vision for education for our country? So, of course, this is a framework. And these are not questions that require simple yes or no answers, but really needing to unpack how we do this, why we do this, and to what extent we do this. But I challenge you all to actually think about the recommendations and the moral compass that was put forth in the report as you go forward and use evidence to inform your decision-making. Thank you so much for your time today.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Berna, por tus aportes y tus desafíos para el sector. Vamos a terminar ahora esta pregunta vinculada con escalabilidad, sostenibilidad y futuro con la palabra de Leandro Folgar, presidente de Ceibal de Uruguay.
Bueno, buenos días. Muchas gracias, Florencia, por darme la palabra. Gracias a todos los panelistas que me antecedieron por la presentación. Muchísimas gracias. Como anfitrión quiero darle las gracias a todos los participantes que están aquí siguiéndonos, ministros que nos han honrado con su presencia y a todos los participantes que también nos están siguiendo por streaming. Aquí mismo tenemos otra sala en donde se está siguiendo el evento por streaming y además personas conectadas desde todas partes del mundo, lo que le da a Uruguay la honra y a su vez la responsabilidad de que se haya elegido este lugar para lanzar el reporte global sobre el estado de la educación con un énfasis en tecnología por el
GEM report and an emphasis on technology due to the work that Uruguay has been doing since 16 years ago in trying to integrate technology to education. When I was hearing about how complex the need for evidence is, the need to not take technology as a solution, a broad solution, and try to have a more balanced outlook We've been trying to do this for 16 years in Uruguay, and we still don't have all the answers. We don't have the final answers or the final solution. This marks something that I'm always trying to highlight, which is the implementation, the inclusion of digital technologies in the education system is more similar to a marathon than to a 100-meter race. It is a task that we have to be prepared for permanently, and which we will always, the finish line is always going to be moving ahead. We always have to improve in that sense. We want to thank Jaime for his contribution. It helps me here and the Robert Silva, President of ANEP, and all the other members. It helps us not be so angry when we have a public bid for software, and we have to study and try to see how a solution is included in the education system, because it's going to impact the students, it's going to impact the rest of the platforms that we have available. We're going to have an interoperation perspective and equality perspective, and so that is very important. I also wanted to reference what Maria Brown talked about in the beginning, this intellectual flirting that we've had with this thing of technology replaces education, the teacher. That comes from more of a human impulse. Well, in the 1900s, wanted to teach through telephone in New York, and then in the United States, television racks were created where there were VHS libraries, and there you had the best teachers of the country on tape, and with that they wanted to replace teachers in the time, and of course it was a huge failure at the time. And it's not just digital technologies that have this temptation of trying to replace this task of education. It comes from way back, and I think that we're not going to rid ourselves from that, because it's part of what the industry does to try to imagine possible futures. The thing is that the education system has to be prepared to understand what it needs in order to ask for it in the correct way and to try to build it in the correct manner. I was listening to this thing of the hashtag tech on our terms, and this is basically what Ceibal has been trying to do since 16 years ago. It's been trying to see how to build a technological infrastructure that can give us digital self-determination in the education communities that has a equity emphasis and the emphasis of getting to all the students around the country in any condition. And this also has to do with what Ceibal is trying to do in the future. Our mission is to try to learn from the future and try for the future to be distributed equitably around the education community. As Jaime was saying, technology is not the solution to education issues, but there should be digital technologies at the service of education in the future. And we have to build those capacity. We have to bring those talents and put them at the service of the deployment of technologies in the education centers and education communities that foster knowledge. To answer the question specifically, how we can have policies that are based on evidence and take a look at the future, one of the fundamental things is, what do we refer to when we talked about evidence-based policies? I think that this is a term that has acquired some fame recently. I think that public policies have, from my point of view, have always been based on evidence, but the thing is that right now, the type of evidence that we can use now to correct policies is different. It's much more agile. We can perfect the policies that we launch and we implement. Obviously, any policymaker is based on some sort of evidence to create that policy. The thing is that they have to know when they create that policy is starting to benefit some people, starting to complicate some other people, it's going to impact some communities in a certain way and others in another. And for that, you need to have agile structures that can permanently modify the structure of those policies. And so Ceibal has, during many years, advanced in like geological layers of innovation, where first we try to shorten the technology gap, trying to bring devices and then connectivity, and then we have the thing of teacher training, contents, and everything that appears in this report. And we always found different issues, and we always try to perfect them. And to give you a notion, in a country with 100% of the students who are connected, 100% of students have devices, and still, even with that being solved, there's still inequalities in how people will take advantage of those technologies. And we've had to have action on how to mitigate those inequalities, even though we have been celebrated around the world due to the response to the pandemic and how we were able to provide a response with technology. We found lots of opportunities for improvement. And I think that this report, and I want to thank Manos for choosing Uruguay to present it, but also for the work that he's done. I think that this report provides a broad perspective of what this could mean for each country. The Minister of Education of Uruguay in the beginning was saying that we have to think globally and act locally. And I would just like to ask you to think that what you're reading in this report has insights, has information of countries that, for example, are using artificial intelligence for passing the attendance in class. And at the same time, there's the radio as a main device, maybe in another country. And along the lines of that deployment of technology, there's information about that in the report. And I think that's the perspective that we have to have. And that is a good way to look at the future when we think about evidence-based policies.
Thank you so much, Leandro. With Leandro's intervention, we would finish then this section. We have seen on the importance of moving forward with connectivity, things that also, of course, are worrying us, the importance of the interpretation of data and how to use data in an intelligent manner, and also something that Jaime mentioned, the way in which we procure technology and the bureaucracy of each country involved in or surrounding this process. This is like a true race, right? We need to prepare physically and mentally on this. So, Manu, it is now your turn to tell us how to solve this. I don't want to put any pressure on you, Manos, but Manos Antonini, director of the GEM Report, director of UNESCO, is going to share with us the most important finding on this component.
First of all, I would like to thank sincerely all the panelists for engaging so generously with the report and its findings and showing to all of you the richness of the material that is there. I wish I had a killer fact to share on procurement. I can tell you we tried. It's a very difficult topic to research. I hope that will be in the next opportunity to publish such a report in the coming years. But for me, the fact that is the most appealing is of those that I presented is that very simple finding that those students who can read, have better skills reading, are those in much better position to navigate the digital world. What does this tell us? It does tell us that education systems need to ensure that all children finish secondary school at the very, very least and come out of this experience with at least the minimum levels of proficiency in the skills that we're expecting them to learn. With that, they're really forming the basis, the foundation for their societies, for their communities, for their countries, to then put on top of that a layer of technology like Uruguay has tried to do and catapult it to the next level. But let's not forget the obligations, the commitments we made in 2015 to achieve by 2030. All children should have these minimum competencies. And there are so many ways to achieve that. And first of all, of course, it requires the political commitment and the resources of that. Then we can think about how technology can be used to further strengthen us. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Manos, muchísimas gracias a todos los panelistas por sus aportes que dan cuenta de lo complejo que es lograr configuraciones con soluciones.
Panel for sharing with us how complex this topic is and how we can adapt it and scale it and provide more scalability to this. So working from this report, we will continue to reflect. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our participants. As Maria Florencia said, she will continue to moderate the next part, but we will give them some time to go back to their seats. Thank you so much for these top-level participants who started to introduce us in this report and also to the challenges that we are discussing. We will now continue with the second panel. This second part that Maria Florencia will continue to moderate, so I will give her some time to continue. Thank you. We are just about to close this, but just a reflection on technology and education to share these highlights on the 2023 GEM report. It would be very useful to continue this reflection for those who are occupying decision-making positions, development agencies, and other stakeholders that are relevant and other institutions that play a part in the decision-making, without leaving behind, of course, the most important components and persons involved, like the students, the families, and the teachers themselves. We will share with you videos with different stakeholders united with the same objective. Think on how technology can help us in building a more inclusive, equitable, and higher quality.
Technology should be seen as a means to an end and not an end in itself. The needs of the learners, the needs of the teachers, the needs of the community must well be assessed before the deployment of technology. Bridging the digital divide offers us the greatest hope of bridging the learning gap.
As a country with the fourth largest education system in the world, the use of technology allows us to scale and accelerate this transformation, ensuring equal access to quality education, tools, and materials across the archipelago. We have a philosophy of user-centric design as we approach technology, and this has helped us in providing support for teachers and principals for them to actually move along the transformation. Indonesia is entering a new paradigm where technology plays a pivotal role in accelerating transformation in education. And I believe the publication of the 2023 Global Education Monitoring Report will further optimize the potential of technology in transforming our educational systems.
We must harness and master the digital revolution and artificial intelligence from a pedagogical perspective, integrating them through active and learner-centered teaching and learning methods and practices, so that they are understood not as the dreaded substitute for teachers, but rather as teachers' best ally in empowering them to guide their students' quest for inquisitive, critical, and creative learning. This is not about the technology. It's about the learning.
I would encourage all states to use the GEM's 4-point compass for policymakers to review and revise existing policies so as to ensure the best outcomes and safeguarding of rights.
In an age of artificial intelligence, it's more important than ever for every student in every school to learn the basics of computer science and artificial intelligence. It's also important that we teach technology, computer science, and artificial intelligence with safety and ethics in mind. And if we do this, the growing field of artificial intelligence has the promise of helping every student advance in their education and every student to have access to personalized learning to help advance in ways that are meaningful to their passions. I encourage every student in every school to learn computer science and AI, and I encourage education leaders to make computer science and artificial intelligence a basic part of school curriculum.
Africa should make use of digital education to empower its young population. However, in order to promote evidence-based digital education policies and intervention, we must overcome digital divide between the poor and rich and the urban and rural areas. To do that, we should abandon one-size-fits-all approach.
The recommendations in the GEM report are clear. The use of technology in education must stem from evidence-based choices. Equity and human rights must be at the centre, not corporate profit-making. For Education International and our 32 million teachers and education support personnel, EdTech on our terms means teachers are the prime decision makers in what technology is used and how. It means quality, continuous professional development. It means the adoption and implementation of legislation to protect the data and privacy rights and well-being of students and teachers. And it means governments must fully fund public education to meet these requirements.
I believe that this report is not only for decision makers, but for also us, the young people. Young people have been highlighting the role of technology and well-being in putting learners at the center.
Artificial intelligence has the potential to transform education with innovative methods for learning, teaching, administration, and assessment, going beyond SDG 4. The 2023 GEM report on technology education emphasizes the crucial importance of prioritizing learning needs and ensuring appropriate, equitable, evidence-based, and sustainable application of technology education.
Agradecemos los aportes de quienes participaron en este video e invitamos ahora a Stefania Giannini, subdirectora
We would
general
like to
de
thank you
Educación
all
de la UNESCO, a dar unas palabras
for
de cierre
your
para la
support.
presentación del informe GEM 2023
And we would like
sobre
to
la
invite
tecnología en la
now
educación
one of our
superior
colleagues who is going to be closing this.
Tecnológica. Buenos días, en primer excelencias, señor ministro, queridos amigos y amigas. En primer lugar,
Firstly, it's a great pleasure and a great honor to finally be here in Uruguay. It's the first time for me. A country that has been widely recognized for its focus, its approach, and being a pioneer in education technology thanks to the transformation policies of education that the Minister Paulo da Silveira has implemented. Thanks to the Ceibal Foundation, that we know each other very well. And I want to thank the President of the Republic, Mr. Luis Lacalle Pou, and Minister of Education and Culture, Mr. Paulo da Silveira. Of course, our dear friends and colleagues of the Ceibal Foundation as well. Thank you for welcoming us in your home and having this conversation that is very important and very current.
Sorry for not being able to join since the beginning. We had a great day in Paris yesterday, as you may know, and I just landed in Montevideo half an hour ago. So, but of course, I follow all the discussion already done. Also, a little piece of the last panel. And I do believe that today's meeting does represent really a seminal moment, not only for the region, it's a global event, but more importantly for the global debate, which this report has already provoked. I'm sure some breaking news you heard this morning from some important media, among the others The Guardian, taking the pitch of the report about UNESCO and all other partners' position on how, whether, how, and to what extent the technology should be part of the future of learning and education. And I think this is the basic question that, from different perspectives, ministers, policymakers, educators, teachers, I would say children, youth, and learners have to take into account in the coming months and years. And I'm sure that this dialogue aims to ensure that digital learning is a public good, a common public good, and a pillar for transformation, for transforming education. This was the main point that we all together, I'm sure you have clear mind about that, discussed in New York last year when we launched the movement on transforming education to the right direction, putting learners and teachers at the very core. And this is, Manos, I suppose, one of the main messages of the report as well. But let me say that today's event, in my opinion, does represent also a comprehensive dialogue, very timely dialogue, because this is a topic that it's not only complex, it's not only broad, almost obvious, but is very fast changing, more than we expected. The report is touching also the question of AI, which is a particular component of technology. But of course, while the report has been drafted and has been actually based on the collection of impressive global data, a particular generation of AI, what we call generative AI, is coming out disruptively. And this is something which demonstrated that a few months ago, I would say, the picture where the report has been embedded was a little bit different than today. So that's another important perspective that we have to keep in mind. The discussion, the dialogue we are building must go very fast in order to follow and to possibly anticipate risks and opportunity of technology. Well, I think that such gatherings, what we did in New York last year, the launch of the 2023 GEM report on technology in education are nothing less than the future of learning in the digital age. And this dialogue is as effective as the breadth of the data and the robustness of the analysis that the report draws on. Let me say that the sudden reliance on distance learning during the COVID-19 pandemic, and more recently the explosion of generative artificial intelligence, has made all of us more aware of the need of quality information and recommendation to better inform our decision. And this is why I think this is one of the most crucial reports, Manos, that your team and UNESCO published in recent years, in my opinion. Let me reflect from the UNESCO perspective on some dimensions. They are so rich of different possible understanding, but I wish to focus on three points. The first point is that the report draws on data from over 200 education systems. So we never had before such a comprehensive global picture of where we are, the state of the art of technology in through education globally. And this is about providing us and providing you, honorable ministers who have to take decision for your children and your communities, with a guiding framework to ask the right questions and to offer evidence-based recommendations. The main message, you already mentioned, Manos, one main message, that children who can read and understand the basic can also drive and navigate better in technology. The main message, in my opinion, we can learn from this global evidence is that technology has already dramatically changed learning in profound, yet clearly unequal ways. So I think that out of the 4 recommendations that the report, the principle that the report actually uses as to set the recommendations, equity is still very much the most important, and inclusion is the other side of the coin. And this raises pressing questions, especially at this critical juncture in history when we only have a few years to reach the goal, to reach our common mission, SDG 4, in terms of quality education for all. As I warned, and my colleagues with me, ministers, when we gathered the discussion on generative AI a few weeks ago, many of you were kindly connected with us in Paris, we are now moving towards an unknown future without adequate and appropriate guidelines on technology use. And we need education-specific rules and regulations to allow us to come up with our own standards and frameworks for privacy, data access, digital equity, to name a few of them. And I think that this part of the report is another critical and very useful tool in your hands as policymakers to make transformation a real benefit for all learners and communities. I do believe also that the 4 principles that the GEM report puts at the center, sustainability, equity, scalability, and the context, should really wisely guide the lines for drafting new laws, why not, new regulation frameworks at national, at regional, at global level. But most importantly, I think that the title, as usual, the report has this kind of nice approach to use the title to provoke, but also to give a kind of hidden message. And the message is that we have to use technology, for sure, we cannot avoid. We have to use technology to transform. We have to put the learners at the center, but most importantly, we have to use technology on our own terms. And this is, I think, also the important part of the discussion which will take place from Uruguay for the region in Montevideo today. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Estefania, por las palabras de cierre. Como remarcó la subdirectora general de Educación de la UNESCO, el foco está puesto en las definiciones del propio sector de educación sobre las configuraciones para abordar la integración de la tecnología en la educación, y también un foco muy importante que remarcó Estefania sobre la equidad, ¿no? Y por ende la relación con la inclusión. Con estas palabras damos por finalizado el primer bloque del lanzamiento del informe GEM 2023 sobre la tecnología en la educación. Agradecemos especialmente a los panelistas que nos han acompañado, a la audiencia que está aquí presencialmente y también a todos aquellos que siguen la transmisión en línea. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Florencia, por toda esta mañana que estuviste navegando. Muchísimas gracias.
Good morning. You've been navigating. Thank you very much to all the participants and everyone who is here in person and those who are following the conference online. And before we go to a short break, I'm going to tell you a bit of what is going to come in the second part of the morning. After this break, we're going to talk in the second block about education and technology in the Global South, dialogue dialogues on the recommendations of the GEM Report 2023. Of course, the dialogue is going to continue now during the break while you have some coffee. Remember that you can share things on Twitter with the hashtags that we've reminded you about. So the 2023 GEM Report, tech on our terms. And we are also inviting you to what's going to be the annual encounter for the Alliance of Digitalization of Education in Latin America. It's going to begin at 3 o'clock in this same place, and it's going to approach the challenges and advantages of digital transformation in teacher training and trying to close gaps in education. There's going to be fundamental things that we're going to talk about in the afternoon. In the second block, I'm going to tell you a bit of what's coming in the afternoon, and we're going to wait for you. We're going to be back in 15 minutes to continue with the exchange of ideas. Thank you.
have some regrets. And no, I never forget. So now you have a few debts. That shit, it needs to be paid with blood or some sort of pain. You caused a permanent stain, which has determined your fate. I've never seen so clear. I feel the end and it's near. The day of reckoning's here. The sound of deafening fear. Oh. Don't die if you try. You just might get a little bit of trouble. Right in your side, you would never see me coming. You won't die if you try. You just might get a little bit of trouble. Right in your side, you would never see me. My energy is next level, so damn you better be careful. I got an angel and devil, he snaps me straight in the temple. I'm ready to be a rebel. I've got a lot of potential hidden inside of this vessel. That shit is so exponential. I need a first class ticket to the top, no limit. I don't play no gimmicks. I'ma take you to the clinic. If you want a taste, come at me and you will be replaced. They won't find a trace of you anywhere or any place. Oh. Don't die if you try. You just might get a little bit of trouble. Right in your side, you would never see me coming. Don't die if you try. You just might get a little bit of trouble.
with some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you want to be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
A pasar a la sala, tenemos muchísimo más para reflexionar, para intercambiar ideas, así que por favor, en cuanto puedan entrar, ya empezamos con el segundo bloque que viene muy interesante, tanto por los expertos y las autoridades que lo integran, como por los puntos de vista que se van a intercambiar aquí. Así que por favor les agradecemos ya entrar a la sala, comenzamos inmediatamente con la segunda parte de este evento. Agradecemos entonces que vayan ingresando. Empezamos en 1 minuto y en esto voy a ser muy severa porque tenemos una agenda con muchísimo para compartir, así que es importante que mantengamos los tiempos y también por respeto a todos nuestros expositores de altísimo nivel. Bueno, vamos a empezar entonces con esta segunda parte de la mañana. Bienvenidos nuevamente al lanzamiento global del informe GEM 2023.
The GEM 2023 report on technology in education. As we saw in the first block, there's lots of challenges ahead. And of course, what has happened in the last years Thank you, everyone. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt for one moment. Remember that we're also live via streaming and that people who are watching around the world are expecting the beginning of this second part. So what has happened in the last years with technology? Technology has had an exponential growth from all points of view. But technology that refers to information and also the one referring to communication, and this has transformed much faster than what education has been able to transform, as the experts well said today earlier. There were some juncture issues that have to do with this expansion of technology. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, more recently, everything that has to do with the expansion of generative artificial intelligence. And this has really generated a revolution that really affects education. And as the authorities and experts have said, the ones who have told us so far about the report, this has its good part, but it also has a negative part that we need to know how to evaluate. So this is what we're going to be talking about in the second part of the event. The GEM report, as you well know, asked for a debate on technologies of education and wants that debate to be centered specifically in education. Education is what goes first. And the three axes of debate that the report proposes are, firstly, equity and inclusion. How can education become the great equalizer, the thing that equals? And this is something that we're going to be talking about. The second one is quality, how it can help students not just acquire knowledge, but also make them become agents of change. And the third key of all of this is, of course, efficiency. How can efficiency balance education that is individualized and the needs for socialization? So these are not small but huge challenges that we have ahead of us. But the important thing is that they are being considered and being discussed, and there are solutions and tools to reach a good end. Of course, all the speakers are reflecting about this. We now are going to have a panel with 10 ministers of Latin America and Africa and a group of international experts who are going to talk about these challenges. But to begin with the second block of the global launch of the 2023 GEM report, I'm going to invite the Minister of Education and Culture of Uruguay, Paula Silveira, to come on stage, and also Estefania Giannini, the General Subdirector of Education of UNESCO, so that they can share some words with us and we can begin this second block and then come to the panel that I was talking about in the beginning. About a century ago, electricity was invented and it was disseminated, and there was a huge wave around the world of optimism regarding electricity being able to solve a huge part of the problems of humanity. And it was that way, effectively, it was so. Electricity improved the quality of life of a huge amount of people. Electricity had hugely positive impacts on the productive life, communications. But it's also true that there started to be deaths due to electrocution that before didn't exist, except perhaps if you get struck by lightning. There were environmental issues linked to how the energy, electrical energy, is generated. There were equity issues regarding where distribution networks reach and what's the impact of that on the lives of people. Not so long ago, with the invention of the cars, the same thing happened. It was an instrument that was thought that was going to really create a revolution in the ways of living, and that effectively happened, and wonderful things happened. People were able to travel distances faster, families were able to meet. They were able to transfer people who needed urgent medical care faster. And there were really a lot of benefits that we still take advantage of today, but it's also true that we started to have traffic jams, road accidents with really a fatality that we didn't have before, and environmental issues related to pollution. So it seems to be something that is a constant in history. When we get a technology that is innovative and has a rupture element, we put a lot of expectations into what are the solutions that is going to bring. And with time, we discover that those benefits do exist, but there are also risks, there are also costs. There's also new issues that we need to manage. And so we're sort of living that with the new technologies that have invaded us in the last few years, which have generated a huge wave of optimism and expectations. And now, as the report shows, we are seeing that a good part of that is true, but it's also true that birth of new technologies comes with challenges, issues, risks of inequality that we need to take care of. We are not so naive now in terms of these new technologies, and that is good. That makes us more capable of reflecting and more capable of finding solutions to real issues, some of which didn't exist before and exist now. I want to welcome this wonderful panel of ministers of education in the region that we have. It's an honor to have you all here in Montevideo, and those who are looking from further away, it's an honor to have you on screen, and we hope we can learn a lot from all of you. Thank you very much.
Ministro, sorry for taking the floor twice in a few minutes. Just arrived, but I think it's the last in opening session at least. Well, I was thinking, listening to your inspiring points, that my generation actually already lived at least 3 big revolutions when it comes to technology. The beginning of the 90s, internet. The internet came up and changed positively, I would say, our lives as researchers, as I'm university professor by job, so the way we are working and we were communicating. The second big jump to the future was the use of smartphones and having, the small computer at hand and carrying on all our data and also using it for working and communicating once again, not only as a phone. And the third revolution, which is actually what we are living now, AI, artificial intelligence, and especially, maybe the fourth now, just arrived or in the process, in the making, generative AI. So large language models, which can apparently replicate, hackering, somebody just said, our faculty of language and our cognitive system as human beings. So all of this is about the complexity we are living. I don't think that technology could be whatever we think it is, for the best, for the worst, out of the future. And especially when it comes to education, I don't think that technology could not be part of the future. So maybe just to provoke some questions for our distinguished and esteemed ministers from the South, in this, but I think they are global questions. I would say that based on the report, the first question I wish to put, quoting the report, are we all as a global community and as local decision makers, that's what ministers actually are for their communities at national level and local level, are we instinctively investing in technology, or are we making sure that it's actually going to improve learning? That's the very first question, I think, that can be taken as a provocation somehow, but also as a guideline principle to move to the future. As I mentioned already, the report presents a compass for global standards based on the 4 principles: appropriateness, equity, evidence-based solutions, and sustainability. So my second question for honorable ministers who will take the floor after us is, are these global standards fitting to your purpose? Do they meet your students, your teachers, your community expectations, or you need a different approach. And that's the role of thinking globally, but doing locally, acting locally, as you repeatedly mentioned also in our previous discussion, Mr. Minister. And another point is about warning very much. I think it's a duty of UNESCO, and it's important that also these reports can give the global community a real message of warning about the risks and the challenges that technology can bring if it's not wisely used for the purpose of education. And on this side, I think that the important contribution of this report we can find there the real difference that education, the evidence that the technology can do in education between inclusion and exclusion, between an isolated digital experience or a collaborative knowledge journey. So the approach can really make the difference and can really dramatically change the results and the learning outcomes. But the report also highlights that decision-making on what technology to invest in are often taken not wisely. And I think that from a ministerial point of view, it's very much important that you have a candid conversation and you give an answer to this question mark. Are we taking wise decision when it comes to ban smartphones, for instance, from the classroom and or for the school? Are we taking wise decision when we are not investing appropriately in teachers' training to be teachers ready in the classroom to use technology for the best of learners? And all these other dimensions. So I do believe that if we can position tech as a tool to use on our terms, as I said before, we can really make the best of the principle of transformation, which is still our common mission, going back to the commitment that we all together took last year in New York. Thank you very much, and looking forward to hear your position and inspiring vision, I'm sure.
Muchísimas gracias. Gracias, ministro. Gracias, Estefania.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Stefania. As you said before, we have the panel for Latin America with a series of experts that are going to start discussing and reflecting on the points that the Minister has already mentioned, as well as Stefania. So I would like to invite, please, Leandro Folgar, who is going to be moderating this panel. He's the president of Ceibal Foundation and Ceibal as well. In this panel, we will also have Jaime Persic, the Minister of Education from Argentina, Camilo Sobreira from Santana, Minister of Education from Brazil, Maria Brown, Minister of Education from Ecuador, Daniel Esponda, Minister of Education from Honduras, Pablo da Silveira, our Ministry of Education and Culture. So we will all invite you, please, those who are present here today in the room, please come to the stage. And we will also have Marco Antonio Ávila Labanal, Minister of Education from Chile. Each one of them are going to be sharing their point of view, and some of them who are not present here today are going to be sharing their perspective and experience using a video. So please be welcome. And we will start with the first panel of the second block in this morning.
Muchas gracias por estar aquí nuevamente. Luego las palabras de apertura para darle paso a este panel. Creo que queda en la mañana bastante establecido que el desafío hacia adelante es grande, pero no esperábamos menos que eso. Entendemos que el advenimiento de la tecnología aplicada intencionalmente para educación tendrá sus desafíos y sus problemas, y que cada uno de los países tienen sus contextos para poder aprovecharlo de una manera o de otra para sus comunidades. Tal vez hacer énfasis en 3 aportes del reporte. Primero, que traen un poco la evidencia sobre el impacto de la tecnología. Primero,
and one of them has to do with the advance of technology. This report emphasizes that the poorest and most vulnerable population doesn't have the chance of benefiting from technology. Of course, in each country, this will have a different context. Some of the technologies are better in improving some methods for learning. This has been a huge finding during the pandemic, that the National Institution for Education Evaluation, whose president is present here today, they found in one of their assessments a very big correlation in the use of platforms that Ceibal has during the pandemic with the results, the learning results in maths and languages. It was the first time we noticed this effect, and we were really looking forward to this. On the other hand, the short and long-term costs can be underestimated when we deploy digital technologies. These are 3 inputs that we can see in the report. So the most vulnerable portion of our population has no access to this technology. And then also, as I mentioned, the cost that may be underestimated. So considering this input, how can we make progress in the region in making programs or policies that are based in evidence, not leaving anyone behind, and having a real impact in the learning process? We will start with Jaime Barzik, Minister of Education from Argentina. Thank you. I would like to thank once again UNESCO and the Minister of Education of Uruguay in the Oriental Republic of Uruguay for this invitation, for having us here today to discuss and debate on these important topics. We really enjoy these meetings, and it is so nice to have this presentation in the Southern Cone, in a country that is a brother country for us. So it is also important that the first part of this report is in our language, right? So I think that is quite remarkable. Thank you for that, and thank you again for the Minister, for UNESCO's team, and thank you as well to Ceibal Foundation. This report presents some very important topics to think now and to think about what we expect to happen. There is an intersection with these 3 affirmations, these 3 statements that you just said. The funding for education, that is maybe the discussion that countries like ours have, because we're facing a lot of needs, which also has a second condition, which is lack of inequality when it comes to funding. This is something that was already mentioned in the previous panel, right? The preoccupation, the worry, the concern that we have for education, which is also reflected in our budgets, and how to train the trainers, how to connect the schools network, in our case, 60,000 schools. This requires a permanent investment, apart from the initial one, and this, of course, has to do with funding for education.
Well, this fourth includes including technology in education, and that is education financing, that is political decisions, knowing how to do it, and educational financing. The second idea is that the access doesn't guarantee learning. It's not abstract. The investment in technology is not abstract. It is a part of what we all think is going to favor better learnings and more equality, but the governments, schools, they have to do something else at the same time. The guarantee of basic learnings of language and math are fundamental conditions in order to move forward in other learnings. And the report talks about reviewing curricular framework, but we think that we have to incorporate programming at some point in the education level, probably in secondary school, but it's not magical. In order to ensure that you need to know language, you need to know math, and you need to know that right, and that is something the school has to ensure. And this technology should not compete, therefore, with other technologies that the schools have already incorporated and that have sufficient evidence which show their success, such as books. So we need to make sure, in conditions of huge inequality, that there are books for everyone and the incorporation of technology for everyone as well. The incorporation of technology in the 3 or 4 dimensions that were talked about here. So providing devices, connection, providing different portals, resources, and training of teachers. And that's something that we need to ensure. At the same time, we make sure that all the children go to school. Remember that a year ago, we were talking about how to recover those children that the pandemic had left aside from school, and not everywhere that all the kids get back to school, and that is something that we need to be worried about, that we need to take care of. Everyone has to go to school and learn what they have to learn, and everyone has to be able to incorporate the learnings that technology is going to be a tool to provide. Technology is going to allow our students to be critical, not to consume what they don't want to consume, to be able to produce. And that's where programming comes in. That's the idea. And this would be in primary school, secondary school, but also in higher levels. Technology has been incorporated more easily in higher levels, but that does not end there. It's a marathon and it continues. We had a big investment in secondary school, university, but it's never enough because the race continues. Thank you very much, Mr. Effectively, yes, sometimes we forget that just a year and a half ago we came back to the classrooms in a normal way. The effects of the pandemic are still present in absolutely all the countries of the planet. I also want to welcome the Minister of Education of Brazil, Camilo Sobreira de Santana, for him to share his contributions. I think that we need more evidence and more studies in order to show the programs, the models that have been implemented in some states and countries in order to serve as examples for everyone around the world. The more evidence of use of technology there is, the greatest evidence of the use of technology in education was the pandemic, but there are other experiences. Technology gave access to people who lived in remote areas. That's the experience of China shown by UNESCO, people who live in rural areas and who now have access to information. I was the governor of the state in the northeast of Brazil, and during the pandemic, I decided to hand out tablets with connection chips for all the students of primary school of my state, of a city of 100,000 inhabitants, and that became a state policy. Students start the first year of secondary school, and as something to foster the staying in school, they can take the tablet home, and we are evaluating whether that was a good policy or not, because we need to have some sort of control of the use of technological tool. That can be done in school, but not outside school. We know, however, that there is no going back in the use of technology for all the purposes, and in education, the minister said that it's an evolution in our society, and young people want to have access to the internet, devices, communication, the virtual world. Of course, Minister of Argentina said something fundamental, which is that we live in an unequal world. There are different realities in terms of education, culture around the world. And how do we guarantee that that technology is used adequately to improve the quality of learning of our children and young people? It's not going to replace a teacher. That technology won't replace them. It's just going to be a tool that is going to add the possibility of attracting young people, students, in order to improve the quality of their learning. We need to begin with basic topics. As said before, we have to invest. It's necessary to guarantee that all the schools are connected, that they have computers in order to make research. I'm not talking about a pedagogical platform. We need to talk more about that and construct models in that sense, but I'm talking about a minimal access for a research that a teacher, a student has to carry out, or maybe a teacher has to investigate in order to prepare their classes. We know that lots of young people around the world don't have access yet, and so the minimum that we have to guarantee is a policy that we try to strengthen in Brazil, which is that all public schools in Brazil need to have access to connection in order to show a video, to use broadband, and from there, the training of teachers have to be adapted to the new technologies. Our teachers oftentimes are not prepared, and we need to prepare them. It's important, as I said before, the regulation of use, the control of the use, as the minister said, the technological advances allow for positive things, but also negative things. We are subject to that. But what we want is for students and teachers to use those tools with pedagogical aims in order to improve the learning, trying to bring creativity into schools. This is fundamental. I see that I don't have much time, and so I would like to take the chance before finishing to propose something. We could think perhaps UNESCO could help gather the countries around the world, and we could think about a way to create tools to get access to all the schools of the world. If we could have a virtual library where all the schools could access in different languages, because there's people who can't even access a book. It's the reality of many young people and children around the world. And so how can we have tools or policies that are global? Because we talk a lot about globalization, but how can we give access to poor countries, or people who need more access to those tools? And so creating a virtual library that is worldwide and which all the schools around the world could access in different languages, I think that would be a practical way of showing the importance of globalization around the world. Thank you very much. Without a doubt, yes. First, I would like to thank you because I was able to see the implementation of your policy in the state of Ceará, if I'm not mistaken. And the other thing is that I think is important about your message is that in Uruguay, regarding devices, just to give you you an example. In the most vulnerable socioeconomic levels, 47% of those homes, the only device that they have access to is the device that is handed out by Ceibal to the students in the schools. And it's a device that is used for many more things in that home, and which extends the classroom in a way, the borders of the classroom. And in those, the more favored areas, it's only a reality for 3 or 4% of the students because they have other devices as well. So without a doubt, policies and equality of access are very important, and I thank you very much for your contributions. I would now like to move on to Maria Brown, Minister of Education of Ecuador, to tell us, and I repeat the question, how can we move forward in the region in policies and programs that are evidence-based, which don't leave behind those who are most marginalized and which have real results in the results of learning? Thank you very much, and I think that if we build on the ideas that we already exchanged in this space and the results of the report, I think that it's important to talk about the diagnosis in the elaboration of public policies based on evidence, which should be the way of always making public policy. It's not always the case in all countries and all contexts. And I think that at least in our region, we have moved forward quite a bit in information collection, and it was said in the previous panel, but not enough in the processing of that information and the use of that information when making decisions that have to do with integral public policy. And so one of the decisions has to do with how can we democratize access to the results of the evaluation, both the diagnosis and the continuous ones that we have with public policies and the level of learning of our students. And there as well, I think that the role of technology in education has to be evaluated, how we can present the data in a friendly way that can be consumed not just by those who make the public policies, but also by everyone who should participate in the process of elaboration of public policy. So students, teachers, citizens, how we present the data of investment, of learning results in the standardized tests that most of our countries go through, how we present our priorities with evidence that show the effect or the impact of public policies that we have already adopted in the past in order to be able to correct those public policies, and also to define what are our priorities. After evidence, we also have the definition of what are the country objectives in a sort of umbrella way. Something that was mentioned by the minister and you as well. You said that sometimes investment is underestimated. And this happens in most social policies, and education is no exception. And the reality is that the resources that countries have are finite. And the ministries, the secretariats have the role, which is sometimes tough, of deciding what to prioritize. And I think that having a clear direction in that case of what is the issue with learning and the challenges of the system, but also what are the possible programs, plans, and projects that are going to be prioritized is fundamental. And I think that the reflection in terms of the transformation of education and having a transforming education that we've had in the countries show us some keys that are important. We've talked about the importance of recovering lessons learned, and within that to try to recover foundational learnings. And we see that technology and the use of technology is more used by people who have, by students who have a higher level of alphabetization, but I would also think about it the other way around. How can we use technology to improve the foundation learnings? And perhaps instead of focusing on the technological development of open resources that are also free, of course, and will help us have a bank of information, this is something that UNESCO has worked on in resources and Creative Commons. How can we also focus on the use and development of technologies in those areas that we want to focus as the areas where we need to recover learnings in most areas of foundational learnings and incorporate the topics of citizenship, wellness, development of social and emotional tools that we've had to set in the agendas of the countries and how we use technology for that. And I think that there is a huge challenge in that sense, but also many lessons and opportunities which have been created in different parts of the world. And the use of technology as well. I think that it has to be seen not just to democratize access to information in the studies, but also to work in the level of learning acquisition of the students, but also in school management. This is something that was mentioned in the previous panel, and I think that it's essential. Minister Senghe mentioned it in Sierra Leone as one of the main concerns and priorities, the incorporation of technology, that the management of teachers is made easier with incorporating programs and educational resources which support the educational management, school management. This helps make democratization in processes such as co-living codes. And I think that this is reflected in the reports, but we need to look at them in different ways and to have an umbrella which is the guide of what we need to do this for, what we want to achieve with this, what is a priority for each country, and do this in a democratic way and prioritizing investment in the communities which are most vulnerable. For that gap that exists that the minister was talking about and highlighting can be reduced when we focus on the populations that are behind. Thank you very much, Minister. In the beginning, you talked about definitely. You talked about evidence that is available, and in Ceibal, when we started to deploy technologies, we realized that there was a sub-use of technologies by girls, and we developed, and I invite you to take a look at that. We developed a publication of indicators and metrics of incorporation of technologies with a perspective of girls in STEM. And we realized that not all girls were using technologies in the same way. Not all of them were participating in the teams in the same way. And we were able to put some information systems at the service of monitoring that intentionally. And that's just something that I wanted to add. I will now have the Minister of Education of Honduras, Daniel Esponda, for him to provide his perspective.
Thank you so much. It's been a true pleasure to be invited to be here today. Thank you so much. Ceibal Foundation for us has been very helpful. We have a city that is called Ceiba, which was a reference for seamen and for us in technology in the world. And here in particular, Ceibal is this point of reference to know what's the right path. In our country, pandemic really struck us as many countries, right? And the pandemic here came to show us serious challenges that we were lagging. In the case of technologies for education, our country is a country that has the lowest connectivity indicators and where we use a lower amount of data for educational purposes. So we have a population that has intelligent gadgets. Almost 90% of the population has access to technological devices, but we don't have enough research. We run minimal surveys, like 4%, and this shows to us that technology is also like the hammer, right, of an Iron Man, or a very important tool for a carpenter. So this is something that has to be really taken care of, and we have to emphasize this importance in the report. When it comes to the enrollment and the behavior of the enrollment, it was facing a free fall in 2020, and in 2021 we were able to revert that drop, and this year in 2023, with quite modest data, we were able to reverse this trend. And we saw how teachers reinvented themselves in this process where the enrollment fell. So it is very important for us to re-educate ourselves and use new technological tools. Sometimes when it comes to have meeting rooms or any kind of messaging tools. So this is, for us, it was a bit traumatic, to be honest. Now that we're back in presence and we are teaching in classroom, the use of these technologies is very, very important. They are a tool. We are aware that the books, text will never be replaced. And the same way in which we have been used and we have been modifying the use of whiteboards in the classroom, whether you're using chalk or whether you're using an electronic panel, it is important to continue to provide the right training to our educators. And this is a medium and not an end. So in order to construct more inclusive schools, we are struggling because we have been seeing education as an aid and also as a privilege, and the same can be applied to technologies. For us, it's just a piece of equipment that is delivered, but for other people, this is a true privilege. So we need to break this barrier and have mechanisms in place so people understand that education is a right, it's not a privilege. And technology is the same. It is not a privilege, it is a right, and it is a right for each one of us. In Honduras, we are conducting a very interesting exercise in our country. We never have a policy for training teachers, which is bilingual, but now we have 5 normal schools which are preparing preschool and primary education as bilingual teachers. And along with this, they are being trained in the use of technologies. We're using a project plan 365 that is enabling us to use these technologies as the main tool. And the objective number 4 for our plan is digital capabilities, how we can use this. And I am also joining Mrs. Brown's presentation in saying that technology improves the use of the investments, and this should be This should be a way for us to facilitate the procurement process. We need to have access to real-time data so we can renew our educational systems to guarantee this equality. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Un reconocimiento para el trabajo que se viene haciendo con Fundación en el área de contenidos educativos. Realmente se nota la determinación.
Thank you so much for your input. I understand that you're quite determined in advancing and making progress in this sense. So now, just to finalize our panel, I would like now to give the floor to the minister that is local here. So, Pablo da Silveira, our Minister of Education and Culture. I will try to concentrate in 2 specific items that Leandro mentioned, the importance of generating evidence and the importance of relating this in the prioritization of the most vulnerable sectors. As you know, here we have very intimidating screens who are telling us how long we have left to speak. I already spent like 7 seconds telling you my short introduction, so I will go straight to the point. I would like to start by something that may seem quite obvious, but has many consequences. We were talking in general about education, technology, and the introduction of technology within educational contexts. But to be honest, behind this handling of nouns in plural, education, technology, there are many ways in which we can do this. There are many ways to put this intention into the practice. And what we are learning so far is that the devil is always in the details, so the success or failure are always present in the decision-making process regarding which technologies, which technological tools we're choosing and how we use them, with which approach. So I think that this report can be seen in different ways. We should start from a more broader approach and go more into details regarding the percentage of connectivity rates. This is more like going into the more granular aspects. Just to give you some examples, analyze whether it is important. Of course, it is important for students to receive computers or gadgets. We can discuss, but it's important to discuss which gadgets. At Ceibal, we have evidence that in certain age groups, distributing tablets has no effect in education for educational purposes. What you need to distribute are Ceibalitas or notebooks. And this is a problem because it is cheaper. It is cheaper for us to distribute tablets. So if I am more efficient, I distribute tablets, I can reach more people, I can reach more educational centers, and I am also saving money because the age group to which I'm sending, but this doesn't make any sense because the age group to which I am sending these tablets that are cheaper, they are not going to make the most of it. It's not beneficial for their educational purposes. So we need to take into consideration which gadgets for which purposes. We were able to generate evidence at Ceibal saying that when the teacher uses gadgets in the classroom or devices, relating them and fusing them into their program, the use of these devices increases by the students, even at home. It is not the same to say, okay, I will give you this device and use it as you wish, or if you relate this into a specific learning project. So we need platforms, we need different kinds of tools, because none of them are the same. And the way we choose these kinds of devices, typically platforms I'm talking about, or the decision of what I'm going to be procuring or how I'm going to be developing the software, this is very, very important. I can have a lot of devices distributed, many teachers that are fully committed to their work, but if I make the wrong choice in the platforms that I make available to teachers, then the results can be very, very bad. So it is not the same to do this once the teachers have received training, so they are already familiar with the tools available and with the general principles, or just distribute them without paying attention to this training that we need to provide to teachers. So this is also an important thing that we need to take into consideration. It is not the same, and again, we have generated evidence in this sense to work with individual teachers or to work with educational communities, including their managing bodies. According to our case, the work that we have conducted with individual teachers is less productive and has less impacts in the education compared to when you work with the community as a whole and when you involve their management. Because if I am the headmister or the headmistress of a school and I am involved in this, and I will be able to have better results. UNESCO knows this. This is highly probable. So the results are going to be impacted when we are all committed. So the challenge that we face from now on, and I think that this is a very good starting point, we need to open the black box, take a look at what we're doing, and do this in a very discriminatory way, break down all the information, and share the experiences of what other countries are doing within other contexts as well.
Muchas gracias, Ministro da Silveira. En parte de su alocución, el ministro hablaba.
Thank you so much, Minister da Silveira. You were talking about personalization to give each one of the students what they need. So Janini presented some questions regarding AI and the challenges that it poses, but this is a very big promise of AI to provide technological solutions enabling higher levels of personalization and customization for the reality of each student. So maybe there we have room for better news in the future. Our minister also showed to you how this constant race looks like here in Uruguay. And the last thing we will do in this panel is to share with you the video from Marco Antonio Avila Lavanel, Minister of Education in Chile. Hello, I am Marco Antonio Avila. The positions that we are taking today are going to have a huge impact in the future. The crisis provoked by the pandemic, global warming, technology make us rethink our future. In Chile, since last year, we have been promoting a restructuring of the educational system in order to close the gap caused by the pandemic, strengthening these relations. In order to make progress, we have related the educational programs that we are promoting to the use of technology in the classroom. And an example of this is that we have a plan which transformational structure tries to close the gap, to bridge the gap, so we can develop further capacities for the use of technology. We have already 9,285 educational centers which are connected to the internet with the right bandwidth. We also have more than 11,000 centers interconnected. The advance of the use and the access of technology enable us to use this as a support tool. This is very important for the educational communities through the teaching of and learning, maths and languages, which also help our teachers to innovate in their strategies. As we can see, according to our experience, digital technologies can be a big tool in order to bridge the gap, but this is only possible if we are able to ensure equality in their access. From Chile, I would like to say a warm thank you to everybody.
Bueno, agradecemos a Marco Antonio y a todos los ministros por
Thank you so much, Marco Antonio. Thank you as well to all ministers for participating in this panel. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody for being here today. It will be the end of this panel. Thank you everybody, and thank you for Mr. Delgados, President of Ceibal Foundation, and we will continue to exchange our lessons learned. There's going to be a video regarding Africa. We're going to be sharing this video with them later on, so we can exchange ideas on this video after the lunch break. We will also like to invite our second panel in the morning that is going to be moderated by Manos Antoninis, who is the director of these educational systems from UNESCO. Manos is going to now be here with us, and I would like to invite also Wayne Horse, Renato Perti, coordinator of UNESCO's for hybrid education from the Catholic University of Uruguay. Silvia Montoya, director of the Statistic Institute at UNESCO, and David Hollow, director of IHAB.
Ya también reflexionando sobre las anteriores reflexiones de la mañana.
So we would like to now continue our reflection, and Manos is going to be then guiding us through this process.
Thank you very much, and we're keeping you from lunch, so we'll try to be efficient, but just to summarize a few words, we heard the concerns in the previous panel of the ministers that you all have to open the caja negra, as you call it, and I think that is perhaps the most encouraging lesson we can draw, because really we should be asking the questions. That's exactly what we are being called to do, and sometimes we forget. But there are many, many, many more questions when it comes to artificial intelligence, and it is inevitable that we would include it in this program. Stefania recently published her ideas about the challenges that are facing us, following a very, very important engagement of ministers from all over the world that UNESCO organized to bring these different experiences on the table and carve a way ahead. So, we have our experts that were already introduced to share their thoughts on how can education systems continue to place learning at the center in a context where breakthroughs in artificial intelligence have increased the power of education technology tools, leading to speculations that technology could even supplant human interaction. So, I would like to invite our expert now to share their thoughts. Wayne Holmes, Associate Professor in the University College London Knowledge Lab, and Renato Perti, Senior Policy Expert at the International Bureau of Education of UNESCO, to start by responding to the first question in turn. Which are the implications for education from the rise of artificial intelligence in education? Which advice would you give to policymakers to ensure that learners and teachers remain at the center of discussions on artificial intelligence in education? Wayne.
Well, thank you very much. Before I answer the question directly, I just want to say how excited I am to be here, and thank you for the invitation. But the reason I'm really excited is because this is a lonely path that I've been treading for a long time, and now I finally have the evidence to show, and so I'm really grateful for the report, and I will be sharing it with my students, and I'll be referencing it for months to come, I'm absolutely certain. I think the issue about AI in education is, one of the reasons we're talking about it more these days is because of generative AI. But AI in education has been researched for at least 50 years. The problem is that research has really been focusing on replacing human functions. So the idea is, can we develop technologies that will do the job of a teacher? Well, I have to tell you now that no, it can't. There is no technology, there's no AI system available today that's anywhere near as skilled or intelligent or understands enough as a human teacher. But this is one of the problems that we do have to deal with. And it raises several issues, and I might make myself unpopular with this next comment, or more unpopular. One of the issues that we talk about, or we hear talked about a lot, is the notion of personalization. And the idea is that every student should have their own opportunity to learn at their own speed, etc. But the problem with this is it's an imposition from a Silicon Valley mindset, and it actually undermines the whole collaborative and social aspects of teaching and learning. For me, I've been in classrooms where we have 30 students, each with their own individual computer, focused, and ignoring the students to their left and their right, and ignoring the teacher. This isn't what education's about. There are some places where these technologies can be useful, but that's not where it is. And one of the problems with lots of the technologies, lots of the artificial intelligence that we currently have, is that, to use a phrase, they perpetuate poor pedagogic practices, by which I mean they implement particular approaches to teaching and learning that we know as educators are not that successful, but they're relatively easy to automate. So we need to question these approaches as well. Because the reality is that education is about more than improving students' abilities to take tests. It's about becoming a social person. It's about developing as individuals so that we can make useful contributions to society. And these things are just not touched in any way, shape or other by the educational technologies, particularly the AI tools. So I think what we have to be very careful about is thinking about, well, what ways can we be using these tools? And there's another word I have heard a lot today already which makes me smile, and that's the word solution. Because I simply don't believe that these things are solutions. The solutions to the education problems that we have are people, and people using tools. And the reality is that artificial intelligence, some aspects of it, could function as useful tools, so long as they're being used by educators and other stakeholders in ways that build upon what we know.
Thank you very much, Wayne. And I think you hit it on the nail. Let's have Renato's views on this very same question.
Muchas gracias por esta posibilidad. Yo creo que estamos ante un cambio civilizatorio y en realidad lo tenemos que repensar la inteligencia artificial como una herramienta para ese cambio
Artificial intelligence as a tool for that civilization change. It's not just an issue of incorporating digital technologies in education. It's much deeper because it implies a change in the ways of living in society and relating to each other. We have identified 8 different things to talk about this. There's the political aspect. This implicates an elevation of politics and public policies to transform this into a democratization of education. Then there's the democratic one, how artificial intelligence is going to be used to establish democracy as it should be, with an accent in the student and the creative thought and autonomous thought of the student, which is fundamental. As Stefania said, these days, language is important. It's fundamental, and it's fundamental to strengthen human language and to make alphabetization transversal, this that the report says, and it's important to not be dominated by what a linguist who is really well known, Emily Bender, what she calls things that produce texts without understanding what they're saying. So repeating like parrots is what she calls it. And we need to really strengthen human cognitive abilities. The third thing that we consider important is public policies. This implies strong public policies, such as the case of Ceibal in Uruguay. It implies placing in the discussion what UNESCO has been insisting on, which is the right to free connectivity in education. If this means resources, platforms, strategies, it implies also not making machines responsible of the creations of humans. These are moral zombies. The machines are moral zombies. We, the humans, are responsible, and we direction artificial intelligence. The fourth is the curricular pedagogical aspect. I think that the report could go deeper into hybrid models of integration and virtuality. It's possible to personalize education in collective environments. This is not opposite to collective environments. We can work in collective environments of learning perfectly well. What has happened is that there's been no personalization in education. What has happened is that there's been individualization of education, which is really different. You can personalize pedagogy, you can have a diverse array of pedagogies, strategies, and you can have much more diverse curriculums. Then we have more and better learning, and I think the proposal of the Minister of Brazil is fundamental, which is creating an agency of curriculum in Latin America and Africa, a way to put in common different resources. UNESCO is working on this, and it's very important to circulate knowledge and for students in any place of Latin America or Africa to have access to resources in order to make a difference in learning. We think that the massive use of modules of learning, as Stefania said today, can be a powerful tool to have better learnings. And the fifth is the aspect of sustainable world. We could think that the artificial intelligence could strengthen local knowledge. It could put into dialogue what UNESCO said, which is knowledge commons. We could put in dialogue the different regional, worldwide dialogues in order to talk about sustainability. The other aspect is comprehension of topics. Learning data analytics was mentioned today, and this is a fundamental tool to understand the complexity of education topics. As Silvia will probably say, we have to make a lot of reference to the generation, triangulation, and analysis of data to try to go deeper into the topics. As a philosopher, French philosopher and educator says, the problem is not disciplines, it's the topics, and we need to move the disciplines in order to understand the topics. And then lastly, the aspect of strategic investment, and we need to realize where we have to invest in artificial intelligence. Perhaps we need to invest more in, for example, primary school in printed materials as a way to reconnect them with each other and with their teachers and families. We have to see where to invest in artificial intelligence because countries have to have a clear direction for investments. Sorry, the paper fell out, but I think that these are the aspects that can help us rethink artificial intelligence. But again, the debate today is not about technologies, it's about how to create something when the human race is at risk.
Renato, and I think
thank you very much.
Both of you, both Wayne and Renato, have a little bit prepared the ground because you both touched upon data. To invite Silvia Montoya, the director of the UNESCO Institute for Statistics and our very, very, very close partner over several years, to bring her perspective on the fact that generative artificial intelligence as the latest technology to be touted as having the potential to transform education also has a potential data dimension. Could you please share your experience on that from a data perspective, given your work?
No, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to actually share. This is about talking about data. I mean, because at the end of the day, artificial intelligence is a machine who is loaded with tons of data, and it's about prediction of that machine to a specific context, because it has a degree of imprecision in their prediction, and I think that that machine could be supervised or not in the process of learning. Many of the processes we're seeing right now when we share and we will Google and we actually go into ChatGPT or BART or the other kind of devices have a lot of degree of imprecision, and then the question is to what extent we can, and what is the degree of imprecision we can afford in education, and how we can best use those engines and those technologies in terms of improving the level of learning, and to be clear about what is the problem that we want to solve. And I think we have been hearing in the morning, and we just hear from Renato a very kind of a passionate view on that matter. And I think that I would like to refer, for instance, for the case of learning assessment, that they are actually one of the tools that are not only to judge where the systems are going, but also at the level of the student and the potential to provide to the students a good context and the tool for the teacher to actually to help the student. And we can see there that there are different tasks in the process of actually assessing. There is a task of writing items that are scoring the questions and then doing the analysis and the psychometric that is going to be at the end of the day, the analysis of the learning outcomes of the children who are at the end of the day the outcome of the system. So we can see that there are seriously focused research done by Cambridge Education, by CITO, by the Australian Council for Educational Research, and for many of the institutes who are investing millions of dollars in trying to see which is the precision that we have in actually in the design of those assessments. And we can see for some of the tasks that could be very good, but for some of the other tasks could be very bad also as well. I mean, you can actually give instruction to some of these engine and you can get, in half of the cases, good kind of examples of how to evaluate the skills, but you can get also half of the instructions about doing it wrong. And we can see also that the scoring, we have a recent experience that Cambridge Assessment has done. It has loaded hundreds of thousands of samples of students' constructed response items, open-ended questions, that have been marked by humans, and still the machine is not able to score in an efficient way those answers. So at the end of the day, there is still a lot of imprecision about how to use, and to some extent, this is something that we have to be very careful, because it's different to a sponsor or to do marketing, using and trying to identify characteristics of the person, and it's a complete different to do prediction about the health status of a person, the learning level of the student, or even if you are flying, it's different to do the commercial strategy of an airline using artificial intelligence that try to predict if the engine is ready to fly and actually safely land the passengers in the destiny without crashing along the way. So I think that this is an important issue, and we have some experiences that are showing that in some cases still were not prepared. We know that Amazon in 2014 was detecting that they have bias in the hiring of employees because the loaded data was biased towards males, and actually they were discriminated against women. Microsoft discontinued a kind of an application in 2017 that was actually loaded with haters' speech because this is what the data was loaded in the system. We also know that Facebook in 2019 actually have to review the algorithm for hiring employees because it was discriminated about women and minorities. So the challenge is how to use this tool in order to actually to make clear and to help a student and learning. And to some extent, we have to be careful that in most of the regions in the planet, and actually the most populated region, the problem that we have is that 9 out of 10 children, so almost every child, is unable to combine a few words into a sentence. So they don't have the critical thinking that is enough, and to some extent the challenge is how we can help the teachers that are teaching in that environment, how we can help the students to actually to try to use the technology in the way that is convenient to move them forward, and taking into account that the turnover to the teacher profession is around 4 or 5% each year of the teachers are new teachers. So we have to take care of the teachers who are currently teaching and try to see how we can equip and invest in a meaningful way in order to help those students and to reduce the inequity and to help the system to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Silvia. And that brings us to David. David Hollow, Research Director of the EdTech Hub, a close partner in the preparation of this report, for which we are grateful, and Verna and her team. And also, I could also add, given that this is a global event, continuing partner, there will be 2 regional editions coming out of this publication, one focusing on Southeast Asia, and the EdTech Hub will be a partner there, and another one in the Pacific. Over the coming 10 to 12 months, there will be 2 more publications. So, in all that, we have enjoyed very much discussing with you the significance of evidence. It came very strongly from the ministers. What have you been doing on this topic, and what are the messages that you would like to share with us?
Thank you, Manos. Thank you, everybody. I think the first thing to say is that we are living in a destabilizing time when we think of all the changes that generative AI is bringing out across different sectors. That can be overwhelming, it can be exciting, and it's rightly concerning. What's happening is happening fast, and it's very significant, and it's worth our careful attention. So as Manos says, at the EdTech Hub, when we talk about EdTech, normally we are talking about things on the basis of a solid evidence base, about rigorous independent research of what works, for whom, in what context, etc. Unfortunately, with generative AI, that research base does not exist. That's okay, but that's important for us all to acknowledge, because it means that we need a dose of significant intellectual humility as we approach the conversations. We are all giving our best intelligent estimates of what the future of education in a generative AI-enabled world will look like. It means we need collective intelligence, and we need to listen to multiple perspectives. Hopefully they can help us to focus on the good and avoid the costly errors. So, how do we do that? 3 things very briefly. We need to make a concentrated effort to learn from those who are already at the leading edge of good practice. To cite a few examples, if you're looking for an introduction to how good EdTech is starting to make use of generative AI, Khan Academy is a great place to start. Khan Migo. Go and look. Half an hour, and you'll see all the ways some smart people are trying to integrate generative AI as a tutoring assistant into what is already a good platform. And then at the policy level, we have groups of people investing significant resources in thinking through what's the policy architecture that we need, with the UNESCO guidance on generative AI, and a couple of weeks ago, the Russell Group of universities in the UK as well, starting to say what are the protocols and boundaries that we need in place. Then, secondly, when we think about evidence in EdTech, there's many gaps, and as we said, there's many more gaps in the role of generative AI. So we need to build on what we already know, and that has been wonderfully highlighted in the GEM report with the compass, the questions that we need to be asking. Is this sustainable and scalable in the context? Does this align with the national curriculum? Is this appropriate and cost-effective for the context? With every new technology comes the temptation to get rid of old evidence. We need to not do that. Thirdly, we have there are a few specific priorities of things that we need to build now. We have some of the emerging protocols and priorities in place, but we do need to have technical guidance. The international community needs to come together to say what is the best current thinking we have on how large language models can help us take forward digital personalized learning, tech-enabled teacher professional development, data for decision making, so that we can have these norms and standards and good practices in place. And then finally, I guess to lift our eyes up slightly before lunch, I think we have a unique role as educators. Every sector is thinking about the promise of AI and how it may or may not change their work. But in education, we have a more fundamental, far-reaching objective, which is to help the next generation learn how to navigate an uncertain AI-infused world. That requires critical thinking, helping them to build critical consciousness regarding of all the possible futures with AI, which are those which are going to lead us towards human flourishing and which are not. There are going to be many things that could be done with AI in education and elsewhere that don't lead to human flourishing. And the best thing we can do as educators is to equip the next generation of learners with the skills they need to be able to navigate that future.
Thank you very much. If I could summarize, perhaps, is to say that next time you read in the news an expert talking about AI and the future of education, check closely whether they are an education expert, because that's often missed. You really need to go to the fine print and see whether those who argue that do have an experience of a classroom and know what they're talking about. Thank you very much to our expert panels. Last applause, please, for their contributions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, for being part of this this panel. And ahora vamos a continuar. Va a cerrar esta primera parte.
We will now go to this first part. We will close this part of the meeting. I will ask you just a few minutes while we just reaccommodate microphones. And I would like to tell you that as soon as we finish with these closing words from the Director of Education, we will take a family picture with the authorities and the minister, so please bear with us. And we will also ask speakers to stay with us because we will take the official picture of the event. So I will now like to invite Gonzalo Baroni, the Director, the National Educator of Education in Uruguay, Ignacio Barone. He will close this learning morning where we have access to first-hand information to the GEM Report 2023. Thank you so much, Karina. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a true honor to be here, closing this panel after the authorities that spoke before me. I would like to say hello to the local ministers and authorities, to the ministers that are visiting us from abroad, to the team of Ceibal's authorities and UNESCO authorities who enabled this event to be perfect, and also thank the general audience and those following us through the streaming. This institutional framework that enables the different governments and the people that I have mentioned to reflect on the things that are happening on technologies in education. This global report, to which I would like to highlight the effort on behalf of Maros Antoninis, who have gathered the experiences throughout the world, has enabled us to have this subtitle, a follow-up on education. Something that is very difficult sometimes to do inside the countries. So this has been a huge effort. We have witnessed through this report many ideas that are now set on paper. We have seen innovations on a topic that was growing, but now has taken a more important relevance after the pandemic. I wanted to highlight some of the things mentioned in this report, some things that many governments have already mentioned, but it continues to be a bit make a lot of noise in the public policies. Teachers cannot be replaced. There is not such issue. We will not be replacing an expert or a teacher. They will continue to be in front of a class. Technology as itself, it is not the solution. We need to take this into consideration. Sometimes companies come or governments come that in a few months, by procuring packages, they want to provide a solution to problems that are coming from the past. We need to think about the history of data and use it on the long term. Cost and efficiency should be taken into consideration for projects to be scalable and sustainable in education. The speed in which our legislation changes, specifically in the public policies, sometimes execution collapses with the bureaucracy in our countries. So I want to connect this to what happens in the LAC region and highlight that this report is being presented for the first time in a Hispanic country in our region. And picking up on what it was mentioned before, I wanted to emphasize that the LAC region needs to be better known, not only because of soccer, not only because of football. We are good football players, soccer players, but we need to gain more. The world needs to know about us because of our educational programs, which enable us to have a more equitable continent. Of course, facing all the challenges that we have experienced in the past. I want to double click and click on Uruguay. We are here in an event that has been organized by our ministry, by Ceibal Foundation and UNESCO, and I wanted to highlight this state policy, Ceibal. Plan Ceibal, back then and now, is now an agency. It used to be a plan, but throughout these 16 years, different governments have passed. They were involved in different budget policies. We have made a huge progress where we were able to deliver devices, elaborate content, train the trainers. We have had ambassadors in different parts of the world, experts in logistics and technology for information, and they have faced the pandemic. A pandemic that, in the public opinion, it was thought that many things were standardized and the magic solution would come from Ceibal, where there was a false idea that by having a device at home, you would be able to keep up with the education. That public opinion, that political system that sometimes is rushed by the deadlines, didn't ask themselves some questions like, what happens with connectivity in our families? What happens with the teachers and their training on technologies? What happened to the gaps among the different quintiles in the population, whether they were all getting the same lessons, the same amount of knowledge? And asking these questions, we need to revert the trend. And Ceibal was a key player for us to have the students in the center of the discussion for education in our continent. Safety, economy, work, these are always the things that we're always discussing. But education during the pandemic was key. It was at the center of the discussion. It was discussed at families, it was discussed at the public media, private media, which was also discussed at schools in each environment and public environment. Hence, I wanted to highlight the role of students, and they are the reasons why we are here. Their voice is important, what they learn at the end of the day. This is the reason why we elaborate these reports, and this is the reason why we have authorities, and this is the reason at the end of the day why we need to continue discussing to have more and better education. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Director of Education. We had a very intense morning with lots of ideas and challenges that we now have to start to try to solve, but this is a starting point that is fundamental and really necessary. Thank you to all the speakers and participants of this morning. As it was said before, it's an honor having been here, to be here in Montevideo to present the GEM 2023 report, but this is going to continue. At 3, we're going to be waiting for you to begin moving out of the Alliance for Digitalization in Latin America. I just ask for 2 minutes of your attention to remind all the participants that when you come tomorrow, don't forget your accreditation so that we don't have to repeat the process. I also want to remind you that the panel of Africa that they're going to participate is a pre-recorded video where authorities and ministers participate. It's going to be shown in streaming now when we finish this vlog. And I don't want to forget another detail, which is that we're going to take a picture now. First, we want to call for the present ministers and then the speakers in order to take an official picture. I will expect you at 3 o'clock, and thank you very much for being in this event that is fundamental for education.
Dear Honorable Ministers, it is an honor for me to moderate this high-level.
Vamos a sacar también una foto con los ministros y los anfitriones, así que invitamos a los anfitriones de Fundación Ceibal, de Ceibal y del Ministerio de Educación y Cultura también a integrarse a la foto. Muchas gracias a los ministros.
Dear Honorable Ministers, it is an honor for me to moderate this high-level roundtable
Les
with
agradecemos
you.
a los oradores, por favor, que suban al escenario, así sacamos la foto oficial del encuentro. Gracias a todos los oradores por participar de esta foto. Que no quede nadie afuera. Capaz que alguien, si está en el foyer y me está escuchando.
More than ever, recommendations that are based on evidence on how to use technology across education systems. Our invitation today is to discuss together the use of technology and learning for all children and all learners in Africa. Children in Africa are lagging behind in terms of learning outcomes. We know that at most 1 in 5 children of primary school age achieve minimum proficiency in reading and mathematics. But every part of the world has a major outstanding education problem to deal with. And every region, education systems around the world have often turned to technology to try to solve the most pressing issues in education. But as this year's GEM report correctly reminds us, we need to first ask ourselves what education systems we want before we turn to technology as a solution. The report provides strong arguments around the trade-offs that are inherent in the choices we need to make about the use of technology in education. And it is important that we look carefully at these trade-offs. I'm happy that we are joined today by Honorary Minister of Education and Skills of Botswana, Mr. Douglas Letsolatebe, Honorable Minister of State of Primary and Secondary Education of Rwanda, Mr. Gaspar Twagirayezu, and Honorable Minister of Education of Zambia, Mr. Douglas Siakalima. I will invite them to share with us their own country experiences in response to this specific common question for all of them. How can we promote digital education policies and programs in Africa that are based on evidence, that do not leave the most marginalized learners behind, and that can have a real impact on learning outcomes? Our honorable ministers from Latin America have already reflected upon this same question. So together through this South-to-South dialogue, we hope to be able to shed some light to the discussion around the use of technology in education with reference to Africa, using the recommendations of the 2023 GEM report as guidance. With this brief introduction, let me pass the floor to Honorable Minister Douglas Letsolatebe of Botswana to share with us his thoughts. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our experience in Botswana on the space of technology. Indeed, to teach or for learning to take place, we need to have the right curriculum. We need to have the good pedagogy to present that curriculum and good assessment. Now, I will concentrate mostly on the pedagogy. That's where we have used a technology to improve our teaching or learning in schools. We have looked at the way we teach students, and we realized that most of the students right now are not interested in the old way in which we teach. So we have embraced ICT in in teaching and learning. And so we made sure that we concentrate on 3 or 4 major points to make sure that learning takes place effectively. Remember, our assignment is to make sure that we do not leave anyone behind. And with ICT being brought in pedagogy, could leave other people behind. So one of the first important things we made sure that we concentrated on is the issue of connectivity. Do we have the right connectivity, internet, the right speed for everybody all over the country? And this is one of the major important things we looked at. And we are right now spreading out all over the country, connecting schools with the internet. And not only schools, we have where people gather to discuss the village issues known as kotlas. We are also connecting those to internet so that students, when they are maybe over the weekend when they are not at school, they could go by next to their kotla and connect to internet. And the next thing is issue to access to the devices themselves. You can have the internet if you do not have the devices. You may not have. You cannot connect. So we are giving out ICT gadgets to all schools. We have started off with the senior secondary schools. We're now moving to junior secondary schools, and we'll be moving to primary schools next year. We are really careful. We know students need to learn other motor skills. So we will be careful as we go lower than in lower primary. We'll be giving them gadgets and sometimes collecting them. The other important component we are concentrating on is what we put in those gadgets, the content. Have the kids have access to the right content? So we are retooling and upskilling our teachers so that they should be ready to train a 21st century learner. The 21st century learner needs to be trained to find the content out there in the Wide Web. Not only that, we have retooled and trained them to develop their content so that they can be able to give it to their students. And we are also, because politicians, we looked at the policies to come out with conducive policies to protect kids against cyber crimes and others, so that the students do not end up exposing them to a lot of danger. So we are embracing technology, especially on the part of the pedagogy in assessment. We'll have some time to touch on that, but we are using ICT to improve the quality of our education in Botswana.
Thank you, Minister, for touching upon a broad range of really extremely relevant issues, and I'm happy that we'll have a chance to also come back to some additional activities that you have been carrying out. Let me turn to Honourable Minister Twagirayezu. Rwanda, which also features quite extensively in the GEM report this year, has had quite a long experience of trying to embed technology in education. Please share with us your main reflections on the experience of implementing these policies.
Thank you very much, Manos, and thank you, colleagues, for giving us an opportunity to share with you all the experience of Rwanda to leverage ICT to improve learning outcomes for our children. But before I do that, I would want to quickly reflect on the opportunity that the GEM report is presenting to us to rethink the use of technology in education systems and at the lenses of relevance, equity, scalability, and sustainability. But also at the same time, remembering that these digital technologies are not coming to replace the human interaction, but rather we are aiming at enhancing this interaction in our education systems. In Rwanda, we are also thankful that we have been looked at in this report, and we are presented as one of the case studies in Africa. But allow me to draw on 5 key elements that we have prioritized as a country. And number 1 is the digitization of the education system. What we have done is to build systems that streamline all the workflows in our education systems value chain. We have digitized information systems from the classroom levels up to the national levels. We have also worked on different systems to allow us to increase efficiency in hiring teachers, in managing them, but also to look at how they are trained and how they are promoted. We have also, of course, been working on different systems to ensure that assessments in our classrooms are done efficiently and to ensure that the data coming from those systems can inform our policies on a national level. Of course, in addition to digitalization of the education system itself, we have also invested in building content that's aligned with the curriculum, but also content that that is integrated in the teaching and learning processes. And we have been providing access to our children of digital textbooks to ensure that our students and our teachers can access those resources online. Of course, we have also been emphasizing on infrastructure development, where most of our schools have access to digital devices, be it computers, tablets. But we have also been investing a lot in network, because you can have content and devices, but you also need all our schools to be connected. And I also want to highlight that we are also beginning to build a dedicated network for our education system. And this is a network that's going to connect schools and research institutions across the country. But of course, we have also been observing, of course, disparities across our education system, and we see this in terms of access to devices and access to the resources, of course, given where the schools are located. But of course, we are working on increasing the pool of technologies that we use to connect all these schools to ensure that most of our schools have access to internet resources, but also devices. We have also built policies to ensure that as we avail online resources, we need to also ensure that they are safe for our kids to access. So this is why we have developed a child online protection policy and a data privacy policy. And this is to ensure that our kids and our teachers can access these resources online, while we also protect their safety and their privacy. But of course, when we try to expand that experience, talk about Africa in general, I think we also need to look at access of devices, because these devices are getting expensive, and this prevents us from scaling those solutions. And this is why I believe that as African educators, we should also be looking at how do we pool our purchasing capacity so that we can have a greater bargaining power when we are discussing about procurement of these devices as they get more and more expensive, and our systems of education keep growing as we get to admit more children, as we also improve our efficiency. So I think this is very important, and I would want to invite all our colleagues here to actually consider working together on a continent to ensure that our children can have better access to those devices. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Minister. This is like music to my ears, because it's true. There are not that many areas of activity that countries can work together. They can learn from each other, but there are a few practical ways of collaboration, and I think the one you suggested sounds very, very promising. Let me now invite Minister Siakalima, who has also a really very ambitious vision for the education system of his country. I was pleased to listen to him last November, but I was in the context of a summit or a conference on technology in education. So it would be very interesting to hear how you envisage the incorporation of technology in your ambitious education vision. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Manos. Nice to see you once again. And good afternoon, my friend Botswana. And good afternoon, my colleague from Rwanda. Yes, the use of technology in schools is quite important for us, we believe. And I always say this, we missed the agrarian revolution first, then we missed the industrial revolution, then we shouldn't miss the technological revolution which is coming. And to leverage it with what we are doing in schools, I must confess that we have not gone wider the way Rwanda has done it. And I'm glad that my colleague was saying that we need now to start working together. We can learn from one another, but we can still work together like my friend from Rwanda gave an example. How do we leverage in order for us to get these devices? They shouldn't be too expensive for us. I know quite all right ourselves, my government has increased the share of GDP in terms of putting resources into education. So, and most of it, we are trying now to deal with the technological world. We have already done the national ICT policy, which we are also now building other laws. We have already an act which protects a child. So within our ICT policy, there is a bigger law which protects a child, every child. We also have just passed a few laws on cyber, especially on cyber crime, in order for our children not to really to go into something and then some people start tampering with them. One issue that we have not done a lot is actually in rural Zambia, because internet is quite slow that side. And what we are trying to do is because we are using our hydroelectricity in order for us to get electricity in order to get connected. But thank heavens we have now a solar system, so it is working well for us. We are also trying to get e-libraries so that our kids do not need to go physically into a library to go and read. They can read online with those protections that we have already. One thing probably that has made us learn a lesson now is COVID-19. COVID-19 taught us a lot of lessons on how important technology is. Because at that time, we were shuttering schools. Although we were not certainly affected as Africa, we should never ever think that something will not come which will disturb our kids and therefore the loss in learning. So ourselves, COVID really made us a point to say that ICTs, of course, like my colleague was saying, they will not replace a human or a human being, but it will help us in terms of so many things, in terms of learning, catching up, trying to learn at home. When there is a calamity, you still have to learn. Many of our universities now are online. Even when the kids are off school, they write assessments. I mean, they write their reports and then they are sent online and the teachers interact with them. So although we need still to do so much, but I think that we are on the right trajectory because every year, like myself, I'm receiving quite a bigger portion of the GDP in terms of budgeting. I think I can stop for now there.
Thank you, Minister Sekalima. I think I would like to give you the floor a second time because we do have a little bit of time left to reflect on the question because you all agreed that we need to put learners at the center. And the campaign behind this report is education technology on our terms. So I'd like you to reflect on that question. What does it mean for you to say that from your position you can help set the table? We had an example from Minister Twagirayezu on working together to set the terms, the cost terms, which can be expensive. But before I give the floor back to you, just a summary. Your interventions were really excellent because you have touched upon all of the diverse issues that the GEM report is touching. We talked about the opportunities that technology is giving us to reach disadvantaged groups. You mentioned remote libraries, for instance, in Zambia. You talked about content the opportunity to put so much content, preferably aligned to the curriculum, to achieve our learning objectives. You talked about the use to develop skills to navigate the digital world. Of course, not everyone is exposed to it at the same time, but things are changing very fast, and you're taking the precautions. You talk about the use of data and technology for education management through, I think, all sorts of examples, even in hiring and recruiting and managing teachers, for instance, in Rwanda. You talked about the challenges of connectivity in Botswana. You talked about the need to set devices, share them widely, but also make sure that they're both equitably distributed and appropriate, because maybe younger children need not be as much exposed to devices as older children. You talked about the need to protect them, and you also talked about the need to support teachers, a major condition for anything in technology and education to succeed. So thank you very much for these broad-ranging interventions. Let me get back to you in the same order and ask you a very brief reflection on what does it mean for you as a Minister of Education to set the terms on how technology is used for the best interests of learners. Minister Letsolatebe.
I can reflect on now, it's what I've learned, the challenges I've learned as we try to roll out ICT in schools. Like colleagues have said it, the issue of research centers and education and networks coming together to make sure that data is affordable. That's one of the things we really want to look into, to make sure that we discuss with others to find out how we can spread it out to other, not only research centers, and going down to basic education. Usually the research and education networks is concentrating on universities and research centers. We need to go all the way to involve everybody. The other thing is the issue of availability, the issue of open source, open data. We need to have that. Everybody should have access to data, to whatever is put up into the internet without hindrance of paying. This is one of the things which I really think we need to work around.
Thank you for joining today. Minister Twagirayezu.
All right. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity again. I think the quickest thing I can think of right now is to put in place the right policy frameworks. And this is to ensure that we are not scattered as we try to implement digital solutions in our schools. Because fortunately, we are now getting more and more private sector getting involved in developing content, developing solutions. But sometimes we find ourselves in a situation where there is no framework for us to tap into those resources in a more efficient way. And this results into one education system with 100 solutions, different types of content. So I think we need to figure out a way to build proper policy frameworks that can even guide the private sector on how it can integrate in our education system. And this is, again, to ensure that we have the appropriate content, but also to ensure that most of our kids are reached, that these solutions are not too expensive, or to make sure that these solutions are not too fragmented. So I think that policy framework on a country level, but also learning from each other on the continent, I think it will be useful.
Thank you very much for that. And maybe African Union Year of Education gives us an opportunity to also reflect on that question next year 2024. Minister Sekalima.
Yes, thank you again for the opportunity. Yeah, what we're trying to do also now, because as we roll out technology to many schools, we also appreciate that not all the teachers are tuned to technology. So we want to do a fast pace to train up more than 100,000 teachers, so that as we roll out, especially in rural areas, they must go and do something that is they are managing. Because sometimes you can have a teacher a pupil knows better than a teacher. Okay, so we must scale up, and this is what we are trying to do now. And for your own information, our recruitment of last year, the 30,496, many people say, how did you make it? We used actual technology to do that. We rolled out in all the districts, 116 districts. So technology helped us. We just programmed. If you're a teacher, you have applied, if you have a certificate, the grade that you have, the DBAS would refuse. You are not accepted. You are not accepted. You are not accepted. Because it was inbuilt. So it was a fair way of doing it, because in all the districts we did the same. And many people were actually very shocked that sometimes whenever they were recruiting teachers, even if it was by 5,000, it was problematic. By this time around, every teacher who was recruited, they know that they didn't need to go and, if you like, give something in order for them to be recruited. We just did that, and everybody was shocked to say that, how did you make it? They said, no, we programmed it so that everybody has equal chance of being a teacher. So when we do that, as we roll out with the teachers now, they will know that this thing works. So I think that was a plus which we had ourselves. You can imagine 30,496. If they were done manually, you can have somebody, he failed this subject, but he's going to teach. So we are saying that anybody who, even if they have a certificate, but if they did not pass English, for example, or mathematics, how are they going to teach mathematics at grade 5? So we programmed it that way that if you have failed this, automatically it will remove you. So there was very little human element inside there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a real pleasure to have you in this panel, bringing the reflections of Africa to the global launch. I think you raised very important questions. You reminded us that education has many challenges, but technology can be a tool, and that's a key. But a tool that has to be on our terms. And I think in your different ways, you elaborate that on the terms of the government, what suits the government, on the terms of the learner, and on the terms of the teacher, because if the teachers are also not brought on board, how is it possible? And I think we all hope to see that the learners get ahead of the teachers in everything, not just in their knowledge of technology, but in all their skills and capabilities to see a better future for our countries. Thank you so much for joining the global launch of the 2023 GEM Report.
just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Flashing red lights, driving at night, windowless ride, feeling alive. Nothing in sight, forever in flight. Follow those lines, we'll make it this time. Blurry street lights, work as a guide to memories that we're making tonight. Oh yeah, we'll make it tonight. Yeah. I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I gotta do. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? I'm in a race that everybody's chasing fast. They wanna be that someone on the screen at last. They ain't looking inside for their needs in life. They wanna be like by everybody in sight. But trust me, being free ain't spotlights. No, it's long nights and it's long fights with yourself all the time to get your mind right. But if you put in the work, you can find the light, alright? I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I gotta do. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more.
got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted. You've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? And 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 will you get bored of killing me?
Buenas tardes, los invitamos a ir pasando a la sala, así continuamos con el encuentro de hoy. Ahora centrado
Good afternoon, everybody. We will ask you to come back, and now we will continue with the Alliance for Digitization for Education in Latin America. We would like to ask you to please go back to your seats so we can start
de mucho contenido de interés.
Of this afternoon that is going to be loaded with content.
Buenas tardes, buenas noches, según de dónde nos están mirando, aquí desde Montevideo.
Good afternoon, good night, depending on where you are connecting. We're going to start our annual meeting for digitization of education in Latin America. We would like to welcome you all. As we said, we are launching this event from Montevideo, but we are conducting this event via streaming. To start our event, I would like to invite María Florencia Cepani. And for those who are here, I would like to invite you to a cultural show that is going to be at Sodre's Auditorium. It's going to be 19:30, but we will ask you, for those who would like to join us tonight, to register at the reception because we will provide direct transportation.
Show cultural en un lugar muy lindo como es el Sodre. Gracias, Florencia.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, buenas tardes, bienvenidas a todas y a todos al encuentro
Thank you, everybody.
para la digitalización de la educación en América Latina, Adela, que realizamos en el marco del lanzamiento global del informe GEM 2023 sobre la tecnología en la educación. Para comenzar, me gustaría agradecer nuevamente a las
In order
autoridades
to start,
presentes,
we would
tanto
like
de
to
Uruguay
thank
como
the
de otros países
authorities
que nos están acompañando,
present
así como
here
del
today from
equipo del
Uruguay and
informe
other
GEM,
countries, as
UNESCO
well
y
as the
autoridades
GEM
UNESCO.
team and
También a quienes
authorities,
nos están
UNESCO
siguiendo en
authorities.
línea a través de
I
la
would also like
transmisión
to
virtual.
thank those
Y les voy a
following
contar un
us
poquito, para
through
quienes
the
no saben qué es
online
Adela.
channels. For
Adela es
those
una
who
red
are not aware
creada
of
y coordinada
Adela,
por la Fundación
Adela is
Ceibal
a
de Uruguay,
network
integrada
created and coordinated
principalmente
by
por hacedores de
Ceibal
políticas públicas de
Foundation,
educación digital
formed
e
by
innovación de las
policymakers
regiones,
on
pero
digital
también por
policies,
centros de
and also
investigación y
by
organizaciones
research
internacionales y no
centers and
gubernamentales.
international
Este encuentro
organizations and
anual es muy
non-governmental
especial porque se
organizations.
cumplen
This
5
annual
años de la
event is very
creación de
special
Adela
because we
con
are
el apoyo
commemorating
de
5 years of the
IDRC
creation of
Canadá.
Adela with the creation of
Los invito,
IDCR
si
of
parece
Canada.
bien, ya que
We would
ha
like
sido
to
una jornada
invite you
larga a la
all,
mañana y
since this has
difícil
been
volver
a
después
very
del
long
almuerzo, a ver el
and
video de
fruitful
apertura que cuenta un
morning
poco el
session.
rol que nos
And
otorgó
it's always
Adela en
hard
estos
to
5
come
años.
back from lunch. We will share with you a short video presenting Adela's project. We have no audio. The interpreters have no audio.
Bien, como presentábamos en el video, Adela es un espacio fundamental para la
As we
búsqueda de
presented in this
soluciones
video,
a
Adela is a
problemas comunes en
fundamental
la región
process
relacionados con
in
educación
looking for
digital
solutions
e innovación.
for digital education
eje de
and
Adela
innovation.
está puesto
The
en
main
generar
axis of
soluciones
Adela is
sostenibles,
placed on generating
adaptadas a la
sustainable
diversidad de
solutions
contextos
adapted to the
locales,
diversity of
entre
local
ellas
contexts,
estrategias específicas
among which we have
para
specific
poblaciones
strategies
vulnerables, incluyendo
for
el cierre de brechas de género.
vulnerable
Como reflejamos en nuestras
populations,
publicaciones,
including gender
trabajamos
gaps.
con la
As we
convicción
share
de
in
que los
our
sistemas
publications, we work with the
educativos forman parte de
conviction
sistemas
that
complejos,
our
con
educational
interdependencias
systems are
y
part
con
of a complex
necesidades
system with
permanentes
interdependencies
de
and
adaptaciones
with
a
permanent
cambios.
needs
En este
to
marco
adapt to
resulta
changes.
fundamental la
Within this
generación de
framework,
redes de
it is
colaboración.
fundamental to generate
Y
collaboration
hay un rol
networks.
importante de esas redes, que es
And
facilitar
these
la
networks
innovación
have a
para
very
la
important
construcción
role
de
in
sistemas
facilitating the
educativos
construction of
resilientes.
educational
En
systems
este
which are
contexto, las
resilient.
redes
Within
son
this
fundamentales
context,
para
networks are
aumentar las
fundamental, as I
capacidades
said, in
de
order
las
to improve
personas
the
y de las
capacities of
organizaciones
people and
para superar
organizations
desafíos
in
complejos
order
y
to
generar
overcome
cambios a
complex
escala.
challenges and
La
generate
literatura
scalable
sobre
changes.
innovación y
The
redes
literature on
refiere
innovation and
a
networks
integrantes de las
makes
redes
reference
que
to
actúan como
members
puntos
of
de
these networks
recarga para otros.
who function as
Esto quiere
a
decir que aportan
reloading,
ideas
recharging
visionarias
point.
con
This means that
soluciones
they
e
provide their
intervenciones.
input with
Y esto
visionary
es
ideas
parte
and
de Adela.
solutions. And this is
En
part of
estos
Adela.
5 años, Adela ha tenido un rol
Over
fundamental
these
para la
5 years,
elaboración de
Adela has
políticas
had a very
públicas
important
y,
role
según ellos mismos
for
manifiestan, en
policymakers.
espacios de
As they
retroalimentación.
said,
Los miembros
this
de Adela
is
remarcan
promoting
el
feedback
valor del
environments,
intercambio entre
and
pares
they
para la búsqueda
stress
de
the value
soluciones a
of
problemas
peer-to-peer
comunes y el
exchanges in
acceso a
looking for
prácticas de
solutions
países
to
más
common
avanzados
problems
en
and
el
the
desarrollo
access
de la
to
política
practices
digital,
that are
como
applied in
Uruguay
other
a través de
countries which
Ceibal,
have further
lo cual
developed
aporta
these
ideas
digital
de
technologies,
adaptación a sus
which brings new
contextos y los
adaptation ideas
ayuda a
to this
actuar de forma
context
más
and
rápida y
help us
eficiente.
in order to work in a
Adela ha
more
tenido en
efficient and
estos 5
faster way.
años un rol clave en
Over
la
the last
generación
5
de
years, Adela has
recursos
had
para
a
fortalecer
generation
políticas de
of
educación digital
resources
e innovación
in
en la
strengthening
región.
the digital
Además de
technologies
producir
for the region.
publicaciones, se
Apart from
relevaron y
producing
sistematizaron
publications,
los principales
we
desafíos y
surveyed
buenas
and
prácticas en la
systematized the
región.
main challenges and good practices in the region. And according to this, we were able to conduct, for example, calls for research, for applicable research projects related to the different problems at a national level and regional level. We were able to generate fast response mechanisms in order to have technical assistance, short-term help, virtual meetings, bilateral meetings for the transfer of knowledge and capacities. I would also like to thank all panelists and all the guests that are participating here today in this exchange. And I stress the fact that we have many women present here. And this is one of the topics that we're going to be discussing in these ADELAS meetings, the challenges and opportunities relating to bridging this gap, this gender gap, along with inclusion and training for the teachers. And this is also converging into our projects and objectives of technology applied to education, because technology has the potential to boost, to promote some types of learnings within specific contexts. This is why it is a true pleasure to have here today, as part of our opening meeting, Manos Antonini. He comes, as you know, from UNESCO, and he's going to be also sharing the panel with us. We hope that this is going to be a very fruitful meeting for you, and that we continue to construct a cooperation process for the region. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Florencia. And as you already said, we will now invite Manos Antoninis, Director of the Follow-up Report on Education at a worldwide level at UNESCO. He's going to make reference to the main recommendations of the GEM report for this region. Thank you.
I don't think I need to repeat myself because almost all of you were here this morning. I just want to reflect a little bit on the value that a network like ADELA brings. We ourselves were a global report, but we realized that in order to help countries, it is not enough to publish a global report. We need to go a step down and work with regions. And that's why in our last strategy we introduced the concept of a regional report. And that is not by chance. Global agendas are, of course, inspirational, aspirational, but sometimes they do not offer enough opportunities for countries to engage. And there's no better context than the region. I could say that what is really important for us was in 2019, when SDG 4, the global education goal, was reviewed for the first time, we had a publication. We called it Beyond Commitments. How can we define what it means for a country to embrace SDG 4 through its policies? And we said it's beyond access, because obviously we have been focusing more on learning. It's beyond averages, because we really have to focus on equity. It is also beyond the basics, because reading and mathematics are important, but our challenges are broader. It's beyond schooling, because really we're talking about the ability to be a lifelong learner. It's about being beyond education, because for all our challenges in education, we really need to work with other sectors. That's the spirit of the SDGs. But the last was beyond countries. Countries do not like, or have not traditionally liked, to talk with their other peers about education. Education has always been a very national issue. But step by step, we do see that in the right context, with the right people around the table, and with the right incentives, countries are willing to listen and to speak. And it is to your credit that you have introduced this network, because that's exactly what you need. And I think we will discuss also later this afternoon the concept of how can the region define digital competencies. again, an area where countries can learn from each other. We discussed today how this region, like every other region, lacks evidence. Generating the evidence is costly. So again, pooling resources together at the regional level can help overcome some of the high setup costs that you have in every country. Closing, just to say that we tried from our strategy to reach to the region, and we've had wonderful partnerships all around the world. I wish we could have had the one partnership with Adela now in retrospect, but we have also introduced a resource which you saw in my presentation in the morning, where we document the laws and policies that each country follows on the theme of the report. We call that PEER, for self-explanatory reasons, because what we felt was by going to meetings like this, often there's not enough evidence presented in a way, even if it is descriptive, in a comparable way, so that people can relate to each other. And so people don't just talk in a vacuum, but they talk with references to what other countries are doing. So that's something we will continue doing, and I hope that the resources of the report and of the PEER website will be helpful for your work. Thank you again for the invitation.
Muchas gracias, Mano. Thank you very much. Vamos a ir entonces ahora sí al primer panel de la tarde, continuando con las reflexiones. Denme un segundo porque creo que me olvidé de un panel, así que denme un minuto. Se me mezclaron las tarjetas. No tengo la 10, pasame ahí. No la tengo. Muy bien, ahora sí, después de mi gaf. Seguimos adelante. El primer panel va a ser Desarrollo Internacional, y para eso vamos a invitar primero que nada a la moderadora de este panel, María Eugenia Alonso, coordinadora de la red.
Alonso, she's the coordinator of the Adela's network at Ceibal Foundation. Welcome, María Eugenia. We will also have Alejandra Vargas. She is the official of the IDRC program. We will also invite Italo Dutra. He is the regional counselor for education from UNICEF Lacro. Andrea Bergamaschi, she's a specialist in senior education division at the IDB. And Romina Kasman, she is a specialist on education from the multi-country office at UNESCO in San Jose. And the moderator will be María Eugenia Alonso. Please be welcome. Thank you, Karina. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you all panelists for being here today. Technologies, and in particular digital technology, can help us bridging the gaps, specifically for those groups or sectors of the population that are less favored, immigrants, rural areas. But in some cases, technology also poses an increase in this gap, like the gender gap. In this sense, we are organizing this first panel based on the following question. What are the opportunities and challenges of technology in education in order to promote inclusion for displaced and isolated populations and for bridging the gender gap? In order to answer this question, we will give the floor to Alejandra Vargas. She's the main specialist of IDRC Canada program. Italo Dutra, he's the senior education specialist on the Division of Education at the IDB, for them to share their point of view. Thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation. It's been a true pleasure to be here today and to provide support from the IDRC project. In the morning, we were already talking about the potential and the process of tech in order to close these gaps. But tech itself will not be the answer. And in fact, we run the risk of seeing these gaps being increased if we were to develop or to implement things without knowing the lifespan of these technologies, without a gender perspective right from the design of this innovation. It is important, therefore, to include in this design teachers that should be properly trained so they don't increase this gender gap. So this is also important. It must be scalable in order to be adopted. One of the innovations that we support is For Carbo Intoro. This is a refugee institution, and they recognize that for girls who are they are always doing the household works, they won't be able to attend to classes because they're always helping at home. This is not closing this gender gap, but it is at least recognized. Another important component was recognizing the fact that the tech community, we always invite children to come closer to technologies, but in a parallel, we also see gender violence, cyberbullying, an attack to the LGBTQ community. So this also has to be mentioned and taken into consideration. I see promising aspects in the development of content. Some of the innovations that we support are a math platform that we are supporting to scale this in Peru. It has historical characters that are female ones, and in fact, we present characters in which we see parents actually washing dishes and doing other household things. So this message is also important. We must include this content. The best innovations that we have, like Way to Learn, is specifically addressed to children and young adults, but we ask them, what would you like to see in the platform? And children would say, okay, I would like to see football players. Okay, so we are including these components in the design. We're thinking about the final beneficiaries. And I think that in local communities, we have further opportunities to close the gap.
The other important promise of tech is having disaggregated data. Several of the incentives that we support have to do with teachers being able to see which concepts are being understood of boys versus girls, which students need special attention in order to maybe make a concept stronger. And we don't just work with innovation, we also work with the teachers to make sure that they question their own stereotypes and that they use inclusive language, that when they make exercises in pairs, they may have opportunities both for boys and girls to solve issues. And so all those components of using data in order to improve learning with teachers who are trained for this. And lastly, I would say that there is an important role from donors such as ourselves and international organizations, sometimes metrics of what we think is quality and innovation to scale and adopt. What is the cost? Very important. How many children are connected in the platform? How many hours a day? All of that is important, but I think that there is also an intention thinking of metrics. It's how these countries are getting to the most difficult spaces that are hardest to get to, and that require sustained funds from organizations such as ours to really reach the boys and girls who need it the most, where we measure success and how much these criteria of equality and gender are being advanced forward. Now, then we have Italia Otra from UNICEF for Latin America and the Caribbean. Could you please share your view? Oh, good afternoon, good night, good morning to the ones who are online. First, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I think that this is a very important space. I think that finally we have in the sessions of the day a panel with more women than men. I think that is a good thing. We know that in education we have more women than men, and I think that it's also something that needs to be changed in the positions of power. And so I wanted to say that with what Andrea said, maybe we should focus more on the question per se, which is which are the opportunities. I think you mentioned something that is very important. Latin America is a region that has a lot of inequality, and in the access, in the beginning, we have kids boys who exit schools before girls, but as they grow, the girls are the ones that are going to suffer with not finishing school or not having access to a series of things and opportunities that produce more income for their families. There are lots of families in the region which are led by women. And so we have a situation that is very important in terms of gender. And also intersectionality. Since we're an unequal region, we always think about the different gaps, and there's no doubt about the digital gap that affects our population. We have 70% who are accessing connection in our region, and that 30% we get to different intersectional sections. We're going to get to women, indigenous people in rural areas who don't even have access to electricity. And then we get to other things that those populations are affected by, so from that starting point. And so I would like to focus on two things. The first one is the budget analysis. We can't think about solving inequality or close gaps without thinking about where investment is going to and what are the results that are produced by it. Many times, and most of the investment analysis or public expense that we do in the region, we're looking at the results of saying, okay, we invest more in the ones who need the least. And the second thing that I would like to say is that if we have a good analysis, we know what is the road to make investments. You have to have public policies that are inclusive, and they have to be intersectional, of course. You cannot reach a gap without thinking of public policies that are inclusive as the basis. What does that mean? Budget, intention, monitoring, and responsibility of everyone, of the capability that we have of choosing and listening to the children and teenagers, and also telling them, okay, what does this policy produce in terms of learnings? We have interesting examples in the region that we work with. For example, STEM for girls in several countries with projects that we are carrying out. Collaborative development of learning passport that we do with Microsoft, where there is a series of things that were thought about from the beginning in order to move forward. The road is there. We have excellent examples in the region, but we are still missing the intention in these changes, in making these changes. This is something that we are not seeing as much in the production of policies or in the results that they produce. Thank you. Thank you, Italo. Thank you both for sharing your thoughts. We will continue with a second question that is aimed to Andrea Bergamaschi and Romina Kahman. How do you consider that international organizations have can favor the transfer of knowledge on teacher training and the breaching of gaps of gender in the digital world in the region in order to promote a more equitable and good quality learning? We will start with Andrea Bergamaschi, who is a senior specialist in education in the IDB. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ceibal. Congratulations on the report, which, as we say in Brazil, continuing with the participation here in the panel, which is already given something to talk about and causing debate. I think that everyone who works with data, that is a very important positive impact already. Thank you very much for the question, because I think that it gives us the opportunity at the bank of telling about what we do and what we do best, which is that the bank has a presence in almost all the countries of Latin America. There are specialists working on the field with the government, and we think that that is a strategy that allows us as a bank precisely to strengthen the exchange of good practices and generate public goods, regional ones. And on this topic specifically, future information for digital education, we are already working on a project that is in itself a project of sharing good practices, but between sectors, the public sector, private sector, and civil society organizations. We are working with some other countries and advancing and moving forward with the establishing a framework of digital competences for teachers. And in this sense, we are having a pilot to begin having discussions. We need a good diagnosis. And so we are doing a pilot with some countries in self-evaluation of digital competences. This was Amaricia, who is here with an alliance with a Foundation Pro Futuro in order to make available for other countries in the region an instrument that was developed by the civil organization. It's very solid. It's been implemented since 2016, and what the bank does now is support the countries who have an interest in trying it out and starting to work in the framework of digital competence with resources and technical support. And so the bank has a team of digital education transformation, and this team works with the authorities of the countries. We have worked with Colombia, with two departments of Colombia. We have worked with Honduras, and we are now doing a pilot in Nicaragua. We have identified 8 countries which have an interest in the region of the bank. And what we're doing, thanks to that alliance with the CIB, is that they made the tool available of self-evaluation, teacher capabilities, which maps in different dimensions and levels, the level of appropriation and use of the technologies by the teachers. And what we do is CIB gave us this tool with an open source, and what we do is we help the countries that have an interest in adapting the platform to their reality, both the platform in terms of contents as well as technical terms of operation. We support with the implementation, mobilization of stakeholders, follow-up of responses of the teachers, and then with systematizing the results, and we carry out workshops with the local authorities as well in order to foster that space of discussion. I almost on time, but I think that it's an interesting project. The bank will also now working with that instrument, and the idea is for it to become a public good for the region, and the idea is to make it available for the whole of the region. So it's going to be open, free, in the platform of the bank, as opposed to this year, during this year, working so that every country who is interested can access that. We think that that is a role that we have, and that's why I decided to bring that project to this panel, because beyond the topic of training specifically, I think that it's a project that shows quite well how the bank works in alliance with others, promoting that exchange and collaboration between governments and making available those technical and financial support. The digital competence is something that we have to develop in the teachers training of the region in order to favor digital alphabetization. We'll continue now with Romina Gassman, responsible for education of the multi-country office of UNESCO in Costa Rica. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this invitation. I wanted to share some ideas about this topic and reaching the gap and gender inequality from UNESCO and here and other organizations as well that are present here. We try to promote dialogue, exchange, and cooperation. We like to co-construct with the countries. There is something that we always try to do first, which is working on the vision of the countries. And I think that that is something that the GEM report and with all the work that we do, we realize that after COVID, we need to rethink the vision of education. Of course, this has happened with the curriculums, the vis-a-vis, the connectivity, computers. There were reactive actions from the Ministry of Education. We had to ensure access and education continuation, but the vision was left aside. Together with Ceibal, with the IBE as well, who's present here, and the support of the EIC, UNESCO worked on a common framework of an emergency curriculum that Ceibal had already been working on, and it was create consensus between the countries on 3 topics. So the countries chose a vision, not just to recover learning, but also to strengthen learning. So citizen education, social-emotional education, and also education on media and technologies. And this was a teacher training program. We were given the resources for a teacher training program. And the first thing that was our project before COVID. And first we said, okay, let's talk about curriculum. And why begin with that? Because we need to rethink the vision of education. What competences are needed? What type of citizen I want? And from that, start to build a consensus of a region, sub-region that works together, that has the great tradition of working together. And even though the countries are different, has issues that are quite common. So from there, we began to work on teacher training. And we do want to highlight the rethinking that some countries are doing of teacher training. So the importance of, yes, to training teachers in digital sources and also using multiple cultures and also taking into account gender, not just with girls. We know that we need to continue investing in that, but also we know about the exclusion of the children that my colleagues were talking about, but we're also talking about professional development for teachers and how they can affect public policies, education policies. And we said that the construction of that vision together with those perspectives of teachers need the dialogue of all the education communities to be democratic. And that's also breaching the gender gaps, not just at the digital level, but also in all the other areas that my colleagues already mentioned. So in terms of professional development, we also want to highlight something that comes together with this part of the vision, which is when we went in the middle of COVID or coming out of COVID, there was a lot of urgency, rethinking the rules, security issues, and then that was lost gradually, and the role of supervision of the state was lost. And I want to highlight not just this GEM report, but the previous one, where was the role of the non-government education agents. And I think that this part of the government should be recovered so that the different stakeholders of education and the different initiatives in the territory to breach the digital gaps, and especially in gender topics, can work together with the government and try to avoid inequalities by having an integration of an education system that promotes throughout life the rights. Thank you very much to the participants of this panel. It was very enriching. All of your comments, opinions, And it's really related to all the topics of interest of Adela this year that are related to teacher training, which is one of the main challenges in the region, and reaching the gender gap. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria Eugenia, for moderating. Thank you very much to all the panel. It was very interesting. We'll continue with the second panel of the afternoon. In this case, we're going to talk about public policies and regional development. It is a panel that is hybrid. Part of it is here in Montevideo, and another part is going to be connecting through video. First, I would like to invite Florencia Alonso, coordinator of projects for LATAM of Ceibal Foundation, who is going to be in charge of moderating this panel. We're going to have Fiorella Jaim, who is the general manager of Ceibal, Martín Cáceres Murri, who is the director of the Innovation Center of the Ministry of Education of Chile, Lilian de Matei, who is the general director of Science and Technology of the Ministry of Education and Culture of Paraguay, Ana Laura Martínez, coordination of regional cooperation at CETIC, the Regional Center of Studies for the Society of Information, which works under UNESCO. This is the panel that we have here in person, but we're also going to be joined virtually by Linda Barahona, who is the General Director of Innovation, of Technological Innovation, Educational Technology and Innovation at the Secretariat of Education of Honduras. Also, Rivas Medrano, Director of Gender of the Center of Innovation Technology of El Salvador, and Jacqueline Elizondo, the Strategic Coordinator of the Education and Cultural Coordination of Central America, the System of Central American Integration. So, there's again a majority of women, so let's celebrate again. Hello, welcome everyone. Thank you very much to all the participants who are joining us in this panel. We know that the digital technology has caused a lot of changes in learning and teaching. The inclusion and breaching of gender gaps really represent huge challenges in the region. In this sense, we have raised this panel for question. The first one is directed to Fiorella Jaim, Martín Cáceres, Linda Barahona, and Lilian de Matei. And it's the following. Which of the following challenges of the region regarding teacher training, which are the main challenges that the region has in teacher training and closing gender gaps in digital education, and how can network help with those challenges and approaching them? So first we'll have Fiorella Jaim, manager of Ceibal. Thank you very much. I want to comment something first on the value of a network such as Adela, where we can have people who implement policies and digital policies in education gathered together from different countries, talking and exchanging about the issues that we have day to day and its operations. And I think that this has a lot of value, and sometimes in other networks, it's different, that space. I think that this is really a peer network where we learn a lot. And among other topics is the topic of gender, which is something that we have in common. In Uruguay, we know that we need more women in technology. We know that there are many projects that are not being able to be carried out because we don't have enough engineers. We don't have enough people working in the industry of technology. And we know that the participation of women in that industry is really low. We're talking about 20%. And this is an issue not just in Uruguay. It's something that is repeated around the world, but especially in the region, with many topics in common, many issues in common. And so from Ceibal, one of the tools that we have developed is a chart of indicators where we can see for each of the initiatives that we have and the programs that we have, is the participation of girls and boys, and be able to take measures all time in order to try to correct that situation. The aspect that you mentioned in particular has to do with teacher training. We think that this generation of evidence, for example, in the performance of girls in some tests of computer thinking, such as beta tests, where they have a performance that is as good as a boy's, and sometimes even higher, can be helpful for teachers that we now know because we ask them that they maybe think that boys are better than girls. They can change that perception, and by changing that perception, they also change what they project and that image that our girls have, and then girl teenagers have when they choose a profession. They think maybe it's not a field for them.
So I think that the fact that we are being able to be present in the last spaces enable us the opportunity to reflect on tools and opportunities that may lead that in our teaching and within our discourse, we can favor to girls, adolescents, thinking at least then they can decide, but thinking that this is also a field of work where they are not going to be excluded. Thank you so much, Florela. We're going to continue now with Martín Cáceres. He's the director of the Innovation Center from the Education of Chile.
Sí, ahí sí. Género. Bien, ¿cómo están? Bueno, muchas gracias por la invitación.
Gender. Thank you for your invitation. It is very interesting, the GEM report, how you include these topics that within the literature, they were taken as granted in the past. And it also gives us a unified vision. So I think that this is a very good way to open up for the questions. This is a topic that we are discussing within this panel, which I also think that I would like to address with all the different complex issues that we see in Chile. Regarding the problems of digital education with the use of AI, it also poses very deep questions. From the report, these topics are handled with a lot of depth, but also we need to take into account that always the technology is at the center of these discussions. I totally agree with this. We cannot talk about this if we don't include the discussion of technology as a way to solve issues. Specifically when we talk about education and how we can strengthen the learning curve. Technology can be seen as a dimension or as an agent that is part of our daily work and our daily lives. Our work environment is changing due to the inclusion of these technologies, the way that we relate to each other, the way that we live as a society. And all these, of course, gets into the classrooms, the way that we share experiences. Either our students are connected to the internet or not. Regardless of that, this also has an impact in the classroom. Whether they are able to use or not their cell phones, their minds are thinking about what's going on today with this trend. I mean, they are thinking about the accounts that they follow via Instagram, Twitter, etc. So this also is a challenge. With the eruption of these regenerative AI, we need to rethink the language and the literature that we're going to use. Are they going to be the same as we used 20 years ago? Are we making science in the same way? Are we thinking about art, philosophy? All areas of knowledge face these important questions that we need to ask ourselves as humanity. So, from the daily basis, the daily work, what happens on the curriculum? Are we asking ourselves these questions? From the different disciplines, I am very interested, for example, from humanities, because it is not only about STEM, but from humanities. How are we asking ourselves the progress of technologies and their impact? So one way of doing this is from digital citizenship with the panel that we had earlier on this morning. And in Chile, we are betting on promoting this, but always taking into account all these issues in a transversal way, in transdisciplinary way, so we can provide answer to all of these issues. And we have to really rethink disciplines itself. themselves. We have to think about mental health. There are many challenges here on how we are going to be conceiving the development of our teachers that are going to be answering our needs on a daily basis, but also that are aligned with the realities of every classroom. These are practical issues that we face every day. And here we have a local challenge, how we learn from the lessons learned from other countries. So how can we work from Adela? How can we share our experiences? And of course, how can we try to solve them as a whole, as a team? Thank you, Martin, for your input. We will now share Linda Barahona. She's the General Director of Technological Innovation from Honduras. And through this video, we would like to remind ourselves the following questions. What are the main issues regarding training, train-the-trainer, and gender gap, bridging the gender gap? In general, just quoting Henry Ford, founder of Ford Motor Company, who once said, "The true progress is the one that puts technologies at the hand of everybody." So this means that this is a huge challenge in closing this digital and train-the-trainer gap. The unequal distribution of resources, the geographical characteristics of each region, which means a challenge when we need to provide an answer to these technologies, the lack of funding for these technologies to be available to students and also available to teachers. These are true challenges. And on top of this, we need to add the addition of a sustainable model that will be providing support to teachers in service so they can keep themselves up to date and then can also include new knowledge. Regarding this gender gap for digital education, we cannot omit the fact that there had been many advances. The amount of girls that today are using these technologies within this environment has increased. But of course, we need to continue working in this sense. We need to motivate them and give them safety so they can acquire this new digital knowledge and also so they can face such competitive society. I will close my participation saying that in order for us to have a sustainable and fair society, we need to have within this road, we need to generate equal opportunities for these young ladies.
Muy bien, agradecemos los aportes de Linda Barahona. Ahora invitamos a Lilian de Matei,
Thank you, Lilian de Matei. We'll be having the floor now, and we would like to invite her to share her reflections. Thank you so much. I will also share with you my specific questions because I have the clock ticking in my head and in front of me. Of course, this new gender gap that we have in Paraguay has to do with appropriation. If we do not take ownership of this digital education transformation, it will be impossible for us to escalate any of the things that we were discussing. We will not be able to have a resilient educational system. This is why we're working very strongly in order to have these changes, because we are already in a digital transformation. This is something that we cannot avoid. Our kids are spending more time with their devices. So we really need to focus in this ownership. We need to take ownership of this. The Ministry of Education and Science is working in this management of change, starting with a revision of the curriculum of training trainers. This is going to take place after the pandemic. And the pandemic has really accelerated this process. of this appropriation. And in order for us to take ownership and appropriate of this, we need to make this as an internal thing. Even though we can, of course, do the dotation and the connectivity, how are we developing this content, this alphabetization content for those teachers that are already working with us? So this means continuous training. How can we work with them in an intentional way so they can use these resources? So they can use all these resources, and we make sure that they are aligned. So we need to really put an intention, and Adela, for sure, is a key factor that integrates all this, which is going to help us put together all the experience. So this kind of event, as the one we are sharing, help us to see that these problems are regional problems, not only our own problems, and they have to do with our culture. And this is why Adela's Foundation, for us, is a comprehensive element, because we can see the cooperation through the network itself, the cooperation of sharing our experiences and how these public policies have been implemented in other countries and how they can help us as an experience. Even though we have different contexts, of course, there are things that we can take home, adapt them, and we can, of course, implement them within our countries. So for the implementation of public policies, it is very good to have these kinds of networks as a way of providing support to this process that we are seeing, with this new reality that we are facing. Thank you so much. We will now continue with the participation through a video of Jenny Rivas. She's the gender manager, and she joins us from El Salvador. She's going to answer them which are the main challenges in the region in order to close the gender gap for digital education. El Salvador has taken enormous steps in digital education. It has a public policy and a program that is called NACERS, which through the government has delivered computers and tablets to the trainers and also to the public sector. This has closed the gap in some of the schools in our country. This has also provided training for digital pedagogy, reaching over 30,000 teachers, among which 70% are women, taking into account that pedagogy continues to be feminist. So closing this gender gap in providing access and the use of direct connectivity continues to be an exclusive and a thing from which many women are still excluded, taking into account all the roles that they have within and outside the school when we are talking about female teachers. Identifying this gender gap in education and technology is important to close this gender gap, and in pursuing public policies in digital education that are going to be inclusive, also provide access to digital devices to women, and also try to break these gender stereotypes through a non-sexist education, promoting the active participation of women in science and technology, and making more visible the role of women throughout history, promoting the learning of STEM, and also exposing women to these new areas of science. This can also include the didactic materials, among others.
We want to thank the contributions of Jenny Rivas. Let's continue with the next virtual participation, this time from Dr. Núñez Elizondo, the strategic coordination of the cultural and education coordination of the system of Central America. And it's going to share how use of technology can favor displaced and migrant populations in the region. Good morning, everyone who is with us today. Due to the short time, I'm going to not do any protocols facilitations, but I want to say that regarding migrant populations and displaced populations in the region, which have initiated a several-year process that has an important milestone, which is that on April 28, 2022, the Ministers' Council of Education of Mexico and also the Secretariat of Public Education of Mexico, which even though it's not part of Mexico, has also joined in, have approved a policy of accreditation of the knowledge of education in Mexico and the region, and this has helped with the migrant population. We do have a regional instrument to acknowledge, validate the results of knowledge of teenagers and kids in mobility who, as you know, don't always travel with their documentation. Technology has an important role in the implementation of its policies, since as a part of their strategic actions, they established the creation of an exchange system of information on the population in this condition, incorporating in the national statistical system components and specific fields, and which is accessible for all the ministries of the region. The idea is to create a software with the system. We are going to elaborate an initiative in this sense as well with Save the Children and UNESCO in order to be able to somehow track the level of competences acquired by the children and adolescents and their route of mobility. For that, it would be important to have an app or software at a regional level that would be key in order to, at any point of the migratory route, to be able to access information and know the education trajectories of these children and teenagers, and with that be able to deliver an education kit that has to do with our education level, which is related to that. And it's important to take advantage of technology in concrete actions in order to make it easier for the ministries of education to guarantee the right to education of the people who are in the situation. We thank Raquel Núñez Sixica participation as well. To finish this panel, we invite Ana Laura Martinez, Coordinator of Regional Cooperation of the CITIC, to provide some comments on what is the importance of data for decision-making in the framework of what has been shown about teacher training, inclusion, and breaching gender gaps. Thank you very much. It's a great joy for me to be here in my country of origin, participating in a panel that is working on these very important topics. And the specific thing on the importance of data, perhaps in a broader sense of evidence, which is perhaps broader than just data, being very clear throughout the day, specifically in this panel. And I'm going to highlight some points which I think are important, mainly in the context of our network such as Adela, which has the participation of policymakers, research centers, and where there is evidence of the relation with decision-making. An aspect that is important to highlight is that this focus that is evidence-based has to do with helping people who are responsible for making policies to implement policies which are more effective in the framework of a context of lack of resources and multiple challenges, such as was indicated today by Italia Dutra. We have a regressive distribution of investments oftentimes, and it's almost an ethical imperative to use the evidence that exists in order to formulate the best policies that we can in the framework of the lack of resources that we have. And so this is almost ethical, which means the need of using evidence for formulating policies in the different stages of the cycle of policies. So from diagnosis to design, implementation, and continual improvement of policies in each of their stages. I would like to comment on some specific aspects, how that evidence needs to be in order to work, because the data by themselves, they don't say anything. There's an example cited by Frelahan, which is like 20% of women are inserted in the areas of STEM. What does that mean? Does it mean that they don't have the capability, or does it mean something else? The data itself, 20%, doesn't mean anything if we don't read it within a conceptual framework that is strong, that is within a broader framework of knowledge that comes from the scientific area where the phenomenon has been investigated, and we give it a potent, strong reading and not just having it as isolated data. And so in that dialogue between policymakers and people who produce quality data, we have to have a dialogue about between the policymaking and the data in a way that is not biased, that is accurate and according to times, and that is timely. We also have an important thing, which is data disaggregation, which is something that came out from these comments, and it's to what level they have to be disaggregated in order to be correct. And so we have talked about differences between rural, urban areas, differences between boys and girls, and other significant differences where if we don't translate that into how we show data, we won't have those elements that are important. Since I don't have any more time, I just want to quote something which is that producing data with these characteristics that are disaggregated in the corresponding and the relevant variables and produced within the framework of a relevant dialogue between policymakers and the ones who produce data, we have more chances of implementing policies of good quality and which allow us to have a good education throughout our lives. And Adela is an environment that is absolutely the right one for this to happen, and we hope we have many years of Adela to look forward to. Thank you very much, Ana Laura. And thank you very much to all the members of the panel. These contributions are really valuable to think about and to develop public policies, particularly those related to teacher training and reaching gender gaps in the digital era. And so thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much, Florencia, and all of the experts who have participated in the panel. We are going to close this yearly meeting of Adela, but we have more things. I'm going to tell you about that in a moment. Before I invite Maria Eugenia Alonso and Maltasín Mendez, who are going to finish with this Adela meeting, I want to tell you that after the break that we're going to have right here in the hall, we're going to have a last block where the technology providers are going to talk. Basically, we want to know how can the technology providers accompany the sustainable development of education in the region. And this is what is going to be debated and reflected upon and discussed in this last part of the afternoon. Of course, you can continue participating in the meetings through the different streaming channels through which we are broadcasting the report, the GEM report. It can be through Ceibal Foundation, the Ministry of Education and Culture, both in Spanish and in English. We expect you, therefore, after the small break. But now, I invite Maria Eugenia Alonso, the coordinator of the Adela network of Ceibal Foundation, and also Maltasín Mendez, Chief of Education of UNESCO Santiago, who are going to close this Adela encounter. Thank you, both of you. So to finish, it's an honor to share this space with Francisco. I'm going to invite to give up some closing words for this encounter and to tell us his impressions of the regional networks to favor collaboration among countries and which promote more equitable education that is more inclusive and has better quality through digital resources in the region. Thank you very much, Maria Eugenia. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today talking in representation of the Regional Office of UNESCO, specialized in education, which is in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I would like firstly to congratulate you and congratulate our dear Florencia Ripani as well for carrying out this job, this very important mission that Adela is, and also for maintaining a network such as this one alive. We know that sometimes it's easy to create them, but it's not so easy to keep them alive and relevant. So first of all, really congratulations on that job. And then I would like to share a bit with you about the importance of the job of networks in this context of Latin America and the Caribbean that we have. And there we reconnect again a bit with the origin of this GEM report, this report that monitors ODS SDG 4. So in the region, it's very important for this technology, the data that comes here now, to be at the service of the improvement of the learnings that we have in the region. And there, unfortunately, we have to say that we're not doing a very good job. Before the pandemic, we didn't have results that were very negative. 6 out of 10, we had quite negative results, and 6 out of 10 kids don't reach basic competences in reading and maths. And if we think that math is very important in science and technology, only 17% of our students are reaching that result. And so we're talking about 80% of students not having the minimum competences. And so from UNESCO, we want to invite you to continue to create networks, and we want to invite Adela to be a part of a new alliance and a new mechanism that we are creating under the coordination of SDG 4, which is a mechanism that we have a regional committee where we want to give space to Adela and other networks such as from other organizations to be a part of this mechanism of governance of SDG 4. And that's where we really have to put our energy and our strength so that we can recover that learning and work together, bringing our specialty. Adela will bring theirs, other networks will come with their own strengths. But the idea is to be able to join forces in order to work towards recovering education and having a transformation in education, which we so dearly need. And so thank you. The invitation is open, and we're open for any doubts or questions. We can provide more information after the event finishes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Azencid. Thank you very much for your words and the trust that you put into Ceibal Foundation through Adela to include or invite us to participate in this alliance for the recovery and transformation and innovation of education of UNESCO. So with this, we will finish with this very fruitful fifth encounter of the Alliance for Digitalization of Latin America, Digitalization of Education of Latin America. In this case, it's in the framework of the GEM Report 2023, so it's very special. We want to thank all the panelists, all the people who are present, all those who have been following the conference online. And so from Adela, we will continue to work in order to strengthen this phase of collaboration and analysis that is fundamental for public policy makers of Latin America, and to try to ease the exchange of resources, good practices, and lessons learned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Maria Eugenia and Valdecin, for closing this encounter. As I was saying, we're going to continue, and we're going to continue with a fundamental point of view, which is technology providers and how they can accompany this whole process of the experts and authorities we're talking about today. So let's go have some coffee or tea, get some energy back, and we'll expect you here again in 15 minutes, very punctual, in order to finish the day with more information and more interesting data.
some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. And twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Just not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 something spooky to for you. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something spooky to for you. I'm just trying to give you something.
a tomar asiento, así empezamos con el último bloque de esta primera jornada.
We invite you to take a seat so that we can begin with the last block of this, the global launch of the GEM 2023 report. Thank you very much for helping us keep up the timing, which is coming along really well. The panelists have all been really respectful of these frightening clocks that they have over here. So we're going to continue talking and debating about education, technology, and the contributions that can be done from different areas.
If there's anyone still waiting to join, please come back. So we will continue with the last block, the last part of the launching.
Muy bien, largamos entonces. Creo que los que estaban conversando ya están ingresando. Como les decíamos,
so those who were talking are now back. Today is going to be the last part of the day, and for tomorrow I will let you know what we're going to be sharing. The leg that we were missing regarding all these challenges have to do with the technology providers and suppliers, and this is going to be the case of the next panel. How technology suppliers are able to provide sustainable solutions. We're going to invite Mirna Barra. She's the technical manager of Ceibal in order to open this last block. Good morning, Mirna. Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes para todas y todos. Lo primero que quiero hacer es agradecer a Ceibal.
Good afternoon. I wanted to thank Ceibal Foundation and Ceibal for this invitation, and the topic that I'm going to be introducing. It is not a topic that has been touched on today, and it has to do with the relationship between policymakers, public policymakers, and how this can contribute to the development in the region. When I was thinking about how to present this, I thought about using a resource that we usually use with our children, which is to tell you a story. So I thought, okay, I will share a story. There was a town in a country far, far away that had an issue, a very important issue. They had a lot of fires. So one day, they got together at a square in order to debate how they could fight this fire. They talked for many hours, but they never reached an agreement. One point, a young boy said, on the other side of the forest, there is a similar town, and they have no fires. Couldn't be the case that maybe I can cross the forest and ask them why they're not facing this situation? Everybody agreed, since they didn't find any solution. The boy crossed the bridge, and he asked some of the neighbors in the other town and asked them, why don't you have any fires? So the other citizens said, well, that's not the case. We do have some fires, but we control them and we attack them before they get into a big problem. But we do have fires. Okay, but how do you control this? So this is very simple. We have a tool, and every time we see that there is a focus of fire, we ring a bell, and everybody can go and attack this, so we avoid this fire to become a problem. That's how we control this. Oh, okay. He bought this special tool, he crossed back, and he went back to the town. He got to the square, he called everybody and said, okay, we will not have any more fires. Here we have the solution. So time went by, and what happened? Unfortunately, these fires continue to take place with the same frequency and sometimes with higher intensity. Why? Well, a trumpet will not control fires, and in that town, nobody knew how to use this tool, this instrument. So I wanted to use this as an example with technology and this instrument. It can be something that is helpful, and according to my experience, this is a tool. No tool will find a solution. No tool will be also generating a problem. It can help us, though. So what happened? What can you think it would happen? I don't know the rest of the story, but at one point, I'm sure that they went back to the other town. They asked, can you tell us how to use this instrument? They went back and then they learned. So somehow they were able to control these fires. Or no, maybe they found other ways to control this. Maybe they needed to have, I don't know, any other instrument. But what I can tell, and the idea here is, in the next part of coming back with this tool, we talk about technology as a tool for education. So we all agree with this. We talk about teachers, but I want to talk about something that is different and complementary. When we think about technology providers and suppliers, we tend to think about macro suppliers, big companies that, of course, play an important role. But it is not enough to have a tool like an instrument or, I don't know, a pan, because this will break down. This will worn out, and we will continue to find new needs. Am I going to fix this tool? I'm going to use another one. So this means that we need to face a new world after technology arrives. Technology must be kept. Technology needs to receive a technological support to reach different areas. And this is when I want to emphasize, especially for authorities and organizations, that this opens up a tremendous opportunity in all communities, in all our countries and regions, that we need to think that this is not a matter of landing. We need to enable blooming. This needs to bloom. In each region, we can find partners and allies as local suppliers. This has happened already in this country, and this is an opportunity. It is an opportunity of coincide in a more integral way. This is not something that happened at the same time. This is comprehensive. This is not going to be simultaneous. With a more comprehensive vision, thinking about the vulnerable part of our society, thinking about providing work for women cooperatives or family cooperatives, a tangible solution of people that are going to be trained, and they will need how to provide support to a network. And this is not a story. This is reality. This happens in Uruguay. We have had suppliers and providers that can coincide with other stores, like a hairdresser or other examples. We, as Ceibal, we are able to train our suppliers, but these families are going to be affected. There is a huge potential in creating new jobs, new economical resources, and to make the most efficient use of resources. And this means that our dear development, sustainable development, will be present if you do so. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. It is so nice to hear about your experience, and of course you know how to sustain and support this network. So we're going to start talking about these topics. Ana Castillo is BitLab specialist. She's going to be our moderator for the next panels. Welcome, Ana, and thank you for being here today. As I said before, in this first panel, we talked about service providers, and we talked with Fernando Salvatierra. He's a TIC specialist from the Latin American and Caribbean region by UNESCO, and Santiago Cueto, he's the main researcher from the Analyze of Development. Ana is going to be the moderator. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Mirna, por este, creo que llamado a reflexionar. Y muy bienvenidos, Fernando, Santiago.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Santiago. And for those who are following us as well via streaming, it's a true pleasure to be here today because I've been working with Ceibal. I won't tell you how long, but since it was created, and I have seen how these have evolved, specifically in the region, this articulation of technology suppliers and policymakers, public policymakers. So, how do you consider, what do you think, according to your roles, Fernando, I will start with you. How do you think that this articulation, and I would love for you to make reference to a study that UNESCO conducted after the pandemic, and that I know that has very interesting conclusions regarding this articulation among developers or technological providers and the public system. Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank Adela and Ceibal for this invitation, and I would also like to congratulate the team for this excellent report, that this is an excellent tool for us to continue to think about how we can move forward now that we are thinking in our region, in the LAC region. So in order to answer your question, I would like to answer through the findings of the regional report that we developed jointly with our colleagues from UNICEF, LACRO, and UNESCO in 2022, a study on policies and digital technologies in Latin America. And the studies and the findings showed that in order to advance in these digital challenges for education, we need to have a good connection among providers for technical solutions, and specifically those who are formulating public policies. And the pandemic made visible and, of course, made evident this need. And one of the big findings was the acceleration of strategic alliances in order to close schools. So this acceleration also implied a higher level of participation of companies and suppliers, but also the participation of additional stakeholders like international bodies and civil society, in order to offer solutions to this dramatic context. So here we have some lines that I think that it would be interesting to talk about regarding this important articulation between SPADO, public policies, and the first one has to do with the strengthening of the connectivity and the infrastructure, digital infrastructure. As we know and we have heard many times today, access is a pending issue that we have at a global level, and specifically this is something that we have pending as a region, and this gap, this connectivity gap, also affects especially schools. In fact, in 2018, only 23% of schools had access to use pedagogical and institutional connection. And it was estimated back then that only 40% of kids between 5 and 12 years, that is 31 million boys and girls, lived in houses in places that there was no internet connection. So free access to educational websites and data liberation, this was very new, the reduction of rates, and the creation of free connection centers, as well as state programs in order to fund these equipments and devices. So it would be nice to also highlight something that maybe we don't see every day, that has to do with the digitization and the need to have the digitization of systems and administrative processes at an educational level as a whole. We have discussed and we have heard the need of connection and connectivity of children and young adults and adolescents, but we are not talking about how we can improve this transition when we talk about the installation of digitization of these processes. We are in the digital area, and many schools are managing their systems in papers analogically. So this is why educational systems must advance in this digitization, and it is important for them to integrate themselves in a more intelligent educational system. So we can have this new reality in a real time. Because if we are able to do this, data can be used in a real time. And the second one, and I know I'm running out of time, has to do with the development of virtual platforms. Here we have another line of cooperation in this emergency process. We had to put together platforms and collaborate. This is something that we need to improve. This has to do with safety and the privacy when it comes to using different platforms. So this is something that we really need to continue improving. We also need to provide, as it was already mentioned, proper training, not only to teachers, but also to the headmistress and headmisters of schools. And also, just to finalize something that Mina said, that has to do with lines that would be used in order to protect the environment, recycling. It is also important to involve companies in these recycling policies. And another line that maybe is not mentioned, that has to do with the reparation right. That is, for users to have access to manuals so they can themselves repair and advance in this sense and avoid more technical waste. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Fernando. Can you hear me well? And let's see, so somehow I think that you talked about something that's very interesting, which is this acceleration and generation of new alliances between formal education and the providers of technological solutions. And I would like to ask now Santiago Cueto, the main researcher of GRADE, what lies ahead in this articulation between the sector that develops solutions and the educational sector? Very well. Thank you very much for the question. Víctor Jara, the notable Chilean singer, said that life is eternal in 5 minutes. I'm going to go ahead with my 5 minutes and let's see how it goes. I think that in this field, the alliances between the private and public sectors, civil society, and the participants is really necessary, and we have to find the best ways possible to do it. I'm going to pose two topics, starting with your question, Anna. I would like to see if the providers that come afterwards can also approach them some way. When I started to work in education several decades ago, I had seen a film, I don't know if you remember. It was called, I don't know the name in Spanish, it's called Field of Dreams. And the idea was, there was an actor saying that if you build it, they will come. So you can think about this model for education. If you build a good platform with the resources that is aligned with the curriculum, that is somewhat friendly, then the teachers will come, the students will use it, they will learn more, and the world is going to be better. What I've discovered a bit through some frustrations and hard hits is that this doesn't happen. And so my first topic to pose for the panelists that come afterwards is a bit of how to work. I think that in the morning, someone, or in the previous panel, I'm not sure, I get a bit confused, but we talked about adoption, and there are theoretical models about this. What makes one person adopt one methodology? Because as Fernando is saying, why don't they continue with analogic models and all that? And these models pose several variables. I'm going to mention 3. They have to perceive that it is of a particular use for them, of course, but also they have to perceive that the cost of learning it, the effort that it implies, the time that it takes, has a reasonable relation with what they're going to win. I'm talking as an economist. I'm not an economist, but I think that the reflection is appropriate. So how long do I have to do it? How much effort do I have to invest into it? And what are the benefits that I can expect to reap? And then what are the experiences of the third variable of teachers that they have using this information? And what we often find in Latin America, but in other regions as well, is that teachers, neither in their initial training nor in their programs of professional training, once they have graduated, they don't have any courses on how to incorporate in a fluid way the technology. And so that is a field that is perhaps still open, and I would like to know what is the type of support that teachers need and how to work with them, etc. And the second topic that I would like to talk about regarding your question, Anna, is that we know that inequality is a great issue in Latin America, and it's also been talked about in the panels. How can we do for technology to reach everyone so that the right to education of everyone is respected and that it's an inclusive education, such as the SDG 4 requests? And here I'm talking about specific groups, for example, indigenous population, which oftentimes requires education in their own language, rural population, where there's also an issue with access to the internet, and so there's offline solutions, etc. Students with disabilities, migrants, refugees, people who spend long time in hospital. I don't know if you visited children who maybe spent months in hospital, getting better, perhaps, for example, from burns, and that they don't have access to education. Also people who have been imprisoned. And a variable that I think is either makes the other more important or is perhaps an independent thing is poverty. And the pandemic has really incremented this. And so I would like to pose that as a second topic, equality. And there certainly needs to be alliances in that. So first, how to win over the teachers and then how to work on inequality. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to make a bit of use of the little time that we have, but I would like to talk a bit about some things. So I would like to... How much do we have to train staff on technology? How do you think the other day I was listening to a podcast saying that our generation is digital immigrants versus the digital natives. And so how can we, digital immigrants, have the knowledge to also know how to buy and select what is the best technology for our children, young people, and adults as well, to learn, and so that we don't leave anyone behind. Perhaps if you have a moment to reflect on this, I would love that. Well, that's key, because when we think about technology in our terms, we need for the staff, those in charge of training, to be trained in technology and education. And this is practically a specific field and implies thinking about the education planning, infrastructure, the digital ecosystem, in order to have the broadest technology panorama as possible. And so the staff in charge of decisions have to be capable, and they have to be trained along these lines in digital technologies and education in order to respond to the real needs of the system. And quality? Because there's lots of options nowadays for someone who is in a role of public policies. And so what should I choose? How can I evaluate that it complies with the pedagogical objectives that I'm setting? Why don't we organize another seminar on that topic? It's a very good one. That's a very good question. What I can say, I think, is that the teachers, looking at the national curriculum and its objective in a particular context, should try to look for the tools that best serve their purposes. And it's not necessarily about buying. There's lots of digital tools that are free, but it's still selecting and not being overwhelmed by the offer that we have. But for that, we need to really empower lots of levels. So that's a very good question. Thank you very much, both of you. It's been a pleasure sharing the panel with you. And I think that we have lots of space from now on to continue to reflect and work together. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Fernando, Santiago, and Ana. Ana, who said is going to stay. We hired her for that. But you can move around if you want. But we're going to continue talking with providers and people who are experts on these topics that we have introduced in the third block. Ana is now going to talk, and I invite you to, now when we set up the chairs, we're going to invite Miguel Ceibal, Minister of Education of Misiones, Argentina, and co-founder of España. Panelo, who is Vice President of ANEP, Sebastián Fischer, who is Global Director of Business of Positivo VGH, and Anya Julia Rosales, who is the Program Lead and Remote Teaching Center of the British Council. We're going to divide a panel in two because we have several experts and people who are interested that they talk. And when Anna finishes talking with them, I'm going to present the second part of this panel. So thank you, everyone. Welcome. Thank you very much, Karina. It's a pleasure to have you, all of you here today. All of your experiences are different. And I think that this also somehow reflects the diversity of stakeholders that nowadays participate in the education ecosystem. Perhaps before we could contextualize the interaction between students, school, institution, teacher, families, or family reference. Nowadays, this ecosystem is luckily much broader and richer and adds so much more diversity. I'm going to start with the Minister Miguel Ceibal for him to help us reflect on how technology somehow can accompany the sustainable development of education in the region. In your case, you have a very particular experience, which is this consortium, this public-private consortium created in the province of Misiones. So perhaps you can tell us a bit more about what that is about and what you're dreaming Thank you very much. Thank you to the Ministry of Education, UNESCO, and Ceibal Foundation for the event and the invitation. As you said, I'm the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology since 2019, and there were some scientists, Argentine scientists, working on technology, and I convinced them of coming to Misiones to develop a factory. I thought that it would be a good idea to be able to have a technology factory because we were training kids. We've been working for a long time in technology and robotics, and we are getting those resources, and we didn't have anywhere for them to work. And so I thought that that was a bridge between education, technology, and work would be something extraordinary. And so we created a public-private consortium with a 60% of public participation and 40% of these Argentine scientists who have a lot of experience. They worked in NASA, in the Emirates, in Germany, and Japan. And with them, we developed several products, but especially in education, we have two very interesting lines of work, which one of them is labs of 3D learning for chemistry, engineering, robotics, and agri-technology. And they are done with a real engine, Fortnite, which is multiplayer. And so this allows us for a teacher to have all the students in the same space doing experiments. And chemistry professors, that's great because we can make them do this with the labs without issues of danger or residues. And then we also developed some robotics kits because we saw that we were working a lot in robotics, but we were missing devices related to robotics that were superior to initial robotics for primary school kids. And so we developed some robotics products that I came with a toy today, actually. We developed a robotics this of course doesn't have the package, but this allows us to program artificial intelligence. This board allows us to do that. It works with a processor, and it works with MicroPython, which is a program that works where you can work the most with artificial intelligence. It has proximity sensors and also for the environment, humidity. It has an accelerator, a microphone, a LED screen. It has the battery as well that is not there now. It's the same battery of the cell phones. It has 17 virtual pins, pulsers. So with this, you can teach about programming, robotics, works, jobs of the future, but it's also something that can be of use for any business. Actually, the technical school students are the ones that work the most with this. In the case of Chabanita, they have a farm and they control everything with these boards. And so I think, and going back to your initial question, that sometimes solutions are there. We have to make some political decisions. It hasn't been easy in these years and with the pandemic to work, but listening to what was said by the specialists and those who talked before, found a lot of virtues in what we've done. For example, with gender, the factory that we have is led by 2 women. We have 43% of women working in the factory who are engineers and technicians and industrial graphic designers. And also we developed together with 15 ministries of Argentina, 15 provinces, a platform that is called FunHub, where we have all the teachers training in order to work with these, and also routines of learning for students. So this allows us to say that we create a product, but the product comes with the training and at the same time aligned with the technological hubs of Argentina. Sometimes what it's missing is this pedagogical perspective for a technological product.
Thank you so much. I am sorry we don't have more time to continue talking about this important figure. So thank you for sharing with us the importance about this public policy and public-private privacy. Now we will have Francisco Anelo, Vice President of ANEF. If you can please share with us how ALEF is contributing from its technological solution to have a sustainable solution. ALEF is a technological company. This is a unicorn founded by an Argentinian. He started with this 18 years ago, and now he's present in over 130 countries with different platforms which reach more than 3,000 million with the campaigns, people with the campaigns that we are running. We are present in emerging countries, and we have platforms like Google, TikTok, and over 45 platforms that we are managing. We work with digital advertisement, and we facilitate these kinds of campaigns within this market. When it comes to education, we've been working with education programs. I joined the company 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, we launched a free platform in order to design free digital material online, remotely. And today, we have over 60,000 people registered in a 3-month project. I think this is a very fruitful conversation that we have had over the last hour in this panel. I know that Ceibal is doing this already, and they already have budget for this. So how can we bridge this, accelerating the use of technologies when we talk about AI and everything that is taking place and happening, and this gap between what we are teaching and what the real workplace is demanding. So we were talking about the lack of talent, the lack of technological skills. So we see this as a digital growth for economy, which is already started, and how we can use with this GVP online, and how having these digital resources, training people in robotics and in programming, in data processing and other digital disciplines, as well as digital marketing, is a key strategy. So we are able to provide with high quality education in a free manner. We're able to reach markets like in Nigeria or Morocco or any other countries, as well as the Latin American region. And what they bring is this opportunity or this bridge with what would open the world to a digital environment. This is not only generating new work, new jobs. So the idea is to generate this bridge and to have an initial client, conduct an initial campaign so they can develop their own enterprise, and this is something that they can do. The world is open in this sense. How difficult is it for you to work with the public sector? It is not difficult at all. And to be honest with you, we find stakeholders. In my case, we find the understanding, and we find whenever we need to get in touch with the industry. I don't want to spoil anything, but we are now reaching an agreement with the government of Egypt and other universities in other countries. And whenever there is a clear gap between employment and education, it is so easy to reach because the demand of people is it's huge. So we started working with UNESCO. We had an enrollment of 600 adolescents, and they are almost finishing the course, and they are applying this knowledge towards their own projects. So this is something that we know that it works, and we really know that we need to continue cooperating and having more bridges with the government so we can reach these people who are really looking forward to this kind of training. Thank you. Francisco, it is very interesting. And I would like to remind you all regarding that question, how technological suppliers can walk hand in hand with the technological development. And now we will give the floor to Santiago Pitzer. And Sebastián, I would like you to share with us, according to your experience, how do you visualize? What do you think? How can this private and public activity can be developed? First of all, let me thank you. Let me thank UNESCO and Ceibal Foundation and the Ministry of Education and Culture of Uruguay for inviting me today. The public sector has a very broad team, a huge team of professionals who are able to articulate and work with us from the private sector. I've been working with the government for many years, and this has been a sector in which we are able to develop new businesses. And it is a true pleasure to see that we are able to continue to work in this sense. I would like to connect this to sustainable development. As I said earlier on this morning, this is a career like a marathon. This is an endless marathon. So this is something that I think that you can say that this is a marathon. So I will share and I will just repeat maybe some of the words that I have heard here in the morning from this joint venture in AGTL, Argentina and Brazil. We work in educational projects. We have been doing this for many, many years. And we have been developing everything, and we have strengthened what we think that are the most important lines in the development of educational projects, which are four. And again, picking up on some of the words that were mentioned today, we talk about the equality of opportunities. We work on the development of specific hardware for each one of the projects. And one of the ministers today said each project requires a specific hardware. And this is how we are walking hand in hand with the industry so we can accompany this particular project. The other avenue, and taking into account what we said in the previous panel, have to do with content. We have universities, schools, technical schools, and we also have editorial houses. This has enabled us to generate content and tools that are complementary to the tools that we already have. And the third avenue, let's say, or leg, is the training for teachers. So we try to define in each educational process a line that we have been developed throughout different projects in this Train the Trainers project, that we call it Innovation Ambassadors, because we started working with this project in African countries. So we started in the African continent, and then we continue to work this in different languages for both Hispanic countries and also for French and English countries. And within these four avenues that we believe that are the most important avenues that we are paving, have to do with digital abilities. We've been working for many years with a project that was called Inventura, and this is a name that was actually created in Brazil. That means that the adventure is something that creates. So using a project book for students to develop and to work together with teachers with the idea of thinking what needs to be taught in each program. We use these tools that are these computational plates that for our project, this is an excellent tool, and we work with it with Ceibal Plan in their computational system. For us, these tools are key in order to promote progress in our society. And these are sustainable areas of development that we define as the main avenues in these educational programs. Yes, without a doubt, the fact that you're generating impact beyond the business opportunities and the impact that we can have in the actions that you take from the business world. And this, of course, helps us to continue working towards this end. Yes, understand the challenges, educational challenges, and again, many words were already mentioned in the morning because many ministers were very clear in their concepts. Each society has a different challenge, logistic challenges with the people that are going to be educated. And this translates in the kinds of projects. Thank you. You are the leader of the program of the British Council for Remote Teaching. And for those who don't live here, it would be something. I was surprised when I entered into a classroom and I saw a native speaker teacher who was speaking English as a first language, teaching children through a screen. And to be honest with you, to see the change in this world, it's amazing. How can you share from your experience at British Council, working as a solution, as a technological solution provider, which is the main tool, and an equality tool, like the teaching of English? How can you share with us your experience? Thank you, Anna. As you said, British Council is the British organization for the promotion of culture at a global level. It is also a technological provider. And the experience that I am here to share from the remote center of the British Council that is located in Buenos Aires is the experience that we have had over the last 10 years. And it has to do with these kinds of classrooms that you were able to witness at Uruguay. The British Council has been developing different programs like arts, and in our region, focusing on remote teaching in English as a foreign language. We have also worked in alliance with Ceibal Plan, and this has been one of the richest experiences that British Council has had. And in this sense, we of course continue to learn and we continue to project these in order to reach more and more children. And we are also sharing this experience so it can inspire and it can be replicated in other parts of the world. Even though this is not a new program, we are allies right from the beginning of the design stage of this program. Today, we are part of the community of English teaching institutes, and we also provide tools through the Ceibal program remotely, and we are able to reach almost 21,000 students throughout these English classrooms. And we do it via a virtual conference, and we reach different schools from British Council. And it's fantastic to have these trainers. Each school has their own structure in Uruguay, and around this, there is an articulation, as we have already mentioned, of different stakeholders, a diversity of priorities, interests, where we can see non-state stakeholders that have crucial roles. So the lessons learned have to do with the possibility of working for the long term, to make these programs more visible, to make sure that we are able to continue with these agreements throughout time, to correct this during time.
And many things that have to do with viability sometimes have to do with monetary factors, the central one, the possibility of generating impact and seeing the results that the policy and action proposed has to do with being able to sustain it throughout time. The second point has to do with the type of work dynamic, these very diverse logics between the stakeholders that are part of the policies, the design and implementation. This also requests for the people who are involved to be really willing to understand and change and be willing to understand the priorities of each side. And here in our experience, we have very good examples based on the experience of users who are our teachers, the teachers of schools in Uruguay, who also have a central role in these remote classes, the students, but also technical teams, academic teams. We'll have from that work sustained in time a lot to contribute in the feedback of the providers who design software connectivity equipment, general equipment, specific equipment. And so to be open to work together is fundamental, and to achieve good quality services, which is the only way in which we can think about equality. Thank you very much. I was thinking just now about Sebastian's thoughts, what he shared about what Leandro said. It's a marathon and the finishing line keeps being moved, and we cannot run alone. We need other players in order to run it. Yes, I was also remembering this thing that Leandro said, and the only way that we found to be effective is to work together, all the stakeholders involved in this experience, and to have clear objectives and be aligned what we expect to achieve, even if it's a finishing line that continues to be moved forward. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure. This is the first part of this exchange panel with the technology providers. I would stay here forever. I think that there's a lot of questions that are pending, but we're going to have the next group. Thank you very much, all of you, for your participation. Thank you, all the participants. And now we're going to finish, but not without having the perspectives of the invited people from the second part of the panel. So welcome Washington Rodriguez, the Director of Business Manager of Cisco, Alejandro Farfán, Business Development Manager of LATAM, Leticia Lau, Director of Institutional Relations and Regulation in Telefónica Uruguay, Cheng Cheng Liao, Director of Sales, Marketing and Product of JPSA Coto, Cesar Balaguer, Director of R. Balaguer. Welcome everyone, and thank you, Ana, for moderating. And after this, we will finish. No problem. We can share our job. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to continue talking with you. As we just said, this is something that is built in a collaborative way. And I'm going to go back to Washington Rodriguez, Commercial Director of Cisco. We imagine Cisco as a company that facilitates communication between schools. Perhaps they are the providers of the part of video conferences of Ceibal and probably of others in the region. And I would like for you to tell us what you've learned in this time working together with the education system. There we go. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be a part of this panel. thank you, Ceibal Foundation, UNESCO, and the Ministry of Education and Culture for the invitation. It's a very interesting question, and the first answer that comes to mind is that we have learned a lot, and we continue to learn. Since 2011, we have been working with Ceibal in particular, providing connectivity platforms and collaboration platforms, and honestly, it's we learn every day. I would like to mention the three great pillars this learning has taught us in these years and what it's going to leave for the future as well. First of all, referencing a question that you asked about what technology to choose or what platform to choose, it's important to evaluate where that learning is carried out or that teaching, where what measuring in the long term. Again, it's a marathon, not a 100-meter race, as Leandra said, regulating the use of those technology tools. Perhaps we think that deploying technology is something that you can do just as so, but behind that there is an adoption topic. And from Cisco, we really focus on adoption, evangelization of those platforms. And here I like to highlight something that for me is very important. We tend to think that digital generation or digital natives handle the digital world very easily. And honestly, they're not educated to handle that. We need to teach them to use digital platforms within a context, to use social media platforms, Cisco Beyond Connections, and the use of collaboration platforms also makes a control of that management of that. And it's important to know who is connected, what they're doing, what they're accessing. That gives an important visibility when we talk about control and evangelization. And so those three pillars, I think, are key, and it's where Cisco is really putting its money. And I think that it's something that we highlight, the good use, good practices of the tools of connection, collaboration, and all the tools that we provide. When you talk about adoption, you mean accompanying that technology for it to provide its full potential, right? So bringing some sort of accompanying the teacher, the user, who could be different people in doing that, right? And how do you do that in practice? Yes, we are referring to that in the case of education, not just the teachers, but also the students and administrators. And how do we do that? Well, we have an area that is focused precisely on that. It's customer experience. And it's in charge of accompanying, of being an associate in that, and teaching, educating, showing added value, and especially showing good practices and best practices and good use. I think that that is the most important thing, to have a good use of digital tools to benefit education. Thank you very much, Washington. Let's continue with Alejandro Farfán. Alejandro represents, he's the Director of Development of Business of Latin America of ETLED. And I would like, really, perhaps in something very different from the stakeholders of this panel, I would like you to tell about what ETLED does and what is the vision of collaboration. That is very interesting. The proposal is really interesting, and I'd like to know about how it came up. And so, if you want to tell us about what you do. Of course, again, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here for the first time in Uruguay. I come from Guatemala. I'm representing Anda Studio, which is a company from the US, which for more than 10 years has tried to bridge the digital gap. But concretely, it is a unit that what it tries to do is find students, children, and young people where they are at the moment. And nowadays, most of the time they are playing video games for many hours. And what's best than developing capabilities and skills in specific areas of game development, and also strengthening other transversal skills. And so that's what we do. Apart from learning skills by playing video games, what we do is teach them how to create video games, creating video games with real tools. In the last years, there's been a very strong evolution, a very deep evolution of how video games are played. There are young people who are dedicating tens of thousands of hours to playing video games. So let's imagine the type of expertise that they could develop in particular disciplines. But most video games don't bring us close to developing skills and capabilities, to having a greater possibility of being employed or being entrepreneurs and generating new ideas. What we try to take benefit of is that interest of creating video games, which in the last years, as I said before, has taken us from consuming and playing to creating. And not just creating, but what you said, creating in community. The pandemic isolated us, and many of them were even more isolated. They were encapsulated, an experience that was quite lonely. However, what we're doing is trying to develop, and I think that there is a very strong link there with sustainable education. So we're trying to develop those transversal skills through collaboration, because in the end, the whole discipline in science and the art of creating video games becomes an interdisciplinary experience. We're not just talking about programming, we're talking about the development of art pieces, the narrative design for a video game, the management of the project, the audio design, and so many other things that are involved. And what we look for in the end, not just to create programmers, what we're trying to do, we think that it's a more sustainable education process to provide tools and transversal skills for the kids to be prepared for the challenges of the future and of the current world, which are always changing. And so giving them the tools for them to develop a lifelong learning. We generally use this term in English, and this is self-motivated learning that is continuous, sustained in time, and it helps them learn whatever they need in the future. Well, that's fascinating, because you could think that when a kid is playing a video game, they're somehow isolating themselves, and this proposal goes to the other side. So using the capabilities, trying to take advantage of that and generating other skills. I know that you sell to schools, to people, and to governments. And how is this interacting, or these models of B2G, how has this been in the development? Well, it is a very important, interesting business model with B2B, B2C, B2G, and the experience is very different, and the strategies and tactics are really different in each one. But in the business to government, in the B2G, that allows us to associate with local governments or national governments, it's been of great use and a lot of interest. And the topic of video games is really trend at the time, and we cannot deny that young people and lots of adults as well are really committed with the use of video games. And we know that it's the best place to approach them and for them to be able to learn and develop these abilities. And so we have felt really embraced by this proposal. A lot of governments are having a lot of success in this. For example, in places such as the Emirates or Central America, and here in South America with some governments. And so this has really been embraced.
Thank you so much, Alejandro, for your words. And now we will give the floor to Leticia Lau. She's the director of Telefónica. And when we think about Telefónica, we think about connectivity. Is this only connectivity? Okay, first of all, good afternoon, and it's a pleasure for Telefónica and for Telefónica Foundation to be here celebrating this event.
Temas tan importantes que nos convocan. Y bueno, la respuesta claramente es no.
And the response is clearly no. It is not only that. We need to face education in the 21st century, which demands an approach that is typical to this century, and technology operators have the capacity of betting for education, and because exclusion in education is a way of social exclusion. Over the 285 million Latin American citizens who have no access to the internet, most of them is because they don't know how to do this. So we need to answer this from Telefónica. Our north is the digital inclusion, is to connect those that are not connected. And regarding the question itself, as telecommunication operators, we understand that connectivity is a key factor to guarantee access to the education, but it is not enough. And this is why from Telefónica we take a step forward. It is not enough for us to say, okay, we will handle telecommunication, investing in the infrastructures needed to close these gaps. We really concentrate in a concept that you talked today that has to do with digital ownership. It is not enough to have connectivity to rural areas if we are not able to guarantee our society with an adequate adoption to the digital world. And this is where we have the main challenges, of course. And this path that you answer, how do you walk this path? We are convinced that in this path it is fundamental to have a joint participation in this production in Latin America. It has a significant impact, and we understand that the way to do this is through strategic alliances. And Telefónica has many examples on this. In 2016, Telefónica Foundation and La Caixa Foundation joined their efforts to constitute the Pro Future program. I don't want to spoil this because tomorrow we will have the pleasure of hearing Magdalena Bre. She's the director of Pro Futuro, and she will talk about this. But Pro Futuro, Pro Future, is a program that wants to provide education to children in vulnerable contexts, leveraging these digital tools, and it is present in all the countries of Latin America where Telefónica Foundation is present: Chile, Venezuela, Mexico, Uruguay, of course, Brazil, Argentina, and also in Brazil throughout Telefónica Vivo Foundation. But it's not only centered in children. It is not enough with this. We also need to focus on teachers so they can take ownership of these digital tools so they can apply it within their classrooms. From our foundation, we have also consolidated the Conecta Empleo. This is a platform we use to connect employment using AI and big data. We use this, and this enables users to improve their work profile, personalizing the experience, the user experience, specifically revising which are those profiles or professions that are demanded the most in the marketplace, and they are able to polish their curriculum, adjust it, and they are able to capture, sort of speaking, these kinds of competences, or starting from the skills that a person has, orient these search in order to find out which are the jobs they can apply to. In the previous panel, Fiorella Jain shared with us, giving response to these difficulties in finding women in the STEM professions, we also have initiatives as we are carrying out in Colombia and Peru in what is called Women in Networks. We are training them, we're training women in technical capacities so they can associate themselves to these highly requested STEM professions where we have and where we know that we have mainly men. So these women that we are training, 900 of them, Telefónica has actually hired 900 of them. So this is a circle that auto-fits itself, so to speak. So just to finalize my presentation, because I see the clock in front of me, it's just quite intimidating to see the clock. For the first minister, this was in red because he had another appointment, so don't worry. No, just talking about this effort in expanding connectivity, we have also developed and we are expanding proposals as IPT, that's Internet for Everybody, that we've been conducting in Peru throughout infrastructure companies that are working in the rural areas, and we are able to connect over 3 million of the 6 million people that need to be connected to the Internet. This is something that we are doing jointly with the CAF Bank, with the IDB, and with other private stakeholders. And as a final reflection, something that I would like to share with you is that this is not about connecting those that are isolated, but connect them to a world full of opportunities. And we are convinced, without a doubt, that in the 21st century, this world of opportunities is only open with high-quality education and with digital competences. Thank you so much, Leticia. I think that these are all examples on how you continue to add value in things that you may think as super business, as a core business. However, you see that you work hand in hand with other projects. Now we will give the floor to Alex Diao, the Director of Sales and Marketing. I would like to invite him to share their lessons learned. You are providers of equipment, but you're not only providers of equipment, right? You go beyond. How can you, from your role, or how does your company see this role of technological provider? How do you accompany development?
Thank you, Anna. So thank you for Ceibal and also the UNESCO and also the Minister of Culture and Education of Uruguay. So I present the company from Portugal. So our company has founded 32 years ago. So in the last decade, we have deployed 16 million of devices in the 17 countries. So we are involved large deployment of the education devices in Latin America, also Africa, and also Asia. So people are asking sometimes how sustainability or how the project can be sustainable for the future. So our answer is very simple. So first, we need to offer a cost-effective solution, including devices, software, and services. The cost-effective means that the budget will be the only concern that we deploy large scale of the project. And second is the accessibility to the school and teachers of the devices. So most of the devices has been worked with the industrial leader to tailor-made or purpose-built for the student and teachers. So for example, like drug devices, waterproof, independent keyboard. This is to make sure that all our devices deployed in the school have longer product life than the regular, because we know that the student kids, they won't care about these devices, right? So that's one thing. And second is, of course, by bringing the project, you have already the impact of education, devices, technology, transmission of technology, etc. But don't forget one thing is the impact politically. How to do it? For example, when we bring the 100 million of the devices into the country, so don't forget to bring the technology also into the country, such as the service, etc. So we have several projects to work with university and also the vocational college to bring the repairability of the devices. So that means when we deploy 100 million of devices into the country, we are also bring the repair technology or IT into the country by through the training, etc. So this is one of the big, successful that we do in Africa and also different countries. So that's one thing. Then second is, don't forget that we still have a goal, the Paris Agreement 2030, right? By reducing the carbon emission, etc. So for this topic, I think so it's already public discussion in most of the government, especially Minister of IT, Minister of Education. So what our solution is now, we are working with also industrial leader to define the kind of the standard by using more recycling material. It's a standard, it's a certification. That means we are forced, the industry will be forced to apply this technology to reduce the waste of the material. At the same time, we're also working with the industrial leader on repurpose of the devices. So think about it. You have the devices, 1 million, 2 million devices, and after 3 or 5 years, the device can work, but it's also not usable already. So our partner and also our international partner can have a proposal that to bring the used devices repurpose into a different device. That means this is to longer the life cycle of the device, which is going to throw away. So we are reducing the electrical waste. So by doing that, we believe that we are able to reduce carbon emission for the future. It's also follow the goal of the 2030 Paris Agreement.
La verdad que very interesting experience on working on these circular proposals. So, what else do you, when you reach to a country, which are the things that you, to deploy your technology, which are the key things that you look for? Yes, your company. Okay. Every time you go to a different country, which are the key things that you look before?
So typically that we will be invited by our partner in the country, either by Minister of IT or Minister of Education, to plan a big project. So right now we are working with the African countries like Mozambique or Senegalese countries. We define the scope of the project, the index of the project, and then we start to work on the special purpose devices built in order for the countries. Sometimes we even involve the local university to help us to work together on the fine-tune the design. So again, we are not only want to bring the devices into the countries, we want to bring the technology also into the country to become to make this project more, let's say, sustainable.
I believe what we are finding is that everyone here is not only providing their technology but going beyond that, and that's something that I would like to highlight. Thank you very much, Alex. Y voy por último a pasarle la palabra a César.
So lastly, I'm going to have César Balaguer, Director of Balaguer, Sociedad Anónima. He was saying, Ana, are you sure that I'm going to be on this panel? And I was saying, yes, César, this education topic is built between everyone. And tell us a bit about what is your vision, this ecosystem, as I was saying in the beginning, where there is more and more players, and what is the role that you have to contribute to the development, a more sustainable development, and a more sustainable education. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. UNESCO, Ceibal Foundation, and the ministry. I am representing the company from the Haier Group, which is located in the north of China, in the area of Qingdao. We are providers of Ceibal. The Haier Corporation is the biggest company of the world, and the White Line Company, and they have been working for many years in information technology with a strong dedication to education, a strong emphasis in education. The person who had to be here was a person from the higher company, but due to an issue with the agenda, they weren't able to be here, and that's why I was asking Anna if I was supposed to be here, but just to comply with the invitation and to convey the words or what they understand as a message. The people from Hire, since they began to work in Uruguay, began many years ago trying to collaborate with Ceibal, and they found a lot of professionalism in the people. I think that is something that, as Uruguayans, we have to be proud of. They are really passionate about the different challenges that Ceibal needs each year, that it has each year, and it's not things that are pre-made. We have to work on them, and that really motivates them. Another thing that also has a lot of impact internationally is the connectivity that Uruguay has. Hire Group works really strongly with intelligent classrooms, and they always present at every opportunity they have what they have and where they're headed, very strongly in Africa, for example. And oftentimes we said, luckily, we are more advanced than that. And so since I am not from the area, from that area of knowledge, and I don't have a lot more to contribute, I would just want to tell you a bit of the vision of international companies regarding the work that is being done here in terms of education with professionalism, with a lot of openness. And even if they are, it is a company that is related to the Chinese government, but they understand that here we can work with in a very fluid way in the area of you asked today, Anna, to another panelist about the relationship with public companies. And perhaps some of the things that you were saying today, that the need of being able to design, to have a simple design, maintenance. Have you learned during these 10 years of relationship together with Ceibal? What do you think, Cesar, in this relationship between a Chinese company that perhaps is really far away and this small country? Well, they always say that they have learned a lot. The team, the devices go to the hands of kids or teenagers, and it has to have certain characteristics. In the beginning, they didn't really hit the spot with the product because it needs to be robust. It needs to be it has to be easy to deassemble in order to repair it. So I think that it was a learning curve, and therefore I wanted to say that they always found a very professional dialogue on this side, and that motivated being able to provide an equipment of good quality, good performance, because it was really teamwork between the two. And I think that, as the minister said today, it's a constant learning. Absolutely. And well, thank you very much, Cesar, and thank you very much to all of you, the participants of the previous panel. I would like to maybe, as a final thought, highlight passion. Each of you who has been here on the stage, perhaps beyond talking about your own solution, I think that what we all share is that passion or that opportunity from where we're standing, contributing with an impact and trying to improve not just education of children, but also, as you talked about, improving opportunities for people to have access to jobs of a better quality, generating those soft skills. And I think that's what gathers us together here today in general. This education ecosystem that nowadays has more stakeholders and more players, and it needs a constant dialogue going back and forth to try to understand what are the challenges, opportunities, and how each of us from our standpoint can contribute to building a better solution that probably tomorrow won't be updated anymore. We will have to co-create another one. So thank you very, very much. Thank you very much to the Ceibal Foundation, UNESCO, and the Ministry of Education and Culture for the invitation to be able to talk about this and moderating this conversation with you. I think that we have really been enriched by it. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers and Anna in particular for having moderated these conversations. And with this, we would be ending today, the first day dedicated to the launch of the GEM 2023 report. It's been a pleasure to be here in Montevideo, Uruguay, presenting these data that really launched lots of debates and discussions and arguments. And we talked about the relationship of technology and education, these two areas, and I think that there was a lot of demystifying that we will continue to talk about tomorrow. So tomorrow we will meet at 8:15, and there will be other panels. All of those who have accreditations, please remember to bring them, since we will be able to speed up the process that way. And I also want to remind you that there is a show of the Solide, and it's very interesting. We recommend it. So there will be transferred leaving from here. You can learn more about it in the information posts. And thank you everyone who has joined us via streaming, everyone who is here in person. We will meet again tomorrow in order to continue talking about education and technology. Thank you.
Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted. You've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares. See me right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored again?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion. Even though I offer all of the solutions, I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless. I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palm. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and